open sourced as Security Monkey. And so that was the kind of thing where, it was fun to be able to, in a pretty much unsolved space, to be able to kind of like experiment. It's not that we were always right, but, every once in a while we would get something right, and it sort of proved itself long term.
Yeah. Okay. And now that you're using like the we pronoun, you're starting to build up a team, presumably from just you. Take me through the process as you become like a director and then a VP of building your cloud security team there, and maybe a culture around it.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this is all sort of with the benefit of hindsight, but when you're in the middle of things, like, you don't really know, like, are things going to be successful, like, so you're just sort of making the best decisions you can based on the information you have available. So I mean, by the time I left, the team was about 150. So, it went from like 1 to 150 in about 10 years. And, the first few years, and I mentioned I didn't hire for my first year. So, when the first few hires, again, if you sort of put yourself, if you can kind of get in the time machine, this was, there wasn't really a lot of cloud security expertise. We weren't really sure what we needed. So really our hires then were kind of generalists, folks that had sort of been there and done that, and just a bunch of different things, and we're kind of open to a new challenge and weren't just looking to kind of take whatever they'd done at their previous employer and just replicate it at Netflix. So, more generalists. And then, as you grow, as you get to like, say, 100, 150, hopefully your company is successful and like can sort of bear that sort of investment. But I would say the one thing is you start to become more specialized, right? Because, you need to focus on application security or cloud security or incident response or privacy engineering, those kinds of things. So, yeah, I mean, you're always trying to keep up with the business because it was just growing in, not just in size, but in complexity. It was going international, and it was, there's all kinds of interesting regulations. And, as we went global, and there's different payment structures, and as we built out the studio, there was always like some new change to the business. So, yeah, so, I would say that general trend of, going from generalists to more specialists and trying to figure out like, how do you give everybody an opportunity to sort of achieve their career goals while also doing the right thing for the company?
Yeah, it occurs to me that like you were early enough in the cloud realm that you couldn't have come up as like a cloud engineer, quote unquote. You must have been a generalist beforehand. How do you make that transition? And then how do you get other people to make that transition effectively?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So I was at VMware, and VMware had kind of like hit that. I think they call it like the innovator's dilemma, where you're sort of, you realize like what you built is sort of, you need to pivot. So they had made money off a hypervisor for so long, and they knew that I think they had to go to the cloud, but they were really struggling to figure out how to get there quick. And I mean, I sort of had a sense that was where things were going. So that was really what motivated me to take the Netflix opportunity. For me, honestly, it was like, when you're in security or you're in tech, your career is pretty much driven by constant learning. So for me, I hadn't really used AWS much when I joined Netflix. It was just, honestly, I read the docs and I just like tested it out. Everything has an API, just wrote code. And, I always tell people it's not rocket science. It's like, it's just technology. It's like, if you're uncomfortable learning a new technology, it's probably not the right business. So yeah, it was I would say it was relatively straightforward for me. Because I think it's just been, if you're sort of learning new tech for decades, then it just sort of becomes another new way. But I think maybe the one big difference is like, yes, there are manuals and there are API calls, but is recognizing, well, why is this new model attractive to businesses? Like, why are folks making this migration, and basically making sure that you're embedding that motivation and that drive in the way you're thinking about security. So.
Yeah, no, I take your point that if you're in tech, you're constantly learning and you have some sort of general knowledge, but I mean, this isn't like learning a different programming language. It's like a different mode of operation. So were there any growing pains in your process, like things that took a little bit longer to pick up on for you or for the people working with you, because you're bringing these generalists into the fields? Because cloud feels very natural to me now, and maybe I'm wrong, but I would have thought it's more like a foreign concept back then.
Yeah, now I'm straining to remember, because it's
Yeah.
like you
Okay.
always look back, in hindsight. But it was definitely a different operating model. I would say the big thing that was different with Netflix and the public cloud. And so, when I was at VMware, in addition to running security, I also owned change management and release management.
Mm.
And VMware was an ITIL shop. And I don't know if you're familiar with ITIL, but that's like old school, like process heavy IT.
Mm.
And Netflix was about as far opposite as that as you could get. But what I realized is like when you think about ITIL and like change management and release management, is like everybody has the same objectives, right? You're trying to run secure systems, you're trying to run available systems, performant, cost effective. It's just that, the old school way of achieving that was a certain level of very centralized governance, a lot of gatekeeping. And then when you talk about cloud, it was much about self-service and basically you're intentionally decentralizing governance, right? You want everybody to be operating independently. So it was incredibly different, but I didn't. I mean, I thought that was kind of the right thing to do, and because in almost any business, like your biggest risk is you got to be in business, right? It's a competitive risk. So if you're not in business, nothing matters, right? Security doesn't matter. So I knew in terms of what I could do to help make Netflix be successful, it was to enable that amount of high velocity development and sort of concurrent independent decision making, sort of make that as safe as I could. So that was, and that's what, it's still the same objective, right? Trying to keep things secure, but you got to do it in a much, much more high throughput way. Like when I was at VMware, we would do monthly releases, and those would be downtime releases, like 18 hours of downtime to do a release. I mean, you can't even imagine doing that these days, right? Taking that amount of downtime. And whereas at Netflix, we were, even when I started, I think we were already deploying, dozens of times a day. And, by the end of my tenure there, it was more like it was many thousands of times, production was being changed a day. So it was really, it was quite different, but I embraced it. I thought it was the sort of right modern way to go.
Yeah, and I want to get into sort of how you and the software side of Netflix overlap. But firstly, it strikes me as a kind of parable of learning any new kind of technology system. What kind of people were you looking for on your team? What kinds of generalists, as you said, um, made for better hires at Netflix?
Yeah, that's probably another good point to sort of progress on a bit. Is that I think one of the things that we also did, and I think it's become a little bit more normal, at least in sort of like Valley companies, is that I was hiring software engineers from the beginning into security, whereas historically, I think most folks in security were not necessarily software engineers. They may have been systems engineers, but they were primarily, sort of installing and operating vendor provided systems. Whereas, in the cloud, when there was nothing available, you kind of had to do it yourself. So it was really kind of like creating a culture of building. And
Yeah.
I mean, there were some net new systems, but a lot of it was just integrating what was there, right? Because if the cloud, everything's accessible or addressable via an API, it's a sort of like the defender's version of living off the land, right? You've got a bunch of information and context in your systems, but you have to be able to do some development to extract that and make use of it in a security context.
Mhm.
So yeah, so generalists in security, and like I remember one of my early hires was he had studied security at university, but had just been working kind of large scale distributed systems, and sort of he moved into the security team and really helped bring some kind of rigor and discipline, but also just that kind of experience. So that was, trying to like pull pockets of sort of adjacent experience. If you think, well, yeah, back then there were no really experienced cloud security folks, so you bring folks from adjacent fields. And I would say one of the big, traits that I always looked for, and this is through the entire tenure, was really like pragmatism and practicality, and being principled, but recognizing that in security you can never do everything, right? You gotta really pick and choose what you want to go after.
Yeah. And did you run into any challenges as you're sort of gathering all these people together and sort of trying to build an operation, not even from the tech side, from like the business side of things? What would you say was the thing that kept sort of at you?
Yeah, honestly, I'd have to say I feel for other security leaders who sort of have problem getting support from their business, but honestly, I never had any problem getting support or collaborating with my peers. They were always kind of quick and easy to help. But again, kind of like being pragmatic and practical. So we really took that trust seriously. We didn't want to violate that. So we like if we were going to ask somebody to do something, we had a strong belief that that was the right thing to do. So really the challenge that we had from the business was just the growth. So it's because Netflix kind of started as a technology company, so kind of like very heavy Silicon Valley culture. And then when we sort of built a studio, that's a Hollywood culture, and like Hollywood sort of entertainment culture versus tech culture, it's very, very different. So I had to learn, like as a leader and an executive, like how do I deal with, say, a creative executive in a way that's sort of natural and comfortable and appropriate for them, and that's different from, say, an engineering executive, and my team had to do that as well. But yeah, I mean, it was really just the pace of the business. I mean, that's a good problem to have, is if you're just dealing with growth and pace, but it's not easy. I mean, it's very, very, like, not just the scale of just the growth of customer, but everything was changing all the time. Like you could never, I think in the 10 years I was there, I never actually was able to meet all my hiring targets, right? Just because it's, security talent is so hard to find. It's so hard to find good security people. It's hard to find good software security people. It's hard to find people with cloud experience, and it's hard to find people who are pragmatic and practical, and don't come from that kind of doctor no security mentality where they want to be the one that kind of says what can happen, and are not really in tune with enabling the business.
Yeah, and maybe I'm abstracting it too much, but that security mentality. Look, security people approach their jobs in a certain kind of way. It's more conservative maybe than the Silicon Valley move fast, break things. Especially Netflix is sort of like one of the big companies you think of with, chaos engineering is like the epitome of moving fast and breaking things. So usually, you know, you don't have that much maybe. In what ways did you and that culture overlap? Did it work? In what ways was it a challenge from a security point of view? Or was it just like seamless with the hundreds, the thousands of deployments and you guys doing your thing and them doing theirs?
Yeah, I would definitely be overstating it if I said it was seamless. But I would say I certainly embraced that culture, and I did my best to hire folks that would also do that. But yeah, the chaos engineering, but it kind of goes back to what I was mentioning earlier, where regardless of how you go about like thinking about governance or testing, you want the same outcomes, right? You want security, you want availability, reliability, and chaos engineering was just kind of a fundamentally different way of going about that. And for folks that aren't familiar, it started with my actually an old ex-colleague, Greg. He had this idea for this thing called Chaos Monkey, where the idea was, well, what would happen if you put a monkey into a data center and they just started pulling out cables and turning off switches? Like, what would happen? Would your system, like, how would your system respond to that kind of sort of influence? And because in the cloud, in a large scale system, things are failing all the time, and if your system can't handle like network failures or hard drive failures, then you're going to have a bad time in the cloud. So that chaos engineering was about how do you get those outcomes, and how do you test those outcomes rather than rely on like, hey, some vendor says this is the way to create high availability. It's like, no, we're gonna actually test it, and we were gonna shut down data centers, and we're gonna shut down systems and see how your system responds, and then it'll either have a good response or not. And we built a lot of like institutional knowledge and experience, and sort of the patterns and practices that are helpful for running large scale systems in the cloud. And as a security team, we did the same thing. We had Security Monkey and Exploit Monkey, and all of our sort of tools and automation were meant to sort of integrate with the production environment, with the systems that developers use. So.
And are there any ways in which the resiliency that you build through that culture and through that chaos engineering makes the job of security easier, or are we basically talking about two different modes?
It's sort of, it makes it different. I would say, one of the things, and just to use a concrete example, one of the patterns that we had developed and really used from the very beginning was this idea of immutable infrastructure and sort of auto scaling. So basically, with immutable infrastructure, at least the way that we were doing it, once a system was launched, it didn't change, like once it was running. So if you wanted to make a change, you actually had to sort of rebake your image and redeploy your system. And so that really like completely obviated, a bunch of sort of like runtime, sort of patch management, like all that kind of stuff goes out the window. And instead, you're focusing on keeping images updated, and it just takes kind of a fundamentally different approach to things like vulnerability match management and patch management. Like our systems, I think, for a while, like the average like lifetime of an instance was only about 12 hours, right? So if an instance is coming and going every 12 hours, like it's not like, if you think about a lot of like on-prem data centers, you'll have systems that are around for years, and so it's a totally different kind of operational model. So then you have to adjust security. So it was different, but we were always looking for ways, well, how can we leverage, what we're doing for reliability or for developer productivity for security, basically trying to dual purpose those kinds of things. That was one of the ways that we tended to get efficiency, was looking to see like, how can we take advantage of these things instead of complaining like, oh, we don't have what we used to have in the old data center world.
Sure. And, we've been talking a lot about the early and mid days, but, you were at Netflix for what, over a decade it must have been. A lot has changed in InfoSec in that time, for sure. A lot's changed in Netflix, as you've alluded to. In what sort of big overarching ways did the nature of your work transform from when you first got there as the one-man team to the time you left last year?
Yeah, I mean, I would say for me individually, just the way you spend time just changes. You're sort of deep in the weeds for probably like the first half of the time, like the first 5 years, I was like really, really involved. And then you kind of, by nature of it, you just sort of have to up level a bit, even if, frankly, like that was less comfortable for me. And you're just spending a lot more time with your peers and with other folks kind of influencing. And really, I mean, I don't think Netflix was different in this dimension, but once you become like an executive, it's sort of taken for granted that you control and manage your domain, and then it's really about, well, what additional value do you bring to the rest of the business? And I remember that was like kind of shocking to me when I first started attending like our e-staff meetings, like the VP and above meetings, where because they would want your input on like marketing strategy in Singapore, and at first I was like, I don't know anything about, but it was like, well, the idea is like, if you have these like difficult unsolved problems, if you sort of put some, bright folks with like context about the culture, together in a room, you can have good outcomes. And I would say, yeah, I mean, the security industry has just changed. It's become so complex. The big one for me was like this kind of like continuing divergence of like the skill sets needed for like what you might call corpsec or like enterprise security, EDR and third party risk versus like product security and software security. Those are just such big domains of themselves. It's almost impossible to get somebody who feels comfortable like straddling both of those. So you just find so many more like folks who can just go really, really deep on things, which I liked. I mean, I was never, I was always kind of a generalist, and I would hesitate to call myself an expert in any one of those things. And, it was just more of like having a sight of it all, but it just became so much more specialized.
And only because we only have a minute left, what's something that you've kept with you since leaving, just to leave anybody out there who's listening to us now with some kind of takeaway for themselves?
Yeah, I mean, I guess a couple of things. One, I would say is like, if you're in a leadership role, you want to have, you don't want to have higher expectations for your team than you do of yourself. So like, keep your expectations for yourself high. And also, one of the things I have really come to embrace over the years is like, good leaders know how to say no. And like, that's what strategy is about. It's about limiting what you're going to do and about focusing and not just trying to take everything on. And so that's always one of my like early good signals for leaders or folks who can say no and don't feel like they need to do everything.
All right. Well, until Christopher, you want to interrupt us? I had more questions for Jason, but eventually we're gonna have to yield the floor.
Yeah, we got a couple more minutes if you guys want to wrap up still. Jason, are you good for a few more?
By the way, anybody can, if anybody wants to shoot a question for Jason in the Q&A section, do we have one of those?
Yeah, we got some comments coming in from YouTube. We actually had a technical problem with the LinkedIn stream. wasn't able to rectify that, so we're pushing out the YouTube link. We did have $1,000 donation come in while you guys were talking, which is pretty amazing. So Title Cyber, thank you very much. $17,205. I'll let you guys wrap it up, and then we're going to bring on some new folks. Thanks.
No, okay. I only wanted to ask, you know, could you tell me, just to give people a sense of like the full transformation here, what Netflix cybersecurity looks like now, like how many people are working there in the jobs that you were doing on your own at the beginning?
Oh, geez. Well, so I took over parts of IT, I guess about 3 years, with about 3 years left. And so I think I had about 100 folks working security, about 50 on IT. So I imagine it's slightly bigger than that. I mean, I'm still in touch with quite a lot of the folks, but you know, done kind of reorgs and sort of stuff like that. But I think it's and then also I think that one of the real big things that has come up since I've left is games. So that, you know, there's always something new to work on. But yeah, so I mean, I think it's, you know, a lot of the same folks are still there, but I'm about a year and a half out now, so I'd hate to speak on their behalf.
Yeah, fair enough. Last thing I'm curious about, you were there for so long. Did you face any major like security incidents? Anything that, you know, was really got to you?
You know, they were probably like the biggest one that was like publicly disclosed. Well, I mean, probably the biggest one was we had basically a fourth party security incident. We had basically a vendor of a vendor was compromised and basically stole, I think like 10 or 11 episodes of a season of one of our shows, one of our original shows. So that was kind of gnarly, and there was some ransoming involved. And then, you know, beyond that, we would have kind of spikes, especially as we went global. A lot of like phishing against our customers, account takeover, you know, that kind of thing. We would every once in a while have spikes, but you know, I'll knock on wood and say it was thankfully, you know, in 10 plus years, there were no sort of major security incidents.
Cool. All right. Well, I won't be too greedy. Christopher, you can take over for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Jason, thank you so much. That was a super interesting interview. I wish I wasn't busy trying to debug stuff, but I'm going to go rewatch it on the recording after I finish this 12-hour marathon. And Nathaniel, Nate, thank you so much for all the help you've been giving us with our podcast, for doing this interview. You did this unpaid, and I thought it was very well done, and I'm taking notes on how to interview people. So thank you both.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Jason. See you guys. Good luck with everything.
All right. And next we have Sarah Wilkinson and Rick Gordon from Title Cyber. You fine folks just threw $1,000 into the pot. So thank you so very much. It's very cool to see us creeping up to the 20,000 goal, which was the real goal. We just keep moving the goalposts. So
glad to be part of it.
Yeah. So why don't you tell us a little bit about Title Cyber, and we'll go from there.
Sarah, you want me to handle that one?
Yeah, you're the CEO, so it feels like a question for you.
Sure. So Title Cyber is, you know, our whole objective is to make threat-informed defense a reality for, you know, enterprises that are trying to really apply knowledge of adversary behaviors to their security concepts of operation. I think the three founders, we're a new company, been around about a year. The three founders left MITRE, where we were working in the area of the application of the MITRE attack knowledge base. Really inspired by, I think, you know, the impact that MITRE had, or the attack knowledge base had, but then recognizing that, you know, a platform needed to exist to make this really easy. That enterprises really wanted this sort of, you know, fully baked integrated capability that allows an enterprise to go from, you know, adversary behavior changes in the threat intelligence environment to, you know, make this configuration change in your defensive stack today to really address the increase in risk.
Very cool. And where are you both located? Are you guys a virtual company, or do you have a geographic spot?
So
Sarah.
I am down in I'm down in Richmond, Virginia. Rick is up in the Reston, Clifton, Northern Virginia area. We do have a small office in Reston, Virginia, but for the most part, our team is remote.
Very cool. And Sarah, you jumped in initially. How did you come to hear about the effort? I don't remember.
Yeah, so we got invited to be a part of it. We were at the Cybertech NYC conference last month, and somebody mentioned that and made the connection to you. So we were just super excited to jump in here at Tidal, making sure that we're being an active participant in the larger cybersecurity community for good. It's really important to us. It's one of our core values. And so it was just really exciting to dive right in.
Oh, very cool. And I think I've mentioned it already today in the stream, but given that it's 12 hours, I feel I can repeat some things. One of my favorite things about working in cybersecurity is that I think everybody has this, strong moral core, and we all are looking to, make the world better. And it's really cool to see the response from companies like yours that are really stepping up to do something. So thank you.
Yeah, for sure, and thank you guys for sort of taking the leadership role in this. I think I think your instincts were right that the community would rally around, a good cause, and but it definitely took leadership to sort of get us all mobilized. So super happy to be a part of it, and really glad you did it.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, and it doesn't take much, to be honest. I used to do this under a different umbrella called Startups Care that was local to my geographic area. And I think I might next year put together a playbook, and we can call it Everybody Cares, and try and get a bunch of different industries to take off with it. So we'll see if that ever materializes.
Awesome.
Nice. Love it. Love it.
Do you guys have any plans for the holiday season?
For me, I'll be traveling to see my family in West Virginia, which is where I grew up. Very excited about that. Hoping for some snow. There's no guarantee there, things being what they are, but we'll see.
We'll see. I think that's a foregone conclusion in my family. Apparently we're going to get hit with another polar vortex that weekend. So there'll be plenty of snow on the ground.
Hunker down and
morning, with any luck.
Yeah. So West Virginia of country roads fame.
Yeah.
And you say that was like you maybe had enough of that song.
I mean, a little bit. You never truly get sick of it. There used to be a meme that went around. If you're from West Virginia, you call it Country Roads Cat. I don't know what anybody else calls it. If I can find it, I'll. I don't know if there's a way to share images. Let me see. Maybe I can share my screen or something if I can find it. But it's really funny. It's like, I hate that song, but then when it comes on, it's like, okay, fine, yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a punk rock version by the Me Too and the Gimme Gimmes that I really like.
Oh, they've covered everything. Of course there is.
Yeah.
When I was in college, I spent a month in Ireland with a group from school, and I went to college in West Virginia, and we were in a pub in some random little town on the west coast of Ireland. I don't even remember the town, but it was like not one of the towns that anybody's ever heard of. And we were in a pub, and somehow somebody told the band that there were people from West Virginia. And so they just played like the Irish traditional version of that, which was kind of hilarious.
Hey, Rick, how did you get your start?
Yeah, Sarah, I definitely heard the train today. But I think I heard the question. So how did I get started in cybersecurity?
Yeah.
It was funny. It was back in 1999. It was I just left a position in tech investment banking, and started my entrepreneurial journey. It ended up pivoting into an opportunity related to a secure email gateway. So that was back when we called it information security, right? Cyber wasn't really the thing yet, and although it's been a really interesting journey along the way, a large number of interactions, a few successful startups for sure. Sort of played active roles on both the operator or the entrepreneurial side, as well as the investor side. So that's been a great experience. To watch, I'll just say, security evolve from a really difficult environment to be an entrepreneur into one that's just is fantastic. It's just we were right in 99, and it was great around, let's say 2010, 2011 for the rest of the world to sort of wake up and recognize it.
Yeah, in 1999, you were still basically cooking everything yourself, right?
Yep.
There were no off-the-shelf ways to build these systems and make. Yeah.
Well, and the cost of building a software company at that time was an order of magnitude more, or at least getting to the first prototype, right? It was just the investment that you had to make in hardware alone was not for the faint of heart. Now, with cloud and sort of the way that we develop software platforms and cloud environments is just dramatically less expensive.
Mm-hmm. And the 3 market crashes you've now been a cybersecurity practitioner through.
I've seen it all, right?
Yeah.
It's funny. You sort of get you're like, well, we have contingency plan 1. Let's just execute that plan, and then because we always come out of it. You just have to make sure you stay alive through the process.
Yeah, I can't remember who the quote was from exactly. One of the big investors, and it was when the economy has a crash, the tide goes out, and you can see who's swimming without shorts on.
That's right. I love it. I love the metaphor, and it's true, right? I think to the extent that you can add value as as an entrepreneur, as a security provider in an environment that where there's not a ton of discretionary spending, then you're likely to come out as a winner.
And Sarah, what about you? How did you find your way into cybersecurity?
So I worked. I started out my professional career in nonprofit fundraising, and then I was able to it was kind of one of those just weird career forks in the road that you just sort of like, oh, that sounds exciting. I'm going to go down there. I started working at a company that was called NC4 that had a cybersecurity business unit. If you're familiar with either Soltra or Mission Center, NC4 had both of those at one time. Soltra actually started out under the auspices of the FSI SAC and DTCC. But I fell into that, and it was kind of a perfect fit. And I just really kind of took to the industry really well and worked there for a few years. The NC4 brand actually got sold to Everbridge with the physical security side of the house, but the cyber products stayed with the original owner and are now under the brand of Solarium. And I was there for a few years, and I've just kind of grown my cyber career from there, and kind of came over to Tidal, and really excited to continue in the cybersecurity marketing space. I'm the director of marketing here at Tidal.
Oh, very cool. Do either of you have Christmas traditions in your family, or holiday traditions? Sorry, I should reframe that a little.
It's changed as my kids get older. I think getting up early is less to do with it. I think quality is giving or quantity is giving way to quality as it relates to sort of what's under the tree, and so that that all is super fun. I think I'll never well, I always miss having kids that are super little. As they get older, the traditions sort of change, and so I think we're going to spend time together. I've got 4. All 4 of them are home. In fact, I think last night's dinner was the first time all 6 of us had been at the same table in probably 6 years.
Oh wow!
So, yeah, that was really terrific to sort of have that experience, and so it won't just be Christmas Day that we'll do that, but it'll be this next few weeks when I've got them all home, which is something that as a parent you really cherish.
Very cool. What about you, Sarah?
Yeah, man, I think the biggest tradition for us, there are a few, I guess, but kind of it starts right after Thanksgiving here in the US. The Saturday after Thanksgiving, we usually go and cut our Christmas tree, and it's so funny. Even though my brother and I are long since out of the house. I'm 35. I haven't lived at home for, God, forever. But we still, as long as we go home for Thanksgiving, we still make it a point to go do that. There are a couple of local Christmas tree farms in West Virginia that we know where are and make sure to, go patronize. And actually, the wreath on my front door here in Richmond, bought from the farm that we went to this year, which is really wonderful. But then otherwise, yeah, kind of with Rick, just the time together. I see my parents a fair bit just because I have some additional family here in Richmond. So they come down here with a degree of regularity, but I don't get back to West Virginia really hardly at all, except at Thanksgiving and Christmas. So I will definitely make it a point to see some old friends from childhood when I get up there, and just kind of enjoy the time with my brother. My brother lives in Nashville, Tennessee, and works for Nashville Metro Council, so he stays very busy, and I don't really see him very often. So it's just nice to have kind of the four of us together. And it's the thing that I always kind of think about, like, as Rick says, even though like what Christmas morning looks like kind of changes over the years, as everybody's an adult, everybody's grown, there are things about it that don't. Like, it still always feels like, like Christmas, like the holidays, like, just that togetherness, that, that level of excitement for the day has never left, which I think is kind of cool. It's something that I really appreciate.
Yeah, earlier today I was talking about, every year we make salt dough Christmas ornaments for the tree.
Yeah,
And
nice.
I lost my grandmother just a few months ago and my grandfather last year. And there's an extra level of emotion to that as you kind of get older and your children get older and you're pulling those things out and they're all tied to that year. And yeah, it's a really cool time to reflect. And I think a little bit sad. I actually came to the realization this year that I might have SADS. I just, paying attention to my mental health and my emotions over the year. I noticed this time of year is hard. And, before I used to think it was things that were happening in my life, but I actually think there's a larger pattern. And there's something about, getting together with your family and eating food to kind of fight the little bit of darkness in the winter before you move back into the light.
Yeah, for sure. And I just, the other thing too that I love, just being, being back with my family, we make it a point generally at some point in the holidays to go get outside. So where I grew up in West Virginia is not far from the New River Gorge, which, P.S., newest national park in the country. Woohoo. But we usually go try to spend some time in the gorge and do a little hiking. And that's just always, it's so restorative, by the time you get to the end of the year, and especially the last couple of years between COVID and just gestures broadly at everything. It's just kind of nice to just kind of get in the woods away from things. And in December, it's usually, there are not too many people who are willing to go out when it's 25 degrees. I am.
Well, in the video you did for us, you're out there by the river in the wind.
It was. Yeah. I thought I was being so smart to like not do it in my backyard where there are trains, because noise, and then all of a sudden there's wind.
The trains don't run at night, do they?
Yeah, they do.
Oh, so wow, you get to. Are you used to that, or does it wake you up?
I sleep right through them. They don't bother me. The only times I even get annoyed with them is like times like now, basically, when I'm trying to do a call and they decide to lay on the horn like right behind me.
So, Christopher, you said something. It's funny. You're funny to me anyway. As we sort of go through this period of in the beginning of winter, right? I do think we're all psychologically impacted by the shortening of the days, and it isn't exactly Christmas Day, but part of the season is hitting that solstice, right? And we do that as a family. We talk about it. We talk about the days getting shorter. But this sort of, looking hopefully toward the solstice day when the days start getting longer again, right? When, we can sort of celebrate, more light, more ability to sort of get out and warmer days. So, maybe it's in that way we're always looking forward to it.
Yeah. Yeah. My daughter was actually born on December 20th. So she missed the solstice by one day, but it's definitely a thing in our household to talk about, like, this is the shortest day. So Brandon from Red Siege just showed up. I'm going to try and bring him on stage just to spark things up a bit.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm not sure if his camera's working. I think some people might have had an issue. Brandon, are you there? Okay. Yeah, a few folks have had this. I'm gonna take him off and see if maybe he can rejoin. Yeah, I've never done anything like this before, so it's been like nerve-wracking leading up to it, and then we had problems with the LinkedIn Live stream, and it's just try not to overthink it or get too flustered by it, but I think it's par for the course, right?
Absolutely. There's always, anytime you do live events, something goes wrong.
Yeah.
Like I always have to tell myself that, even the event I mentioned in November in New York, I just had to kind of remind myself a couple of times, even though you planned everything, something's going to go wrong. You missed something,
totally.
somebody didn't tell you something.
Yeah, and we're going on YouTube, so it's going. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's funny. That's one of the maybe the biggest lessons that we all got from COVID, right? It's everything's so orchestrated, and for those of us that are OCD or type A, everything has to be perfect. And then all of a sudden you get this. I mean, all of us had this huge wrench thrown into our lives, right? And so we're all doing the best we can, and I think we all got a big dose of what it meant to be to have grace, right? And it's it's sometimes the cameras work, sometimes they don't work. I wish we actually figure out when they didn't work ahead of time. But
we have a question from the chat I just want to address. So she's asking what we're raising money for. So Sage, Cybersecurity Cares is sort of community initiative where a bunch of cybersecurity companies and practitioners are pooling our resources and donating to a charity called Action Against Hunger. It's one of the highest rated charities in the world by third-party analysts. They make all their financials public. 93% of every dollar goes directly to the programs, and they go into underdeveloped parts of the world and help build sustainable food systems to feed people that are food insecure. So we think it's a great cause, especially this time of year where I think food is so much a part of the celebrations that we experience here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can just chime in there just from some of the newsletters that I've gotten over the last few weeks. I know they're active in Haiti right now with a cholera outbreak. They're active in Somalia. There's actually been a drought in the Horn of Africa that's affected crops. So they're doing a lot of good work there. And of course, supporting hunger issues with the ongoing war in Ukraine as well. And that's just a quick sampling of some of the work they're doing. They're all over the place. You can definitely check out their website, which is linked on the Cybersecurity Cares, site to learn more.
Yeah, and actually at 10 a.m. or 10 a.m. my time in 7 minutes, we're scheduled to have a representative from Action Against Hunger come join us. So I'm sure they'll be much better at explaining where this money is going and what it's doing in the world. So it's very cool. And I'm excited I told you I'd sort of started a similar initiative almost 10 years ago now. And the first year we did $5,000 and we thought that was such a great success. And then we went on to raise $45,000 one year, a few years later. And so our inaugural year on Cybersecurity Cares, it looks like we're probably going to hit somewhere just north of $20,000. So that bodes very well for the future.
That's good.
Awesome.
It's I think security people are usually pretty giving.
Yeah.
I find we're certainly mission oriented.
Yeah. And there is like a real community aspect, and I'd love to see that grow more. Like I've heard people talk about like threat intel sharing and stuff like that. Like in a certain way, it's valuable information for your business, but people still share it because the larger mission is more important than maybe a slight profit boost kind of thing. So.
Now you're singing my song.
Absolutely.
Oh
yeah, for sure. It's I talk a lot about oftentimes, and it even undergirds our strategy around sort of threat intelligence and the importance of threat intelligence. And this even goes back to work that I did before 2010 around threat intelligence cycles around cybersecurity and what the impediments are and even the economic impediments. And so there are disincentives from making threat intelligence more available that are economically oriented that we've got to overcome. Yes, it is valuable, but to the extent that end users cannot get access to it or be aware of something they should be doing because they can't afford it, it actually creates these systemic problems. Right. So it's, particularly as we think about third-party risk, it's great that I know that I need to defend against particular behavior, but if my vendors don't know, then, I'm going to get popped a different way.
Right.
And so a lot of what we try to do is really are trying to sort of democratize the availability of it and the ability to actually do something with it, without having to make this $2 million a year investment in a threat intelligence organization.
Huh, very cool. Yeah, Paul Caiazzo, who was a guest earlier, he's a chief growth officer at Snap Attack, and they do threat intelligence through detection logic that they distribute to different platforms. And we actually integrated with them their community rule set, which they made available for free, which is not as good as the paid stuff. But their company even has a policy where if there's sort of that 0-day WannaCry, like really big thing happening, they make that stuff available through the community rule set as well, just for the greater good. Because I think in a way it works like the way vaccines are supposed to work, where if everybody's protected, there's sort of that herd immunity, right?
Yep, totally on board with that metaphor. That's a good one. And by the way, we're fans of Snap Attack too. Great
Okay, right on. Yeah, it's such a small community too. That's what's really cool too.
Yep, for sure.
And did you tell us where you were located geographically, Rick?
So Clifton. Family lives in Clifton, Virginia. We're up in Reston.
Right.
Although I grew up all over. Sarah's from West Virginia. I'm from almost West Virginia.
Yeah.
Originally, so a little town called Winchester, which is maybe 100 miles west of DC.
Very cool.
And spent left there when I was 18, joined the Navy, and the rest is kind of history.
You didn't just join the Navy; you left out a detail there. Went to Annapolis.
That was fun. It's interestingly, maybe worth discussing here that the number of service academy grads that are in our industry is striking. A lot of really significant security players that have sort of either come out of the Naval Academy or West Point. Like, Rick Howard and I have a good time talking about Army versus Navy. Rick's a well-known threat intelligence expert and a CISO. That was a CISO or the CSO at Palo Alto. He's a great guy. And Rich Bache, similarly, who's now within the agency of the CISO. He was a classmate of mine at Navy. Just we're everywhere.
Yeah.
It may have something to do with the fact that we're all drawn there, even as kids, by the mission and by sort of the spirit of patriotism. But sort of kept the foot in a mission that mattered, even though we're off doing things that maybe are partially self-interested for sure, but we want to sort of do well by doing good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's a lot of people I meet in cybersecurity either come from the Navy or the Air Force. I think I've run into more Air Force people than Navy people, but that seems to be two big streams into the private sector.
Yeah, it's I can start ticking them off. There's for sure. One of my good friends when I was the COO of Looking Glass. The CEO then was a guy named Derek Gabbard, who's gone to do great things after that too. It was a Air Force Academy grad.
Yeah.
Wherever.
What kind of, did you spend time on a ship?
Submarines.
Submarines. Oh my goodness.
I was Navy nuclear trained. Although I must admit I've forgotten more about splitting atoms than I remember.
Yeah.
We did that, and certainly learned to navigate under the water, and how to shoot torpedoes and Tomahawk missiles. It was all at 20-something years old, way more responsibility than anyone should have allowed me to have, but certainly way more fun too.
Yeah. Very tight quarters. How many people are on a typical submarine of that class?
So complement on the class that I was on is about 140. It's it's tight. It's certainly tight quarters. That subs have fewer people doing the same amount of work. So we had to hustle for sure. And with it as a young professional, I think that was a great experience to have. And although it's funny when I transitioned out of the Navy and went to business school and took that Wall Street job. It's funny. Someone would ask me if I could handle the stress of Wall Street. I just laughed.
What was the longest that you stayed underwater without surfacing?
Without surfacing, without actually coming up, for me, around 6 weeks.
6 weeks. And what's it capable of if you had to stay down?
Till you run out of food.
Oh, wow. So you can redo the oxygen. Does that come from seawater, or?
We make our own O2. We scrub the CO2 out. It is a little mini habitat.
Wow, that's fascinating. I've heard that you actually have to swap beds with other people, so you don't actually even have your own sleeping quarters. It's like shared, or?
So thankfully, I didn't have to do that, but they call it hot racking. And so for some of the most junior sailors on the boat, they do. There aren't enough to go around, and they'll have to hot rack.
Yeah, that's something else in a nuclear reactor. And where do you guys? I guess you can't say where you were, but in the Atlantic or Pacific?
I was Atlantic.
Atlantic.
I had a chance to actually put one together. I built the USS Toledo, which was what's known as a plank owner. Hopefully, I'll get the invitation to the decommissioning. It should, it's getting to the end of its useful life, so that'll be fun to go see it. But when I got there, there's just a big hole in the submarine. No reactor was in it yet. It was really, really cool to watch them put it in, and then bring that thing to life. Take it out for the first time, submerge it for the first time. Even my favorite pictures of that boat is prior to commissioning, they flew a helicopter out and took a picture of it, and the guy that wrote that watch bill, they call it a maneuvering watch. The guy that wrote the watch bill was my office mate, or my suite mate. And he said the watch bell, and I was like, "Hey man, can you get me on that watch?" And so we were both in there. It's like the picture for that submarine, and I'm in it, and something that I'll never forget.
Very cool. So our representative from Action Against Hunger showed up. I'm going to bring her out. I don't know if you guys want to hang out or sign off, but we can do either way.
So I will have to go, but I really appreciate you guys involving us in this, and look forward to doing it again next year.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. I got to jump too, but thanks so much for the leadership here, Lima Charlie, and thanks.
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support, and it's great to make new friends in the industry. Next year, we're going to do it bigger and better, and we'll have less technical issues. Okay.
Thanks again.
Bye, you guys. All right. Hello, Tyler.
Hi, how are you doing?
Doing good. So anybody watching, this is Tyler. I'm not going to try and say your last name. I apologize. From Action Against Hunger. So thank you so much for the good work that you do. Do you want to give the people watching maybe a high-level overview of what the organization is, how long it's been around, what the mission is, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah. First and foremost, thanks for having me on and being able to be here today and, represent Action Against Hunger. So my name is Tyler Hudacek. I serve as a partnerships coordinator for Action Against Hunger. I work with partnerships mostly for, small businesses and foundations, really helping to kind of drive fundraising to support our mission. So our organization, Action Against Hunger, we've been around since I think the 1980s, founded originally to support the growing need in the Middle East. And then since then, we've really expanded globally. Our kind of core mission is to really work to end hunger globally. Our programs are less about kind of providing, food and meals, but really kind of addressing the root causes of hunger. So, we work with communities facing climate change, facing conflict, to, again, address the root causes. So we work with a lot of smallholder farmers and a lot of agriculture communities to help overcome that. We also have teams that are really on call 24/7 to respond to an emergency as it arises. That may be a natural disaster, maybe conflict related, but working to kind of respond at a moment's notice for communities most impacted. And yeah, like I said, we work in over 50 countries globally. And, I think right now, I guess this year in particular, we've responded a lot to the to the needs in Ukraine and to a lot of the nearby countries, as they saw a lot of individuals fleeing Ukraine, providing support there. The impacts in Ukraine have been felt globally. So we have seen a lot of impact actually in East Africa right now with the drought going on, and then also a lot of the ripple effects from Ukraine. So a lot of increase in food prices and commodities. So trying to figure out how we can approach that and respond to that to help prevent hunger from happening, before it's too late.
So in places that are maybe underdeveloped where you're working, you go in and help establish agriculture. Is that part of the programs that you put in place?
Yep, exactly. So that's one component of our work. We work with a lot of smallholder farmers, in a kind of various capacities. So one might being to help, develop home kind of kitchen gardens, is what we call them. So really bringing kind of food closer to the home, to the family, to the household. But then also focusing on, drought resilient crops. So what crops can be best cultivated in an area where, rainfall is kind of intermittent, or just kind of there are extended periods of drought. So crops that you don't have to irrigate on a regular basis. We also work in a lot of communities to develop kind of safe water infrastructure. So, waterborne illnesses are a major driver of hunger globally. So how can we work to develop kind of safe, clean access to water to prevent waterborne illnesses and therefore, helping to prevent hunger.
Can you explain the relationship there? So waterborne illnesses related to hunger, is that because they can't eat the food, or like how does that relationship?
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing that we're seeing, and actually we've seen it just recently pop up in Haiti again, and then in Pakistan currently, in Lebanon, is cholera. So cholera is a waterborne disease that provides really bad, dehydration and diarrhea. So a lot of kids, even if you are consuming food, their bodies are not retaining the nutrients that are needed and just kind of, pushing it out. Even if we are able to make sure kids have access to food, have access to nutritious food, and the quantity that is needed, their bodies are just not able to retain it and absorb it, in an effective manner. So, if, at that point, we're really trying to prevent cholera and other waterborne diseases, so that, they are able to then have, nutritious food that their bodies can absorb and that they can consume.
And the need globally, I know locally here, I work with an organization called the Greater Vancouver Food Bank, and they just had their a record-setting year, which isn't good for that organization, where they saw the number of people using their service double over the last year. Are you seeing the same kind of need globally? Like, is it growing rapidly?
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. In 2021, Action Against Hunger as a global organization, we supported, I think, around 25 million individuals through our various programs. So, it might have been, cash transfers to be able to afford food. It might have been support to women to kind of help produce food at a household level, treatment for children directly. So kind of supporting them in various capacities. But then to put things into perspective, in East Africa right now, we're seeing over 20 million people in need due to the drought and then inflation because of increase in prices of commodities. And that's just East Africa alone. So there's certainly been a huge uptick for various reasons. I think, there's kind of still some lingering effects from COVID, but then increase in food prices from Ukraine has, sent prices up. And then, drought conditions in a lot of the Horn and East Africa, really just any extreme weather event, because then also in South Sudan, there is a lot of flooding going on, which is kind of the opposite end of the spectrum as well, which can, be equally as devastating to crops and production as drought is as well. So there's absolutely been a huge increase in uptick in the need that we're seeing, not just East Africa, but truly globally as well.
For anybody watching, outside of donating money, is there anything that they can do to support your organization or like the cause at large?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, first and foremost, financial donations. I think also just visibility and awareness is huge to our cause. I think financial donations are great, but there are, and it's tricky because there are so many kind of needs everywhere, not just hunger, not just globally, but even in our own backyard. So I think just visibility and awareness as well. So being informed and aware of what's going on globally has been a huge thing as well, and just kind of understanding the implications and consequences of conflict and kind of extreme weather events and so forth.
Do you think like at the political level, is it useful for people to sort of write their representatives and talk about these issues and say that they're important to them? Does that help drive funds and motivation?
It does. And I think for, most causes, I think, it's tricky because Action Against Hunger as an organization, we don't have programs in the United States. So kind of from that immediate direct impact, writing a representative might be kind of a little bit far reaching. However, we do receive a lot of funding from USAID and other government funding organizations. So even in Europe, we do receive a lot of kind of international government support as well. So I think from that standpoint, absolutely, I think the funding that we do receive to be able to survive as an organization, is influenced by government action here in the U.S., abroad. But a lot of our work and programs is not just Action Against Hunger going into communities, but we do work with local governments, so at a regional level, but then even the national governments in the countries where we work. So really, in order to make long-term sustainable change, we're not just coming in as a development organization to be able to implement programs, but truly working with and for the local governments to be able to make sure that programs are sustainable, that they do have kind of additional community buy-in, and continuing to ensure the sustainability of those programs in local countries. Oh, I think you might have been muted.
Oh, sorry. I think I was typing. I have a very loud mechanical keyboard, so I can do what I type. I was going to ask, is that so? Researching which organization we were going to support. I went and looked around, and one of the things that attracted me to you folks through a website called Charity Watch, where they have all your financials listed, and they kind of giving you a grade, and one of the highest ranking ones. So bravo. I can't remember, it was 90 cents or 93 cents out of every dollar actually goes into these programs, whereas most other organizations, it's like up to half or more of every dollar donated. So is that how you keep your costs low, is by employing people that are local to the area?
Yes, absolutely. And I think that's all a great point. So we currently, as of kind of our most recent financials, 91 cents of every dollar that we raise goes directly to our high impact programs. So those programs directly in country. And then on top of that, kind of to your other point, we do employ about 95% of our staff are local to the communities. So, we're not trying to come in and, implement our own programs, but we are wanting to make sure that they are, community led. The voices of the individuals that we're working with are heard. And so really trying to build the capacity locally, internally, and that also kind of then feeds back into making sure that we can be sustainable and thoughtful with our programs. So yes, exactly. As much as we can, our staff are local to the communities that we work in.
Very cool. I just had one. I'm not used to being in front of the camera, so it catches up with me every once in a while.
Not a problem.
Why don't we do something? Oh yeah, this is what I was going to ask. So is there an example that you can think of where your organization went into a situation that was very dire and sort of describe the process? Like, is there a success story that you guys hold up as an example of the good work that you do? You can walk us through.
Yeah, the one that I've been using most recently. So as I had mentioned earlier, there has been a lot of extreme weather events across the Horn and East Africa. So there's been, drought conditions in some areas, but then there's also been a lot of, extreme flooding in others. So kind of wiping out a lot of the crops that local communities do produce. So in particular in South Sudan, one of the main crops that is produced is called sorghum. It's a grain similar to millet and kind of other other small grains. However, it's not favorable to a lot of water, so it actually does grow better in drier conditions. However, with a lot of the flooding that has been occurring, a lot of farmland has been not able to produce and grow this crop. So rice is a crop that is not necessarily grown in the region, but is consumed quite a bit. So you already have, from a kind of consumption standpoint, it's already there, it's already integrated, but it's actually an imported crop from a lot of other countries. So rice is actually favorable to a lot of water, and oftentimes you will flood the field in order to harvest it. It does keep out a lot of weeds that overcrowd the rice crop as you are growing it. So in a lot of communities, that is something that we have been able to kind of teach and bring to communities that are facing a lot of extreme flooding. So switching from growing sorghum to rice has been so far quite successful. There's been a lot of interest in communities, a lot of individuals asking about, how to grow it, what are the best conditions for it. And so that is something that, we have been able to, I guess, adapt to the changing climate and making sure that, individuals are not only able to grow food for consumption, but then grow food to be able to sell in a market. And as I had mentioned, it's a crop that people are already familiar with, already consume. So it's not like you're having to integrate a new crop into a community to then, consume it. It's already something that's kind of ingrained. And so, from that standpoint, there has been, a demand in the markets for this crop, but just making it more of a locally grown commodity at this point.
And are there communities that you're looking at that are maybe doing okay right now, but given what we know about the climate shifts and climate modeling that's coming, are you going in and helping them harden, against what's coming ahead of time, or is it still kind of reacting to need as it comes up?
No, that's a great point. I mean, resilience kind of building is a huge part of our programs. So sure, there's a lot of communities that are doing okay, but with increasing in prices of just kind of basic commodities, that's again starting to put more and more strain on individuals. So we do a lot of livelihood building, livelihood programming with the communities. That may be, from an agriculture standpoint. So livelihoods, if you're, growing rice and then now selling it, that is income for your family. But then there are other kind of livelihood programming that's non-agriculture related. Anything from kind of sewing to, cobblers making shoes or fixing shoes. So there are kind of alternative ways to bring in income that is, non-agricultural based, especially as, there has been so much kind of real effects because of a changing climate. So how can we build resiliency in communities to be able to not necessarily rely so heavily on kind of one single livelihood, one single income, but kind of diversifying, where their household income is coming from.
Very cool. And how did you get involved in the nonprofit sector? What made you, because it's not necessarily one where people go to find financial success. So I'm always interested.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's a great question. So I had many years ago served in the Peace Corps in Uganda. So I was first introduced to kind of the nonprofit development world through my experience in the Peace Corps. And then coming out of that, knowing that I still wanted to work in the international development space, less from the programming standpoint, but now kind of shifting more to a fundraising standpoint. So, partnership development, partnership building, to be able to support those programs, those high impact programs that our teams in country, are managing on a daily basis. So being able to continue to support international development, but from a little bit different perspective.
So for people that might not know, and I don't really know, what's the Peace Corps and how does that work?
Yeah, so the U.S. Peace Corps is a U.S. government funded program.
Okay. Yeah.
It is, a 2-year commitment, and it's a partnership between the U.S. government and the host country government. There was kind of during COVID, it kind of went away, but now it's actually coming back again. So the U.S. government then trains and sends volunteers to many different countries all over the world. Again, it's a partnership between the U.S. government and the host country government. So not every country has Peace Corps volunteers, but the countries that do, accept and welcome volunteers, we then, are trained, but really serve as in a volunteer capacity. And so every country is different in terms of what programming exists. In Uganda, for example, where I was, there were education volunteers, there were health volunteers, and there were agribusiness volunteers. So those were the kind of the 3 main focus areas that the Ugandan government had identified as areas of greatest need and where they wanted volunteers to work with. So in Uganda, I was then partnered with a local organization and a local community, and really supported the community's kind of identified needs for where I could then support them. I was focused on health, but specifically as I was kind of engaging and first chatting with various school teachers and nurses and doctors in the area, the biggest thing that kind of kept rising to the top was sexual reproductive health, especially for women and adolescent girls. And so I worked with a lot of primary and secondary schools to help support and develop their sexual reproductive health curriculum. So really I worked in partnership with, the headmasters, the senior women teachers, to be able to then kind of develop the curriculum and then support them to actually teach it in the classroom and kind of add it into their curriculum in their school.
Wow, that sounds like very rewarding and exciting work. Must have felt a little bit dangerous going over when you were younger.
Yeah. I think it's dangerous everywhere. We see, so much going on in our backyard everywhere. But
Right.
no, I actually very much was a part of the community, was a neighbor of so many people. I, had dinner with my neighbors on a regular basis. I was engaged with them, so for me, I think that was like the most kind of exciting part of it was really kind of being a part of the community there and not just coming in, serving as a volunteer for a couple of weeks and leaving. But, I was there for 2 years. I was able to learn a little bit of the language that my community spoke. And so I think that was something that I found, quite rewarding and exciting, and, finding that community and that kind of welcoming group of individuals that really takes you in as one of their neighbors as well.
Very cool. I gotta be honest, I'm struggling with where else. Education in grains and stuff like that. Do you have any kind of background in food education or agriculture or anything like that?
I don't, but I think, just something that I'm, interested in, read a lot about. And then actually the area that I was in Uganda, their staple crop happened to be sorghum as well. And so just kind of familiarity with, my neighbors who who were smallholder farmers. That was one of the biggest crops that they grew, and then processed and sold. And so it's kind of actually, for me, exciting to now kind of see the work in action again, not just from kind of my lived experience, but now working with an organization like Action Against Hunger, kind of having that experience, having that knowledge to kind of translate to their work now as well. So I think for me, it's exciting to kind of have the familiarity, have some of the lived experience, and continuing to support it in a different way. So yeah, I mean, I think that's, a huge reason why I was there in Uganda and why I continue to work for an organization like Action Against Hunger is something I'm interested in, passionate about, and able to, really get behind and support their work. I think that's a huge, excitement for me to be able to work for an organization that I do truly care so much about and, want to see the kind of efforts of their work and the communities that they work in. So it's exciting for me and rewarding for me to be able to continue to work in this space.
Do you know off the top, and it's totally okay if you don't know, what you guys raised last year from private fundraising like this?
I think in 2021, our private fundraising was right around, I think, 12 million. And is something that, we're hoping to obviously increase 2022 and thereafter. As we had kind of mentioned earlier in the call, there is an increased and growing need, and is something that, the more we can raise, the more individuals that we can support. And so that's, obviously a goal for ours this year and then, in subsequent years as well, is really just to continue to increase the number of individuals that we're working with and supporting, and able to, engage through our programming, and, treatment programs too. So yeah, I mean, certainly hopeful that we can continue to increase that and keep working with more people globally. And unrestricted funding is huge for us. It allows us to respond at a moment's notice to where an emerging need is. So especially with conflict and natural disasters, it's hard to predict and know when something's going to happen. So it allows us to be able to respond. As I said earlier, we do have our emergency response teams, on call 24/7. So if there is something that happens, we're able to pivot quickly and respond and provide the support that is needed in a moment's notice.
So I caught something in what you said. So is it, I guess a lot of your funding comes from, grants or relationships with government, and that money has to sort of be put to where, like, there's an agreement in place about how that money is going to be used, but this privately donated money can then be used for this sort of rapid response stuff where you don't have to go fill out a RFP and get a grant and all that stuff ahead of time.
Exactly. So yes, a lot of our government funding is very restricted. So it's going towards a specific program or a specific country to support that work, which is, hugely needed. But I think the kind of a lot of the unrestricted dollars are crucial to what we do on a day-to-day basis, because, with what we saw in Ukraine, it allowed us to immediately respond to provide kind of, food and hygiene kits for families in need. It allowed us to make sure that, medical care is there, bring in, mental health experts to be able to support individuals and families. So it allows us to be able to pivot and respond, as quickly as possible without then having to respond to an RFP, wait a few months, and then, it's a long kind of drawn out process, but it does help to speed up the process, and allows us to kind of jump on, where the need is most.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Tyler. You did great. I think I did okay too. So I'm sure that was very valuable. I know a lot of people want to know where their money's going, and it's great to hear about all the good work you guys are doing. And we're hoping to do this again next year. So maybe we'll talk again next year.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you again, and we are so grateful for this opportunity and for everyone, streaming and watching. Grateful for you to be a part of this as well, and yeah, it's hugely helpful to have everyone listening and seeing, and appreciate the support that everyone's brought to us today.
Awesome. Okay, Tyler. Thank you.
All right, take care. Bye.
All right, next up, I'm going to bring on my colleague and superstar, Jessica Kreitzer. Hi, Jessica. Oh, are we having audio issues? This is just like our regular work calls. Here, I'm going to pull on the fireplace. It wouldn't be a good live stream without some technical issues. Oh. You can't hear me? Is that what
I couldn't hear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. Apparently the AirPods aren't working, but.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, it's nice to have you. I was introducing you as my colleague and superstar.
Thank you. No, thank you, Chris, for doing this. This is amazing. Can't believe we're at 17,000 already.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I'm looking at the clock going, oh, wow, you have like 7.5 hours to go.
Oh, man. Yeah, you've got a lot of day ahead of you, but
yeah,
it's amazing. And
yeah, I have some videos I'm going to play in the middle just so I can, take a break and take care of myself a little bit. Kind of bummed about the LinkedIn problems we had, but par for the course, I suppose.
Hey, it's okay. The donations are coming in, so it's all good.
Yeah.
And I've been following along today. The guests have seemed to be really interesting and really
cool. Lots of good stuff. JP with Rochester, New York, and Jason Chen, former VP at Netflix, VP of Security at Netflix. Those are great. Do you want to tell everybody what you do at Lima Charlie? Or
so
I haven't told anybody what Lima Charlie does, so maybe you can give the quick pitch on that, if that's not putting you on the spot.
So hi everyone, Jessica Kreitzer here, Chief Revenue Officer at Lima Charlie. I live in the Washington, D.C. area, been in cybersecurity field for, over 15 years. And, my role at Lima Charlie is to lead sales, marketing, revenue operations. So, helping to grow our customer base, brand awareness, working with great folks like Chris and the rest of the team to help get, more exposure to our great platform. So yeah, happy to be here today and raising money for a good cause. I'm also incredibly passionate about charitable giving. So this is an amazing effort.
Yeah, you were just telling me about something you did with your mom recently. Do you want to tell us about that really cool effort?
Yeah, so here in Washington, D.C., there is obviously, most folks know of Arlington National Cemetery, and it's actually tomorrow. It happens tomorrow. So every year there's an organization called Wreaths Across America, and they bring in tractor trailers full of wreaths, and volunteers show up starting at about 6 a.m. And within a few hours, there is a wreath placed on every grave at the cemetery. I don't know the number. That's a great trivia question. How many graves are at Arlington? But it is a massive undertaking. I don't even know how many acres it is, but it's incredible to see how many people from the community come together to really honor those who have fallen, and people who don't even have family there, who just want to make sure that every grave has a wreath on it. And I do believe in the past few years it's grown, and it's not only Arlington Cemetery, but all of the military cemeteries in the US. So if anyone's interested in getting involved, I think you can go to the Wreaths Across America website and put in your zip code, and they will identify the nearest cemetery to you. So maybe it's too late this year, but for next year, it's a really great event to get involved in.
400,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite a lot of headstones, and quite a somber reminder of what's at stake with I think with everything that we do defensively you know.
Absolutely, and it's amazing to see, you know, how quickly that gets taken care of too, and you'll find people running around to find the one grave that doesn't have it, and it's really, you know, people are calling out this row, and it's just a great community building exercise for sure.
I was just gonna ask, how long have you been working in cybersecurity? Like, what was you were involved in a couple companies previously? Do you want to just kind of walk us through some of that?
Yeah, so started my career actually selling copiers, and then got recruited away into a company called Iron Mountain. So early days of security, you know, offsite data protection, backup, things like that, when we still had tapes that had to go offsite. So that was kind of what started my career in security, and understanding how important it was, and really piqued my interest. And, you know, we're going back to the days where breaches were occurring on receipts that people were digging out of dumpsters behind retail companies. So things have really changed. And so from there, worked for a few other large companies, and about 8 years ago decided I wanted to really tap into my entrepreneurial side. I grew up in a small business and realized that there's a lot more flexibility and creativity that can happen in a smaller business than a large organization. And so joined a company, regulatory cyber company called Threat Switch, built out the sales and marketing engine there. We were very, you know, specifically in one category, which was the government contractors, which is perfect for the Washington, D.C. area. And, you know, built it to a pretty significant size. They actually just recently went through acquisition. And so that was pretty cool. But ended up moving on from there to a company called Hypercube, which was a cyber range that, you know, was built for large corporations, and then, you know, kind of shifted into an individual market. And that is when I decided to come join Lima Charlie. So we're excited about what they're doing here. Had a moment where I was like, oh, I might leave cyber. There's nothing really interesting. And then Lima Charlie came up, and I was like, wow, this is definitely interesting and new, and it's not the, you know, next thing that's the same as the others. So I think what we've been talking about lately is, you know, not just another acronym, which I really like, yeah. Which is what drew me in. And the team here is amazing, doing really cool things. So
yeah, I think one of the other terms I liked was not acronyms, just outcomes, or no more acronyms. Yeah, not another acronym, outcomes. Very cool. Do you have holiday traditions that you engage in every year, or is it just like any other part of the year?
No, I mean, I do have some holiday traditions. They've changed and evolved over the years. I think, you know, my family is fairly small. My grandparents used to kind of be that central rock, and they've both since passed on. And so we still get together, but things have definitely changed. But for me personally, I live, you know, about 4 hours from most of my family. So I do some things locally with friends. One thing that I love to do is my holiday cookie exchange. So I used to just bake tons of different types of cookies and make trays and take them around to people. And I realized that became really a lot of work. And so now what I do is I invite friends over, and everybody brings a different type of cookie. And we all leave with cookie trays at the end to give out to our friends and family, or eat ourselves, which, you know, typically ends up happening with me. So that's one of my favorite, you know, holiday events. But for family, it's really, we do a silly, like, Christmas Eve. Everybody wears the same pajamas, sit around the fireplace and hang out and watch Christmas movies. And then, you know, big meal on Christmas Day. I have 2 nieces and 2 nephews, so go watch them open their gifts from Santa, and then just spend time with family.
Do you have a favorite Christmas movie?
I have a few. So I love Christmas Story.
Yeah.
I mean,
with the classic, You'll Shoot Your Eye Out.
Absolutely. Or like, show me how little piggies eat. So
yeah,
fun.
yeah.
Yeah, I love it. I also love one that probably not a lot of people watch, which is The Family Man, and just kind of the story of what could have been is always a good one. And Love Actually. So
it's a rom-com.
Yeah, rom-com. I mean, I watched a new one, Spirited.
Oh yeah.
Last night. It's Will Ferrell and Ryan Reynolds. It was interesting to see Will Ferrell in a musical.
Oh yeah. He sing?
He sings, and it was fun though. So.
My favorite Christmas movie used to be Bad Santa. I'm a big fan of Billy Bob Thornton, but now that I have children, we've pivoted over to Home Alone. Seems to be the ones that my daughter, anyway. My son's too young to really grok what's going on, but my daughter loves Home Alone, and I think she's just turning 9. It's that age where kids are looking to get one over on the parents, kind of thing. So it's quite cathartic.
Yeah, that's a great one. I love Kevin McAllister.
Mm-hmm. Kevin McCauley.
Yes.
And what's interesting, he got emancipated from his parents when he was like 12 or 14. I was just reading the other day.
Yeah, he had a pretty rough life. And he does some funny stuff now. He's interesting.
Yeah, I think he went through some stuff and he's kind of back on top. And yeah, the interesting fellow. I heard him on a podcast somewhere along the way, and I was surprised. I didn't expect so much depth, and he's very involved in the arts and all kinds of very cool things. So.
Absolutely. Yeah. Really, really cool guy. Yeah, it's sobering when I hear how long ago that movie came out.
Well, and there's they've made like 4 episodes now.
I was right. It is Kevin McAllister.
Okay, yeah, the character's Kevin McAllister.
Macaulay Culkin, yeah.
Macaulay Culkin is the actor. Thank you very much, Red Siege. In Red Siege, I don't know if you guys are on a VPN or something, but when a lot of your folks tried to join earlier, we weren't getting the camera feed through. So I know you're scheduled later. If you want to try, I can sort of side chat with you to try and get that debugged.
Chris, what about you? What are your holiday traditions?
So again, like you, it's kind of weird this year because my grandfather passed a little over a year ago or 2 years ago, and my grandmother just passed a few months ago. And so this is sort of the first holiday where we don't have that anchor where everybody would kind of congregate to. And I kind of get a pass this year, I guess, because we're moving on Monday. I think you're aware of it. I think I've mentioned it a couple times today. So our family's moving houses on Monday. So we've kind of taken Christmas off this year. But normally the big tradition that we do is make salt dough ornaments every year. I don't know if you've ever seen salt dough, but it's just like flour, salt, and water. And, all the kids get together and we make ornaments, and you put like a paper clip or something into the dough before it dries so you can hang it on the tree and paint it and stuff like that. And so it's always really cool decorating the tree because you've got all these sort of memories that are triggered by the different ornaments that you've made over the year. And so it'll definitely be an interesting one this year. I'm just happy that everybody's, my kids and everybody, we can be together, and exciting for us too, because we're renting still, but we're renting a full house, which is a first for us. So I get to stop telling my kids to be quiet, which is the thing that I hate to do. I want them to be able to run around and be crazy, because that's what being a kid's about, right?
Oh, that's amazing. That's really cool.
Do you have favorite foods? I know you mentioned cookies, but like, what's the meal generally? Do you do a big meal every year?
Yeah, so my family's really big into Christmas ham. What's that?
That's my go-to. We don't do it any other time of the year, but at this time of the year, yeah.
Yeah, it's like no other time of the year, but this year we're gonna, at Christmas time we have ham, and then I make a sweet potato casserole, and a butternut squash souffle, green bean casserole, do some roasted vegetables. My mom is actually cooking, which doesn't usually happen. It's usually me that cooks. I'm kind of the cook in the family, but because I won't be there, in time, it's going to be, she'll be cooking. So I don't know what all she's going to be making, but I know I'm responsible for those two things. And then I'll make some I make, oh, sorry about that. An apple pie that my niece absolutely adores. I don't think there's anything special about it. I think it's just that I make the pie and she loves it. And so that's really about it. Oh, and we have a cheese ball, a family cheese ball that we always do for Christmas Eve. So be having that. Yeah.
It's all the worst food, but tastes so good, right?
Right?
From a
It's
health
like,
perspective, it's not very good, but you got to get through the dark part.
yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, Southern Country Ham is amazing. In the comments, yeah, it's gonna be fun. It'll be nice just to see family, and I grew up in Pittsburgh, so I'll be going back there. And there's also a beautiful ice skating rink in the middle of the city with a beautiful tree in the middle. So I'll probably take my nieces and nephews down there. I'm the only one that can actually ice skate, so I'll have 4 kids hanging off of me trying to navigate the ice skating rink with them. But it'll be lovely.
And when you say you're the only one that are you hinting at earlier ice skating lessons, or you can just actually ice skate?
So as a child, I was a trained ballerina, and I did ice skating as well. I was kind of cross training, so I can skate fairly well and have done it with the 4 kids. So with all of them hanging and falling and all of that. And my sister has no coordination or balance, and nor do my parents. So it'll be me taking kids. Yeah. They always look forward to it. So it'll be nice.
My daughter, that's actually what she wants us to go do on her birthday this year, which is December 20th. So we're going to be ice skating. I cannot even do the hockey stop. I can skate, but I just can't stop. So
it's a hard skill to learn for sure, and especially with kids, because they're pulling you and make you wobble a little bit, but it's fun.
Yeah, ice is hard too. It's not like snow.
You do not fall in a graceful way on the ice. There is no way. And it's funny because when kids fall, they think it's funny. Like they laugh, and it's like, okay, no, my bones are old. This hurts when I fall. It's not so cute.
I'm going to share this anyway. I don't think it's so widespread it's going to cause anybody damage. But my wife's brother, when he was younger, in full of mischief, actually stole a Zamboni from an ice rink and made all this restitution and whatnot. But I just think of that is quite the hijinks for somebody.
That would be fun. That'd be a fun thing to be driving.
Yeah, quite a Canadian story right there, I think.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Very well. I grew up near a big ice rink, so I mean, hockey, ice skating, all of those things were kind of. I'm a little Canadian in that way, I guess.
Yeah, my father's from Northern Quebec, and as you may know, in Canada, hockey's a big deal. And he was telling me they used to just spray the lawn with ice over and over. I think they might have put tarps down or something or whatever, but they would just build ice rinks in the yard during winter and play hockey, and it's just a big part of life there.
That's super cool. That's really cool, actually.
Yeah, and now hockey, I think, is pretty restrictive. It's quite expensive.
It's incredibly expensive, and I mean, ice time is at such a premium. I was talking to my sister about it actually, because my nephew was thinking about getting into it, and it's changed dramatically. I mean, my high school had free hockey. That's not a thing anymore. It's all got to pay for it. So, but it's an amazing sport.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is. It's fast and exciting, right?
Yeah, exactly. Oh. So where are we at, Chris, on the numbers?
$17,205.63.
All right. Gonna get back.
From Red Siege has just popped up here in the queue, so I'm gonna pull him back on stage just because I might use the bathroom again. No high-speed escape there, though. Hey, Jason, thanks for tuning in.
Hi, Jason.
It's Jacon or Justin, either one. Yeah. Hello. Heard you guys talking about ice skating. Look, I think ice skating and rollerblading is wizardry. I don't understand how people do it. I don't know how you guys keep your legs. I just don't get it. I roller skated for a long time as a kid, and I have no idea how you guys rollerblade. Or ice skate. I don't get it.
Yeah, I just can't stop. The going part's fun. It just stopping's the problem.
Well, that's why you got to be a figure skater. They never stop. They just kind of keep moving around.
Just keep going. Yeah.
Yeah, you just got to jump and spin, and you just got to keep it moving. Momentum is the name of the game, not stopping.
Until you run out of that motion, right?
Exactly. Yeah. You do a flip and you land and put your hands out. That's what it's all about.
Exactly. Yeah. The stopping I think of it a lot like skiing, but I mean, it's definitely different, but for me, my brain works in that way that it's like I stop skiing and stop for skiing. So, but it is definitely not something that people want to do if they don't know how to do it. I've seen some bad wipeouts for sure.
It was funny for me because like I grew up, again, a lot of roller skating, a lot of lock-ins, and to kind of slow down, once you become cool enough, you drag your skate. That's how you slow down, But getting into rollerblading and ice skating, there's no dragging of the skate. You know what I mean? Like ice skating is all about the opposite. You put your, and I had one too many embarrassing moments trying to stop when I was learning how to roller skate, and ice skating wasn't much better. So
yeah, it is. It's definitely not a sport that you want to just jump into. I feel the same way about skiing too. It's like people are like, "Oh, it's easy," and I'm like, "No, it's easy to break yourself skiing. That's what's easy to do there." I mean,
and I think I'm a big proponent of like I like skiing versus like snowboarding because like me, I've got a pretty good balance, but like with snowboarding, you're stuck. Like your legs are there. You can't really. I mean, for someone who doesn't know how to use snowboard, really, you can't really compensate if you start to wiggle either direction. You wiggle, you're down. Well, skiing, I can lift my ski up and I can balance my weight a little bit. I don't know how snowboarders don't fall over all the time because with the skiing, I like, maybe it's because I'm top heavy, I'm built like a gorilla, but like if I start going this way, I need to lift this leg up so I can put my body weight back down. So that's just, I don't know how people snowboard.
I totally agree with you. I refuse to get on a snowboard. I'm terrified of it.
Yeah, I grew up skateboarding, so the snowboard was the easy jump. The skis, the falling with your legs going, like it feels much more dangerous.
I need to be able to just compensate. Like I don't know what it is. Like I'm joking, but like I have pretty good balance. But like any board sport has just mystified me. Skateboards, surfboards. I even tried stand-up paddle surfing. They just don't work for me. You know what I mean? It's something. But anything else, have me stand one foot on. I'll be fine. But like board sports. Again, wizardry. I don't know how people do it. There's like it's the same thing where I say like, I don't, this is stupid. It's like, I understand like vinyl records, how they work, but I don't understand how it works. It's the same thing for me with like records or with with board sports. Like I see it, I understand it. I just don't get how people do it. Like it just doesn't make sense to me. Yeah. You're thinking about the vinyl record thing. I know people joke with me all the time. I think it's so weird that we like how vinyl records work. It's a weird thing that I have. So.
Well, it's got 2 channels, right? One groove, 2 channels.
I just don't get how like sticking a needle into the thing and then it makes the sound, this most beautiful sound you've ever heard. Like, and I know there's like science behind it. It just doesn't make sense to me. I just don't get it. So sometimes that's just how life is. Where are you
located, J-Con?
I'm Central Florida. So I'm wearing a hoodie because it's the first time it's been cold literally all year. And by cold, I think it's like maybe 60.
Yeah, I was gonna say you have a different definition of cold in Florida.
Yeah. Oh, and I am a baby. So if it gets below 65, I'm like, what is going on out here? Give me my jacket, give me my pants, my shoes. I grew up Jersey and then went down to Virginia and then went down to Florida. I'm just gonna keep moving south until I end up in South America because I keep getting away from the cold as much as possible. But I kind of want the cold back. I kind of miss it. I miss seasons like Christmas right now. I don't know where you guys are located. But like Christmas feels better in a cold climate. Down here in Florida, it feels like every other day. Even when the lights are on at night, it's like it doesn't feel like Christmas because I'm sweating, So
yeah, I understand that sentiment. I lived in California back in 2005 to 09. And I'm from Pittsburgh originally. I live in DC now, but even with the lights, it didn't feel like Christmas having palm trees around and warmth, and like it just did not feel like the right season.
Yeah, there's something about like the fact that like holidays and even like Thanksgiving, if you celebrate, like these are holidays that just feel better in cold weather. I don't know why that is. It's just what it is,
We're conditioned that way.
Yeah. Like I had a New Year's Eve one time where I was like, dressed up for New Year's Eve and I was sweating. It was like 85 degrees. I'm like, this is New Year's Eve. Like I should be able to wear this outfit and now I can't. So
that's the joys of Florida. Were recently in Charleston for B-sides, and I think it's normally quite warm at that time of year, so they had the event outside, but it just happened to be like the pressure change or whatever, and we were told it's cold, bring a sweater. I'll be fine. I'm from Canada. That's nothing. But I tell you, by the end of the day, me and Jessica were hiding in the car for 10 minutes at a time with the heater cranked, just trying to warm up.
We were at Wild West Hacking Fest Deadwood, which is South Dakota, and again, from where we're used to being, like, you know, you would, if you need to go get back to your hotel, run out of the venue, you just go out and get it. I remember I ran out of the venue from and I was still in my shorts and I was in my shirt, and I got about halfway before I was like, oh, this is a bad idea. I still kept pushing through, but it was like, just instinctively, I was like, I'll be fine. It was freezing. I couldn't do it. So, and it was only like 40 there, I think, at the time. It snowed for a little bit, but it was, you know, cold. So.
Yeah, we've heard great things about that conference. I'd like to see if we can make it happen next year.
You guys should. It's Wild West Hacking Fest Deadwood is something that, like, I heard a lot about when I joined Red Siege. That's obviously right before 2020, so like I got to miss it twice. You know, both years they had to cancel it, but I heard nothing about how the community feels and how the energy in the room feels. Like, I kept hearing about it, and I love the guys over at Black Hills, but being there, it's true. Like, it's a fantastic place, a fantastic conference. Of the ones we've been to, the energy there is different, and I like it. So
very cool.
Good to know.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun there.
Hey, what do you do at Red Siege? You seem like somebody who probably is in front of that microphone often.
Yeah, I got a what do they say? I got a long history of a lot of different things. But for Red Siege, I am the creative director, so I do anything forward-facing marketing wise. I'm not the guy. You're not going to get me testing. You know, I'm the guy who does all the brand forward-facing marketing stuff for Red Siege. So if you see something that looks good, you're welcome. That was me.
Well, love you guys' logo.
Well, that's the one thing I didn't do. You know, when I started with Tim literally just laid before me the logo that he's had since, I think, 2016, 2017. You know, he was just like, this is what I have. And I remember looking at all the rest of the stuff and being like, well, that works. I can work with that one. And so, from that point on, we've just done what we can to, you know, create a brand and build a brand awareness that I think is strong. And, you know, my thing is all about trust. It's like, I want to make sure if you see the brand, you know us, you can trust us. And I think that's the currency in information security, is just, if I see, because there's plenty of companies that I sure have amazing people, but they didn't have a creative person do their branding. So, like, you don't know if you can trust them because their stuff looks weird, you know?
Yeah.
And that's my big thing, is just making sure that if you land on something Red Siege wise, you know, you can trust us. So that's big for me.
You guys do the Wednesday defensive?
Wednesday offensive, yeah. We the guys over Recon do they kind of broke off and did like a sister one, which is a Thursday defensive, same time the following day. But yeah, we started the Wednesday offensive, I think, a year and a half ago, which is interesting because we had done a thing, I think, with Heather McCulloch over at, I can't think of the name of the company because I'm ADDing, but she had done a thing, and then we were like, we really like kind of the format, and I wanted to change it up a little bit. And so we started the Wednesday offensive, and it's pretty cool. It's every Wednesday, 1:30 p.m. Eastern. You know, we let everybody, it's pretty much a big Zoom call for the most part. But we have guests, people come on, you know, they have a topic, and then everybody just talks, everybody chats. Somebody found a way to kind of explain it like, you know, for the rest of the time you're working, you're making notes, and then you bring all your notes to the Wednesday offensive and you compare them, because that's what people do. They learn, they're sharing stuff, there's conversations. I love it that, like, you'll end up having a conversation with somebody you never thought you'd have a conversation with, you know, because we've had the run of all the people not all of them, there's tons of people, but we've had a run of a lot of the prominent names in the space. And I don't record it. I make it a big point to not record it, because I think that there's a lot of
what happens in the offensive stays in the offensive.
Well, there's that, and there's just, I think there's something to the idea that something is ephemeral, that, like, you can just go, if you go to it, you got to experience it. If you didn't, you didn't. Maybe you try to go to the next one. And I think also there's a level of, all the people that come to the Wednesday offensive are fantastic. It's an amazing community that's been built there. And besides saying that we're having the Wednesday offensive, I don't think that everything needs to be made content off the people you've brought in, you know?
Yeah.
And I think but we built it for the people that come to it, and I like it to be for them. I don't, you know, we post a family photo, you know, for the people who have their cameras on when we do it, but, like, I don't want to record people who are just trying to enjoy it and be there and then be like, oh man, I'm being recorded. I want people just to do what they're going to do.
Yeah. Okay. So I think Jessica's going to bounce out. Are you good to hang out for a bit still, Jaycon?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I've got a video to play for half an hour. I'll do that at 11:30. I can start earlier if you've had enough by then. Jessica, thank you so much.
Thank you all.
thank
Let's try to get that number to 20,000. And I appreciate everybody and Christopher. And yeah, thanks everyone. Take care.
Take care. Bye. I love what you were saying about brand and stuff like that too. So I went to school for computer science. I studied computer science and software engineering. But as I sort of entered the workforce, I just found myself drawn to that side of the house, and definitely not a professional by any sense, but I've really tried to bring that to what we're doing at Lima Charlie since day one. And as we've grown, really pull in like people that have those strong talents to help us build that out. Yeah.
Well, it's good that you have a background, and I feel bad because I just know there's a lot of really strong teams out there with that have like a good amount of people on them, but they have somebody who may have liked graphic design or photography doing their design sometimes, and it's just that's not helping their brand or their company out. And I feel I've talked to many people where I'm like, you gotta build your brand. Like I know you think that like putting your logo up there, and it's just that's not all it is. And I would hope that in this next coming couple of years that people start really taking that side of it seriously, because I think a lot of the things that separate a lot of these smaller teams from these bigger teams is just looking at that company and being like, can I trust them? That's a big thing.
Jerry Ozier is here, so I'm going to pull him in too. We got a little party.
Sure, love Jerry.
Yeah.
What's up,
and
everybody?
I always say,
what's up, buddy?
Jerry.
Hey,
I was going to say, I always say that like a strong brand doesn't make a great company, but there's no great companies that don't have a strong brand.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I just
we have Ian Briley. Is that one of your folks?
he's one of our testers.
Okay, well, look at this. We got a little party going on here.
What's up,
Thanks for
Ian?
coming, Ian. Can we hear you?
Quiet. Yeah, you can hear us, Ian? No, we can't hear you, Ian. Check your audio, son. Jaron, what you got going on, man? How's things?
Things are really good. Things have been busy. I'm confirming right now that because we are supposed to be pairing the stream on Simply Cyber's channels, I want to make sure that that's happening right now because I see the chat table over here is kind of empty, and I want to make sure that everything is going swimmingly. But yeah, I haven't seen. I haven't seen you in person since Wild West Hackin' Fest, and then we had that one call around maybe doing something with your community there.
Yep.
But yeah, no, things are good. Things are busy. It used to be. I'll tell you what. It's kind of funny talking about like aging out. It used to be, I'd want to work like around Christmas time because no one's at the office. You kind of like, things slow down. So you kind of moving at your own pace. You kind of take care of some housekeeping, maintenance stuff that's like, I've always, I'll get to that one day. It's like back burner issues. You get all the time to do it. And now I'm reaching the age where it's like, taking the last couple of weeks off of the year, like basically people are posting like this, I'm leaving for the rest of the year. I'm coming to terms with that as being like a good idea. So that's where I am from an age and career perspective, but things are just so busy. I don't know if I'm going to get that opportunity right now, but yeah, it's good. Simply Cyber's good and work is good. And
I like what you're doing. You're doing some new content recently. I've seen you've been putting it out. I like what you're doing. I like the way you're using shorts. I like the way you're implementing and talking about it. I really like what you got going on recently.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, well, so from you guys were talking about brand and everything, and I know a lot of businesses and individuals, frankly, have LinkedIn profiles, and some of us have YouTube channels and whatnot. And YouTube, it's becoming very obvious to me since I just started doing shorts that YouTube is pushing shorts really strong. Yeah. Like they must see Instagram and TikTok as a legitimate economic threat because every short I make, which is like, I'm still trying to figure out how to make them decent. I'm, a 43-year-old guy. Like I don't know how to do shorts well. And they're getting pushed in front of a lot of people, way more than the content I spend, hours and hours, carefully curating. Yeah. So thank you, J-Con, coming from you, especially, since you do have that background and have an appreciation for it.
Well, I think I like the most about shorts versus like long form content. I think there's a space for both of them. Is that I feel like the shorts in my opinion, should be more about just maybe getting your attention. And almost, in my opinion, like a loss leader. Like, it should be just like, may I put something out there you might see? But I hope that people just don't stop doing quality long form content, because there is some people out there still doing it and doing it well. And I still think that's the way to go. And I think the shorts should be used to hopefully move them over for the long-term content. You know, I feel like, but I feel what I'm hearing is a lot of people are moving to shorts and just making that their strategy. And I'm like, if you have nothing behind it after that, those people are going to show up and be like, well, that was cool, and then leave, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, go ahead.
No, no,
I was just going to say real quick that I think the long form videos will always be a thing, especially as long as there are people that are willing to be sponsors for those YouTubers.
Yeah.
And like you said, I think that the shorts are really a introduction to like a technique or a skill or an idea. And hey, if you want to learn more about this, watch my longer form video, which will probably have a sponsor in there. So as long as there's money there, there will always be that format.
Yeah, exactly. And I almost equate it to like, you know, the people at the mall. I don't even know if malls still exist, but
there are somewhere.
Okay, well,
they do here.
Trust me, if you're younger, there were these things called malls. Yeah, but do you like there'd be someone standing outside like the hibachi place with like a bunch of samples, and you'd like sample and then be like, you know, like, oh come on, like, you know, that's what the shorts are to me. They're samples of like, you know, do you want to come over and actually, you know, come to the restaurant where we have all of the longer form, like you can sit down and eat a whole meal of this instead of just a little snack. That's kind of how I envision the shorts. So, you know,
I mean, it works for Costco. It gets me to buy all sorts of stuff that I don't need, you know?
Yeah.
So I guess,
go ahead.
Sorry, Jason and Ian, I'd like to acknowledge that these guys joined. So welcome, Jason, Ian. We'll start with Ian because he was here first. What do you do, sir?
I am a penetration tester for Red Siege. I work with Jaycon and Jason here. I've been a penetration tester for about 4 years, going on 5 now. Prior to that, I worked at a hospital as a security engineer. So if you're ever looking for like a different battle every day, that is the best place to go. And then prior to that, I was active duty military for 6 years. I was a knowledge operations management guy, so sounds way cooler than what it actually is.
Is that Air Force, Navy, or Army?
Air Force.
Air Force, okay. Yep. Yeah, very cool. And Jason, what about you?
Yep. Yeah, like Ian, I am also a penetration tester at Red Siege. I've been doing it right around 2.5 years, so a little bit behind Ian. Before that, I did some blue teamy type work. I started off as a network engineer, went into like network security. I did some telecom stuff for a short time, but really that's kind of just like a dark part of my life. But yeah, happy to move on to the security side and you know, doing good things at Red Siege.
Very cool. And you guys were talking about short form versus long form. I think some people watching might have no idea what you're talking about. Can you explain that a little?
Yeah, sure. So like short form content is, I mean, that's what you're getting now with TikTok. That's what you're getting now with, again, Instagram stories. It's this idea of, you know, again, it's this idea that people have small attention spans, which they kind of do. And you're making content to essentially appease them. You're also appeasing their algorithm.
12-hour telethon wasn't a good idea?
No, this is actually a fantastic idea. This is the kind of stuff I hope just doesn't go away. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
I feel like there's so much push on this short form content. But I also think that the short form content serves the what's that phrase? The endless scroll mindset thing.
Doom scroll.
The doom. But even just there's that whatever the unlimited scroll algorithm thing they figured out where people will just keep going, even if they like or don't like the content, they just keep going. And so and in the process of us doing the short form content, we're not really helping each other. We're helping them, you know? And so I'm hoping that we all stick to really using the content for a little bit of attention, a little bit of flash, and still really put out the important meat. The long form content, something over, you know, 2, 3, 4, or 5 minutes or longer. Just because there are people out there who want to dive in, they want to hear more longer things. They want to just listen. You know, this is why I still think, even though there's a billion podcasts out there, everybody will find that thing they love to listen to and just hear the people talking and hear the information. But there is just a heavy push right now for just short form, got your attention for 10 minutes content. And sure, you can get 200,000 views on that short form video. That doesn't mean anything if they saw it and moved on, you know? So that's just, that's my big thing. And even for our team, I don't really push on any of them to do short form content because what I think we're trying to do, that doesn't work yet. Doesn't mean I'm not gonna do it, but for what my guys do, what our team does, we don't need. Jason's fantastic at doing short form content. He can whip things up. I just don't know if our team needs to do that yet. And I say that, I guarantee next year I'm going to have a bunch of it. So
I'm always kind of curious if like short form videos is a good way to test the waters for an up and coming subject. You do a short term or a short video and you're like, hey, I'm going to talk about this. And if that video does really, really well, that short, then you would move on to a bigger, like a larger video. 100%. That goes more in depth.
And if more people think of it like that and don't, I think everything about the short form content thing should just be throw it at the wall, see what sticks. Everything. That one didn't work, fine, do another one. Like it should just feel like I hate to say it, it's like a cannon fodder for ideas. I like how you put that. And I feel like I hope that anybody listening or anybody doesn't just put all their eggs into a short form basket, because that's just not going to be the thing that helps you, especially if you're using it for business.
Yeah. Well, as I consume a lot more content than I create, obviously, right? And I know sometimes like I will see that there's an hour-long YouTube video, but I really only care about like 45 seconds of that video. Right? Like give me the 5, like, I play like a little mobile game, right? Sometimes like best, heroes in this game or whatever. It's an hour-long video. Bro, I just need the 10 seconds at the end where you just give me the list. Like that's what I'm after, right? Yeah, like I don't need same thing like InfoSec. Like I don't need an hour-long video on how to use GoBuster. Like I just need, show me the command, show me the highlights, the help options, and how I can use it on engagement. Right. Like
that's what seconds. For sure. And I'm hoping that's what again people use their short form stuff for too, is to just break up those videos, is to just, I think they both serve all the people. And I just, I when I say also the short form, I don't want people to always think you have to make like the flashy haha content, where like I love the idea of like people really seem to only want this thing. I'm going to pull that out and just throw it up there. Jason over here saying he's talking about OpenAI maybe an option for video summaries in the near future, and I agree. I think that that's people who are getting into content now shouldn't fear stuff like OpenAI and all that. If anything, I think it's a tool that you can use to really, especially if you're a small team trying to stay lean. It's a way to kind of help you at least get started on the content you're trying to make, but don't just leave it up to it. Is my advice.
I did that successfully a couple times. Like I have seen real value in it from that way. So for me, and probably for everybody who's listening or in this room, when you sit down to write an idea, like how to become a SOC analyst, right? And you're staring at that blank page, you might jot down some ideas. You kind of don't know how to organize them. And, so that takes time. You ask chatbot, you're like, listen, tell me how to become a SOC analyst. And it'll in 1,000 words, and it'll lay out this kind of generic thing, but it's already outlined. Like it knows to put it in the right order and stuff like that. And for me, like once you've got your draft done and you start working from the draft, you start moving way faster. And to me, that's the major benefit of ChatGPT. It's not to replace the human. It's to basically give us time back, which is really, to me, the most valuable thing that I have right now. So I like Chatbot for that.
I also like the idea too. Sometimes it's just getting that idea off the ground, like, the writing, the starting process. And sometimes after you put an idea in there, it gives you a bunch of things and you go, okay, I see it now. Here's the idea. I couldn't really think of how I wanted to type it. It's really good at just getting you moving. And I just hope that people use it as that for any of the AI stuff. It's like really good at getting you towards the thing, but you should always come in and make it your own.
We recently tried a product. I can't remember the name of the company, but the idea was, when we do a webinar or something, we try and find a sentence or two that somebody said in the middle that we can make a little audiogram of to give people an idea of the content while they're scrolling and hopefully pull them in to watch the whole thing. And the promise of this AI product was that it would go do that for you, because it's rather time consuming to go find those pieces. And it produced 12 little segments, but they basically, I think, determined
just
where
took
people
in and out points,
started talking and just picked out a chunk. So it wasn't some of the stuff's not there yet, but you can tell in a couple years it's going to really all be there.
Yeah. I mean, there's, I think that's like a pretty common issue with most new tools. Like I remember when YouTube first implemented where you could put like bookmarks in your videos. And I remember a lot of people were like, oh, nobody's going to use this, blah, blah, blah. Nobody's going to, and man, if I see a video that doesn't have that, I'm like, okay, I have to manually stop, scroll, listen. Oh, this isn't what I want. Like that is so irritating. So I imagine like the more that you can automate that, the better.
Especially if it's gonna be anything that has a section-based thing, lists. Here's a couple of. It's like just break it up for me because, like Jason said, you may have 9 things that are kind of what you're trying to get off. I want to know that one that's in there somewhere. Just let me find it.
Right. I get why the content creator wants the longer video. They
Yeah.
want more minutes engaged. They want advertising and slice. I get all that. That's good for them. That's not good for me. Like I want to spend as little time on this activity so I can move on to whatever's important next, right?
sure,
Like that's
for sure.
And I mean, and it's for specific things too. Like, there's some YouTubers that I watch that do like nerdy things, and I'll watch like a 2-hour video of them like working on their hobby. But if it's like work specific stuff, I'm like, I only have 8 hours in the day realistically to do what I need to do. I don't need to see you set up your lab every time. I just need the information.
Yeah.
Right.
But isn't it good though to know, like, again, with the short form stuff, it always feels like a little rush sometimes.
Yeah.
And it's good to go be like, to know there's a piece of content you can go back to and be like, okay, they gave me that short one, but hold on, let me just hear the really drawn out version of this case I'm missing something, which like I said, I don't think it's one or the other. I think it should be both. I think you should, if you're going to put out anything that's even the technical stuff that a lot of really great content creators put out now, I think you should do both. You should have the long one that's in depth and a little slower for the person who's there for it. And then go ahead and shorten that thing down. And you don't have to shorten it down just by just make a new one. Just make another one. Just shorten it down.
I really like podcasts for the long format. Just because I listen to podcasts while I'm washing dishes and doing things that need my body but not my mind. Whereas video, it's if I'm sitting in a computer and looking at stuff, chances are I have better things to do than watch a video.
Yep.
Yeah, even if we compare it to something like books, right? Like I've got the Web Application Hacker's Handbook on my shelf back here. It's 600 pages. I've never read that thing cover to cover, but I will find myself pretty frequently like I go to the chapter that I'm interested in and I pull that piece out and I read that what I need and I can go on about my day. Like I don't need to read the full 600 pages to get what I need out of it. But
it is a tradition here that I'll say I'm gonna read the whole book. And I will get about 10% into reading the whole book one at a time, and I'm at like 40% right now. But yeah, it's the same thing. I look at the index, I look for the things I'm interested in, look that up. It's a great reference manual.
Yep.
I think my beach read.
Yeah.
I think that it's funny. Jason mentioned again, Jason Burton, he was like transcription, indexing, and search are all very important to the value of video technical fields. Another thing I started doing it last year, and I'm going to finish it next year, was I actually think there's benefit too of people putting these long forms in and then making the transcriptions for the people. Because some people just want, like, they may have heard it, but maybe they want to see it in like visual form. They want to be able to read it. And programs, I mean, some people pay for programs to do it, but like if you have like Premiere Pro, it'll do it for you. It'll literally transcribe the entire thing for you. You put it up as a transcription. Now people can search through it. Maybe somebody, you didn't put it in the proper language, they can put it in their language form. Like I think there's a value in that too, again, of just using these technology to transcript for you, put it up there and let people just read it for themselves.
Yeah. And I'd also point out, because I made a course this year in 2022, and I ran it by one of my friends who's an expert in education. And she said, you really should have a transcription of all these things, not like for accessibility, right? There's people who cannot consume the information this way, and it would be really helpful. And I actually had someone who's deaf email me and like they're like, thank you so much, like nobody does this. It's like I have like a smaller set of access to education because of my disability. Thank you. And I was like, oh, that's awesome. So I totally agree with that. And guys, going back to chatbot, once you have that index, you can drop it in chatbot and say this in Portuguese, say this in Japanese, and like it instantly does it.
Wow.
So there you go.
And then again, you take those, you say you took a transcript of your thing, you take that, you can then add that transcript in a different language. Say you have a strong language base of, Hispanic culture, whatever. Like you can now add those subtitles to your videos, and now everything is opened up. You know what I mean? Like, and I feel like people don't focus on the fact that it's actually really easy to open up your content to more people. Everybody thinks you got to do a lot of work, and I just think there's easy ways to do it now. It just takes a little bit of like, okay, these are the things I want to hit.
Right.
Has anybody looked at the quality of the translation?
That's what I was kind of curious about too.
Well, I mean, like I said, I think it's more you have to put out the main language. And if you're lucky enough to have someone on your team that can speak the other language, they can go through it. But I do think, just like I do when we, added more inclusivity to our stickers, I do think there's effort in trying. You know what I mean? Like maybe you got a little something wrong here and there, and maybe that person will email you and be like, "Hey, you said this, but it didn't translate properly." But I do think there's something to be said that you at least tried, and I think that's important.
Less than, it's narrow. It's 49%, but only 49% of Simply Cyber's community, from the audience metrics, is in the United States.
Yeah.
So more than 50% is international.
Yeah.
And some of them speak English, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of curious because I read somewhere, and this is me recalling an old memory, but they said that most of IT work is done in English. So do you think that, is there any benefit to doing something that the work's already done in English to do it in another language? Is there anything additionally gained, or is it just you're doing it just to do it?
Yeah, I think for accessibility, we're seeing, India is kind of blowing up with tech growth, Brazil, so I hear what you're saying about how a lot of tech works, but some of the content that I'm thinking of, it's more about the industry, right? It's less about, type in PWD and then LS or whatever.
Yeah.
It's much more like, macro, with, this is what ransomware has done in the last 5 years or whatever. So I do see the value. I did just check another interesting thing. YouTube will auto transcribe for you. And I've seen that, it's English, no closed captioning for 90% of my videos. 5.5% have the English translation popped up, and then French, Spanish, and Russian are the next three, all at less than 1%. But it is interesting. I wouldn't have thought Russian or French. I would have probably just done Spanish. So interesting.
I think there's just, if the thing that we're all doing with some of the stuff, we use it for visibility and all that, but if the thing we're doing is literally we're sharing the information, then we and anybody who's doing that same thing should work their best to make it as accessible as you can. And you're never going to get it all right. You're never going to be perfect. But I always think for all these companies, especially the way bigger companies that are putting out that kind of content, I was like, let's just do the simple things and just make it as easy for people to find and read and listen and hear and see whatever it is as you can, especially if the goal is to share information.
Right, and I imagine being able to put it in certain concepts into a native language that person speaks is better. If I was to do a video about talking about, okay, you need to implement a new password policy across your network, and how are you going to introduce that into your user base? That would probably serve that person better if it was in their native language, as opposed to using just native English to be like, okay, well, this is how you set up the GPO, this is how you set up the command, go run with it.
Yeah. And I think about the stuff Jason has that thing with Corey where it's a really good example of how to social engineer, help desk. And it's that's something I want to work on and getting into different languages, because you can tell inflection listening to Jason talk, but you don't know what he's saying. And I want to do my best to try to get that kind of stuff out there, because, penetration testing is a worldwide thing, and I think everybody should be able to. I'm biased here, but I think Jason's phenomenal at the things that he does. And I think people would benefit to be able to understand, he does a lot of inflection and stuff. It's very subtle, but to know what he's saying while he's doing it, I think is even better. So.
And I'd say penetration testing, at least the promise of it, is the gateway drug to cybersecurity. I'm sure, Gerald, you encounter this a lot more, but everybody I've talked to where the questions are how do I get into cybersecurity? I want to be a penetration tester. Usually nobody says, I want to come in and build secure infrastructure and policies that keep information
100%.
It doesn't have the same, romance to it.
I was told there'd be clipboards. Can I have a clipboard? Yeah. Yep. Well, I'm actually kind of curious to Ian and Jason. So there is this myth or mystery that red team is, or I'm being kind of generic here, but red team, pen testing, ethical hacking, whatever you want to call it, is the sexy side of InfoSec, and it's got all the sizzle and all the cool tools and the hacker hoodies and stuff. And I've asked a couple people who do the work, And they're like, it's not really that. It's not as sexy as you may think. And then they'll say the reports and some other things. So I'm kind of curious, as two guys who live, the James Bond life. Jason, I'll throw it to you first. Like, is Red Team all that in a bag of chips, or what's the reality of it?
I mean, the short answer is no. I mean, definitely, like, there are highlights and high fives, right? Like, I recently got to do a physical engagement. I got to go into a building. I stole a bunch of laptops and wild stuff. And in that moment, right, that was my James Bond high five. Pen testing is sexy.
Yeah.
But we do a really bad job as red teamers, like, talking about all of the losses that we take along the way. Like, yeah, everyone's got a great story about some cool way they pulled domain admin in like 4 hours, but nobody's telling the story when they spent 6 weeks on an engagement and at the end of it had to go to their defender and be like, hey, you were better than me.
Yeah.
And that stuff happens, right? I mean, like, Red Siege, like, I consider us, maybe not the best, but we're pretty good, and our defenders, our clients, they hire us for that, right? And they know that they're top tier, so they want top tier attackers, and sometimes they win in a sense. Like, we don't get big victories, we still try to add value where we can and point out ways where they can improve. But sometimes, like, we don't get that domain admin. Sometimes we don't even get initial access. Sometimes, like, we launch these huge phishing campaigns and just it gets shot down before it even gets to a user, right? Like, nobody shares all of those losses. And I think I think we do a bad job of selling it as sexy all the time when it's not.
That's really interesting. I find it interesting that your perspective is still seeing it as adversarial of us versus them versus this most recent concept the last couple of years, this purple teaming, where it's not really us versus them. It's all of us trying to get better together. And I don't know if maybe it's because you've been in the industry a while, or if it's just you just kind of said it to say it. But I did note it and found it interesting.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's definitely very much like my goal as an attacker is to make the world safer. Like, I want all of our clients to be able to protect their clients and their data in all the best ways possible. And just my piece in that chain is to, point out vulnerabilities that they haven't found themselves in order to make them stronger. The goal, like, in a perfect world, it's not so much fun for me, but in a perfect world, I would love for all of our clients to have top tier defense, and I just never win ever. Then that's preferred, but.
Yeah, no, I hear you. What about you, Ian? What are your thoughts around it? Yeah.
So I'm actually going to talk about firefighters right now. So the firefighters in our area, one of their jobs is whenever we get a really, really bad snowstorm is to dig out the fire hydrants. That is their job. And you don't know that about firefighters generally. And I feel like pen testing has a lot of the go dig out fire hydrants. I'm just reading the chat. I'm sorry. So I think, like, with any job, you're always going to have a moment where you're digging out fire hydrants. You're not going into a burning building. You're not saving babies. You are digging out a fire hydrant, and it is super cold out. Now, the issue being, or the thing that's what makes me think that most people get this misconception of red teaming in general is that I enjoy the red teaming portion of it, or the being like breaking open a web app, bypassing multi-factor authentication, any of that kind of stuff. I enjoy that so much that I completely forget about, I have to go dig out a fire hydrant. And I think that, like Jason said, most people are going to talk about their big wins. And it's because, the big wins are so good and they're so, fulfilling that, I'll dig out 1,000 fire hydrants before I ever complain about, like, working in this field. The other thing I really enjoy too, and I don't think it gets talked enough about, is that when I have a really good relationship with the client or my POC, and I can bounce ideas off of them, I can be like, hey, this data type, does it interact with this? Or, hey, I noticed that all these resources in the web are using these specific GUIDs. Can you provide me like 5 valid GUIDs so that way I can make sure that there isn't some weird access permission issues? And when they provide that to me, I mean, I'll dig out another 1,000 fire hydrants if I have that kind of like backup and support.
Mm-hmm.
I think a big thing comes down to that I've learned just being in a space is that a lot of people too don't realize the importance of the reporting of it all. Again, you're talking about the sexiness, the James Bond aspect of it, and Jason hit on this a little bit too. It's like it doesn't matter how good Jason is about getting in because he probably will get in. It's how effectively Jason communicates how you should stop if Jason shows up again. And that's the thing that we pride ourselves in. I think most companies in the space do as well. It's about providing that client with the information. Even if you did something really cool, it's about being like, look, this was as simple as the thing we did. It was cool, but here's a few things you should look out for. Here's things you should stop. And what I'm gathering is a lot of the younger people, or the people that are trying to just jump into the sexy space of red team, you don't realize your ability to report is almost 90% more important than your ability to break into a building. So
it's like really, really cool hacker stories and fun wins. Like those are great for high fives and hanging out at the bar or whatever and eating with other hacker folks. But really, like a good, well-written, communicated report with methodology containing points of improvement and not doing things like making fun of your client or your business side or whoever, right? Communicating in ways that are pointing out issues where they can improve, and doing it in a way that's respectful, and not making it, hey, I owned you, I'm so sexy, you're so weak, is so key, right? Like Jaycon said, even more so than sometimes having the good hack is being able to communicate it properly and understanding, like, blue teamers don't have it the same that consultant red teamers do. We get to like rip and run and go on about our business. We might say, yeah, you should fix this, that's easy, but their fix for that might be a 4-year project and cost them $3 million, right? Like the business just can't handle it. So it's not fair for us to be like, fix this, you noob, right now, because that's not practical.
Well, I mean, hey, go ahead. No, I was going to say, like, some of my favorite memories from pen testing so far aren't even like the big wins. It's I get done with the report, which I'm going to be honest, nobody likes doing the report. Nobody likes writing the report. Nobody likes going through the PR process. It's all required to get the final product. But what I really, really enjoy is when we have like a report debrief, and I'm talking to, like C-levels, I'm talking to the technical staff, I'm talking to whoever needs to learn how to fix this. And they're like, well, why is this a big deal? And I was like, well, your multi-factor, I was able to spam it and still log in, or I was able to do X, Y, and Z and still log in. And I've only ever had this happen twice, but I got to do like live demos of me like going through the exploitation of like whatever. I do a lot of web apps, so doing whatever in the web app and explaining like, yeah, somebody could use your file form upload malicious documents, and because I'm able to access this anywhere in the world, I could potentially launch a phishing campaign and use your domain as a launching point, a trusted URL. And it's cool watching people be like, oh, I never even thought of that, I didn't even think that was a possibility. So I mean, those are like the big wins that I really enjoy.
Yeah, and that's where I think again also comes back to Gerald, you were talking about being adversarial. Is like, I think that all of Jason, anybody who's a red team or penetrate or doing an on-site, I mean, they're definitely going in to do work. That's what they're there to do, and I think that mindset needs to stay. You're there to do work. But in the end, again, it's not, none of that matters if you can't effectively communicate. And that's where I think it is more of a partnership between you and the company you're working with, and it isn't as adversarial. Unless they're trying to tell you that what you reported shouldn't be what you reported. It's like, no, well, it is. You guys have a problem.
Yeah, so. And even that engagement, like it was a week-long engagement on site, days 1 through 3 were, like I'm ripping and running, just trying to take and get access to everything I can. But day 4, like after I'd kind of had some victories, was like, let me do some behaviors that'll get me caught. That way I can show some positive things that our client is doing as well. Like, oh, the security guard at the gate that actually stopped me, that needs to be in the report. We should highlight things that our defenders are doing well and give them props and give them encouragement that they are doing some things right and correctly, but there are still some places to improvement, and let's continue to work together to make their environments better.
And I think that's really helped get rid of the us versus them. Because when I first started pen testing, there was a lot of us versus them kind of stuff, and then I've noticed like a lot of like the industry, they've started incorporating stuff like, oh, hey, you did this right, or this was the first since I came to Red Siege, but we would document like, hey, we tried X, Y, and Z, none of this worked, good job, because I think nobody wants to get a report card that says, oh, you did really bad, as opposed to, oh, here's a list of things that you can improve.
I love it. I mean, that's the way it should go. It should be a pleasant experience for the client, even though you're pointing out their faults, because, and not just from a business perspective, but from the mindset and the attitude culturally of the business looking at information security. Guys, I've loved this conversation. I personally have to drop off, but it was great talking with you, Jason, Ian. Justin and Chris again. Jason, we got to meet in Wild West Hackin' Fest. Ian, I don't recall getting an opportunity.
He was there too.
We briefly met.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, actually we did. We talked about the content, on the channel. Yeah. I'm sorry. So anyways, it's great to see you all again, guys. I'm going to boogie out of here, but let's keep raising the money for the charity, and just keep rocking, Chris. You're doing great.
Yeah.
Thanks, Gerald. We're almost at the halfway point. Oh my goodness.
All right, cheers. Bye.
All right,
see you, Gerald.
See you
Later.
I got a inside message that Matt Bromley will be joining shortly too. So I don't know if you guys know Matt. He seems to be pretty well known in the community.
I don't think I know, Matt.
I don't think so either.
But sometimes you go to a con and you shake like 400 hands, and then you remember like 7 of them at the end.
Yeah, totally. And I think he's defensive, defer instructor for SOMs, and he just joined Lima Charlie. So really smart guy. I love to hear him talk about cybersec because he's very knowledgeable.
Sure. Yep. Yeah, and Jason Bunsen asked in chat, and we kind of touched on it a little bit, but he asked like, what are common traits of firms that maintain a high level of excellence? Yes, this is going to be halfway to brag on Red Siege, but other half to like things that you should look for, right? And a big piece is number one is like good communication.
Yeah.
A strong report, like Ian had mentioned, not just a report showing where they won, but a report showing all the things that were failed at in the process. Like we provide a methodology of everything that we do on a test, and that methodology calls out our fails, and a good firm should provide that. That way, if you've spent 2 years convincing your business to stop using SMB or to enable SMB signing or some kind of network segmentation to stop SMB, and then we show 7 different attacks on a report that we tried but we couldn't do because you had that cut off, right? That shows all of our fails, but it shows that maybe a past project that you had pushed for is working. Like it was worthwhile, it was worth the time, you did a good job. So definitely that, good communication, strong reporting. I mean, obviously a high technical level is pretty important too. And then really just like a respect for your company and your situation, and then understanding that, like I'd mentioned, that it's easy for us red teamers to point out, hey, you have this flaw, but the understanding that might be a multi-year dollar project for you that you can't necessarily do in the immediate.
Yeah.
So those are a couple quick things.
Yeah, and I mean, just to piggyback on that last option too, I've noticed like most pen testers that don't respect the client, so to speak. I think that comes from like just a lack of experience, because I know when I first started, I would like see like, oh, why would anybody implement this, or why would anybody do this? And then especially after working in healthcare, you're like, oh, there's these legal requirements where we can't retire this 2003 server. It has to live forever and ever until X, Y, and Z happens. Yeah. And I think like as you gain more experience and you become grayer in your beard, you start gaining appreciation for why people would do things a certain way.
And some of that comes like from maybe ask some of your pen test firms, like, do your testers have any like blue teamy experience? Did they ever work on the defender side? Because my time on the blue, like I remember we tried to upgrade like our secure email gateway, and it took like 2 years to like convince our leadership that, hey, we really need this, right? Because it wasn't in the budget, it wasn't a priority, there was other things to work on. But because I had that background and I understood those extra challenges that blue teamers have versus consultant red teamers, like it makes it easier and better for me to communicate with clients in those same situations.
Do you think your time on the blue team informs the way that you approach the other side of house now? Like, does that give you a lot of insight into how to better execute offensively?
100%. Like definitely, how Gerald kind of mentioned, and so I've been doing like a high school tour lately, where it's like I'm going talking to high school kids about like cybersecurity. And yes, they all want to be hackers. No one's like, hey, I want to be a SOC analyst. But and I try to wow, I've done lost the original question you asked me.
The blue side info.
Yeah, the time on the blue side of house, informed how you approach your offensive stuff now.
Yes, in sort of from 2 different pieces, right? Like before you can really learn how to break something, right? Like you have to know how it works first. So definitely as a previous network engineer, like I'm always immediately looking at like networking stuff. Like, oh, hey, do you have, HSRP on a port that I can use to pretend to be a
Mhm.
switch? And then like I naturally can look at that stuff first. And having that past experience immediately allows me to look for to know that stuff exists and to be able to find it. Yeah, and then secondly, right, just the idea of having that past experience and being able to build my technical knowledge in those roles, just kind of as a general standpoint, has helped a lot too.
Very cool. Do you guys have any big plans for the holidays coming up?
No,
Anybody traveling?
definitely not.
I am
No.
traveling an hour north to go visit my parents on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
So
So can you go any further north?
yeah.
Is there more stuff
You're
above
gonna
you?
end up in Antarctica
Where
or
are you
Arctic, wherever the
located,
Arctic
Ian?
is.
I live in Maine. I live in southern Maine, but I grew up in central Maine, which is like an hour and a half north of here.
Yeah, Jason, there's this whole chunk of land north called Canada
Yeah.
Yeah.
where my
It's
people
not a
are
frozen
from.
wasteland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
the rest
90% of our population is right across the border,
Yeah.
and then it's pretty sparsely populated.
yeah, the rest of Red Sea doesn't agree with me, but like I live in Louisville, Kentucky, and I refer to it as the Middle East, and they keep telling me that's wrong. And also Texas is not
wrong.
South
It's not like just
America.
us. It is wrong.
No,
It's super jarring in a conversation. You're like, oh, I love my time in the Middle East. And I'm like, okay, where are you?
Texas is definitely South America. It's the
Yeah.
south part of America. It's South America.
Mm.
So you don't go to a lot of board meetings, I guess.
No.
Yeah.
Oh. That's funny. Of all the things to bring up, you bring up the Middle East conversation.
And so why do you guys want to get involved at Red Sea? Is that something that the company has as part of its mandate? You guys build philanthropy into your efforts, or is it just, hey, that looks cool and we should get involved?
That's a big thing for me. There's a lot of initiatives and things we've been a part of even the last year where we don't just want to be like, oh, we're a part of this. And like, we very much seek out the people who are making a difference in different spaces. We love the people who are educating. We love the people who do inclusivity. We love definitely charities of multiple forms. We've done a few since I've been a part of this. We really like to walk and not just do the talk. So, when we heard this was coming down and we were asked to be a part of it, we couldn't, it took 2 seconds for Tim to be like, yeah, let's do that. I love what you chose for fighting hunger and all that. It's important to us to make sure that we are doing as much as we're saying.
Yeah, and I love that about this community too. Paul Cayazzo, a guy from Snap Attack that was on earlier and coming back later, I interviewed him for my podcast before, and he really, like the way he talked about, the mission. It just like, I found it really inspiring because, I'm fairly new to security, about 5 years in. And it wasn't something, I wasn't called to that, but it's like super cool to be involved and see that, hey, yeah, we're actually doing something good here, and being able to make a living and feel like you're contributing in a positive way is, I think, a really, really awesome.
And I think that's a big thing too. And listening to Tyler speak earlier, she was explaining, all the things that they do. And I love when anybody's just trying to do something to make a difference. Even what we're doing for penetration testing, we're trying to go into a company and make a difference and help them out. Now it's not as the same as saving hunger around the world.
Right.
And I think that's why we should support things like that, because we're doing something completely different, and everybody's doing what they can to make a difference. And that's why I really appreciate being a part of that.
Yeah, it's
Well,
really like. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, like Gerald said this earlier, he said healthcare is a really great way to get into information security. And if you want to talk about like real, like you want to help people, like healthcare is the way to do it. If you're working in a hospital and like the heart rate monitors, for whatever reason, can communicate out onto the internet because that way vendors can push patches. Well, if those heart rate monitors get ransomware, they go down, they can't communicate, that impacts like patient health and patient safety. So there's a lot of opportunities, like as a pen tester, as somebody in information security, that you can really, really have a positive effect, like on somebody, like day to day, banking. Like I got to pay my bills, got to pay my mortgage. All that stuff's super important.
Oh, and oh my gosh, like if you're a person who's trying to like get that experience without getting your first job, find you some local charities
Yeah.
and offer to do security for them, whether it's something as simple as like just setting up a firewall, right? Or
getting everybody to use 2FA.
Yeah, because
yeah.
those are organizations, that are doing great in communities, but they literally can't afford a a tech person, much less a security person. So, if you can volunteer your time, and do good in the world while also getting some skills to better your own career, I mean, that's a mutual win situation. So look for those opportunities.
And we, Chris, we've attached, we have an apparel store. We sell things like our hoodies, our hats, our shirts, and we've attached that to various charities in the past. And, this was a kind of a newer charity for us, but, as it's continued to grow, I would love to, possibly attach our apparel to that, because we don't sell them, because we're not an apparel company. We love to shoot. I like making fun stuff. I love making stuff that makes the team look good, but I like the money going towards something that makes a difference. We don't keep that money. We don't do anything with it. We always donate whatever people buy off our apparel or merchandise or hats, whatever. We always donate all of it. So that's something that we would will probably continue is into next year, probably attaching cybersecurity cares and everything with that.
Oh, that would be awesome. Yeah, and I was saying earlier, so this whole initiative came off of something I was doing in locally to where I am in Vancouver with the startup community. And the first year we did $5,000, and then over the 7 years it ran, we raised $250,000 with the high water mark of like $45,000 one year. So if I'm looking at how good our first year is here, and the intention is to definitely try and grow it over the years, it would be great to get a big earlier start too. I think I was like, hey, I should do this middle of November. And it's just not enough time to get the planning in. But now that it's started, we can actually build on it. So
it's a big, I think I like, what we're doing here. And I mean, doing a telethon that quick into what you're doing is a big jump. I see you see that, but I think this is a good, first start. And I really like that there's a lot of possibility for what we can do in the future.
Well, I mean, I was just going to say, this is the first time you've done this? Right.
In the cybersecurity community, I'd run a similar initiative in the startup community, so I kind of had the model. I've never done a live stream before, so this is like my first live stream ever.
Yeah. You're getting every problem that can happen, and don't feel bad about them. I've been around the live stream space for a long time, and you're getting all of them in one sitting. So,
I mean, like I'm reading the little banner on the bottom here that says that you've raised like what 17K, and if this is the first time you've done this, I mean that's like crazy good. Cool. Most people are lucky to get like $1,000.
Yeah, and I think there's some of the people that I've talked to, they're doing employee matching, and I think that's going to come in near the end of the day. So it'll get pretty exciting in the afternoon. I think we got 20,000 in the bag, but that's 25 awesome. Would be the stretch goal at this point. Yeah.
Jason, somebody, you see that comment? I would say Mosh leaving. Yeah. Make sure you reach out or.
Yeah, I'll try to hop on YouTube and leave you a comment, but just because I'll say it out to the world, right? Yeah. I mean, I really enjoy speaking to youth about like cybersecurity in general. My email is jason@redsiege.com, and I will literally speak to any youth group, cyber club, school, whatever. Jason@redsiege.com. Just email me. I charge nothing. I will do Zoom talks. I will do in person if you're close. And shout outs. It's a culture thing here at Red Siege, right? Like Tim gives us the time to be able to go do these things, like with no questions asked. So shout out to the boss. And I will 100% talk to anybody I can. Jason@redsiege.com.
Awesome, man. That's great stuff.
Yep. Yeah, and so definitely, if you decide to do one of these next year, let us know earlier. And we love this, so we help out anywhere we can.
I'm going to bring on, I got a colleague who's booked up, and I'm just going to pull him on stage here and make him jump in.
Are you guys having a specific conversation? We can jump off.
No. I was actually the middle part of the day. I was worried because I didn't have people scheduled, but you guys jumped in, and this is a great conversation.
Well, so, I know we were trying to find schedules, and again, it's hard because everybody's remote. And I was trying to find. When I saw that there was the opening, I was like, guys, I need my team. I need you guys to show up in the spot, and of course they showed up. So. No, Alexander, please jump on in. Jump and talk with us. Unless you have something specific.
We're just going to ask you questions. Alex does front-end development for us, and he does a lot of stuff in his community too, which is super cool in the educational space. Really interested in education and like the impact you can have on young people, especially if you come from underprivileged background and stuff like that. So.
He's having the camera issue as everyone has had.
Yeah.
I don't know how to join. Oh, there he is.
We can see you.
Mosh, you can go to the redsiege.com/Discord. That Jason's available in there. So redsiege.com/Discord, and you can add him. He'll be JMFD in the Discord.
Yeah, I just made it to YouTube, so let me type in my stuff here too.
Hello, Alexander.
Hello there.
We're you got cool stuff to talk about, so we'll shut up, or you can remove us, Chris, and we'll bounce out if you want to have a one-on-one.
I think we're good for now. I might kick you guys out eventually, but you guys have good things to say.
Anytime you want, just give us the boot. We're here. We're here to support however we can.
So, Alex, why don't you tell everybody what you do?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I do front-end development here. I released the new nav earlier this week, so that's looking sharp and nice. Do you also mean like the stuff I do outside of work?
Yeah, like in general. So, let's talk about the work you do in your local school system. I find that pretty fascinating.
Oh yeah, sure. So I run a small mentorship program, and I don't know if you guys have ever heard of like Model UN. It's a very nerdy in a very specific category, and usually it's very private school dominated. Like you have these kids flying out to hotels internationally. It's crazy. So what I do in my local city, in my local school district, is we try to create something catered just for the public schools. And even then there's quite a barrier in that the way we choose topics and the way we choose to guide the topics can often be very complex or very biased or very just like not really educational. So we're really trying to narrow down and trying to turn it into a educational process that's built around understanding how these international bodies make decisions. It might be that like from the outside, it looks like it's just a stupid choice. But then as you get into kind of like the politics of it, how different parties are coordinating, how countries make decisions, even like within their own political systems, can get very complicated. And I think it really elucidates to these kids how decisions are made. And most of the kids involved that I see just come through participating in the event, they usually go out, and a lot of them go to business. There are a lot of very smart people that go into engineering, comp sci. Very few actually go into political science. So I think it's very interesting because hopefully we can help them understand the world and the political climate a little better, not from the perspective of, and I've heard this before and I have nothing against it, not from the perspective of like, oh, let's hear out all sides, but like, let's just understand one clear line of thinking first, and then hear what other people are saying. So that's like the core theme is like, we'll mentor them in all sorts of core skills in a very self-driven way, but let's also create an event where kids can just understand how decisions are made.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
My only experience with the Model UN is I think it's Parks and Rec, where Andy trades his whole military away for all the lions in the world, and I'm like, I'm sure it's more complicated than that, but
Yeah, but yeah, you mentioned how some underprivileged folks have less access, right? They're like, people that come from underprivileged communities and schools, like they can't fly to hotels and international communities, and they just can't. And it's kind of the same problem, with STEM stuff too, right? Like STEM is expensive. Like it's easy to be like, hey, you should go build a home lab. You need $1,000 machine, a $200 router, a $200 switch. You need coding, licensing, and they, some youth just don't have access to that stuff, right? And I think it's important for us when we can to help provide, back to early conversation, like let's make knowledge free, let's make it available, let's make it consumable, by as many people as possible, and try to break down as many of those barriers as we can. I think that's hugely important.
I think a lot of times too, I know, especially like me growing up, I didn't even know a lot of this stuff was like an option or how it looked or how it worked. And it wasn't until I saw one of my uncles have some success and kind of realized like, oh, there's a way to move up and build something real, whereas I think if you don't see that in the people that are, your caretakers and the stuff that's in your life, it's nice to have these kind of things where it's modeled and explained.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the thing where you don't know what you don't know. Like I grew up in Central Maine, and so we didn't have a computer, or we had a computer team, but it wasn't like programming. We didn't have a robotics team. And my wife, she's like, oh yeah, I went to a school in Albuquerque, and they had a robotics team, and I would have loved to have done that. I didn't even know that was an option. And it definitely was an option at my school, but just knowing that there was that possibility out there would have at least gotten me interested in it sooner.
Yeah.
Alexander, you because of the mentorship and all that, obviously a lot of young youth don't know, like you said, what they don't know. But like, what have you provided that you've seen as a guarantee, like aha moment for young people, where they hear that and they're like, "Oh, I didn't know that."
That is a great question. I think a key part often comes down to the role of mental health and just sustainable working. Because I've worked with some kids, like they see leadership as like the most toxic, like nasty boss material ever, and it's like that's strangely common in like the just the audience of students we tend to attract, just because that's all they see from other kids. Like if you're only operating on like really just grade 11 and 12, because that's when they really start to get involved, they don't see very many positive leadership examples. So I think the key things often has to do with just like mental health. Like, oh, are you bothered by what someone else is doing? Like process that emotion so that you don't take it out on other people. And I think in doing so, I really want them to understand and see professionalism not as just like put on like a fake face and like word things in a passive aggressive way, but like just let's start by just being a little more emotionally mature first, and just treating people with a certain amount of maturity. Their priorities not the same as your priorities. You're here for a shared goal. Anchor in on that shared goal. Talk to them, communicate with them, work with them. Don't just like boss people around because that's what you think leadership is. So that's probably like the key shared takeaway. Yeah.
So I have a question for you. So like, there's always a time where I'm like, okay, I want to start a charity. I want to reach out. I want to help people. How do you get started with that? Do you just like say, hey, I'm going to do this, and if people come, they come? Or like, how do you get started, I guess?
So as long as that's not a question on the legal paperwork part, because I don't know much about that. That's actually a really great question, because pretty much everyone I've talked to about this, especially if they're adults, maybe they're 30s, 40s, like they have some life experience. They've seen the world change. They've seen the political climate really change. And they all, like, everyone has slightly different perspectives, but they all think it's reasonable to talk about, like learn how to have a proper discourse and conversation. But no one really knows how to get into that. And I think when I was in high school, I remember I got into this, and then like I used to deliver newspapers. So like I put down a bit of my money to help this organization get started, because it's just a bunch of us high school kids at the time. And then I basically just held on to it where everyone left. So I don't really know how anyone else would get started on it, because I saw potential in it, and then I just sat on it, doing my best to keep it alive. And then after I finished university, it was much easier to put more time and effort into it to grow it. So I just started as a student. I just stayed in it.
I think effort's the key thing there. Yeah. I think it's no matter what is, again, it's just, if you really want to give back, it's the effort of giving back, and it starts with one person, then 2 people, then 10 people, then 20, but the effort's got to be there. And it sounds like you put a lot of feet on the ground and put a lot of effort into it, which is important. That's for any growth, for any charity, I believe.
And it's really hard to put yourself out there too. I was saying to my partner, Max, that it's like, you feel like this one person running out with a sword up in the air, just hoping everybody's going to follow you before you get trampled.
Yeah. In general, it's like you do first before you start worrying about structure and finance and business, right?
Just get it out there.
Yeah. Like, I do some work with like houseless community. People ask me all the time, like, how can I start houseless outreach? I'm like, well, you find a local houseless person, you ask them what you need. Right? Just you have one conversation. You say, what do you need? They say, I need a blanket, or I need, you go get that, and you bring it to them. Congratulations, you're now doing houseless outreach. Then you can start organizing. Hey, I want more people to do this with me. Oh, hey, we've got people doing this. Now let's start, 501(c), right? Let's do first to make sure we're motivated and making taking good action, and then let's worry about business on the back end.
And it's really been my experience that like people want to do good. And sometimes they just need a little, like they're busy, they're trying to, pay their mortgage and get through school, or, get the next contract, whatever it is. And just giving them a bit of a framework and a bit of a guidance, setting an example. It's pretty easy to light the fire most of the time.
Alexander, what are your thoughts on like meeting kids where they are? So my prime example is like a lot of these kids now are learning how to like discourse with each other through like Among Us, you know what I mean? Where they're like, obviously there's something bad has to happen, but like it's a lot of conversation and taking leadership and convincing. Like, is there any conversation around building I hate the word gamification, I don't like that, but like UN is very much like you have a place you can speak, but will kids be better at it like in their homes with their headset on, like learning how to talk to other people? Is there any conversations about building like a game aspect to the UN side?
That's a good question. There is no intention. I thought about it. I thought about it quite a bit back when like everyone was saying, oh, like the virtual metaverse and all that.
Yeah,
and especially
yeah.
during COVID. Like
Yeah.
people were having Model UN conferences during COVID. And
Yeah.
I'm surprised people even showed up to those because a big value in it is seeing everyone be there in person and feeling that vibe. So there isn't really an intention, and at least the way we have things structured, and I just got to be real. Like there's a big metric of whether or not they're successful with me and just doing Model UN as an attendee is just their base social skills. And I've seen people go from like incredibly shy and they cannot speak and like being such an awkward teenager to like by the time they reach grade 12, they become so much better. So like there isn't really a way to or that I do where we bring it to them virtually. It's always, hey, you got to take that step, come out in person. And once you're in person, everything just feels different.
Yeah, it's interesting too because I mean that's a skill. That's a great skill to you're teaching them early because I mean even at our level, we said we have a Wednesday offensive. We bring people on all the time, and some of them are afraid to talk. You know, we've had one guy who his first talk ever was on our show, and he did an excellent job, but he just didn't know that he could do it. You know, and there's a lot of people who have a lot of great information that are just afraid to share it for personal reasons, for fear of being laughed, whatever it is. And I think it's good to have something where people are learning that so early. I mean, the Model UN thing is one example, but anybody with any kind of information to share will learn from that, and I feel like that initiative can be so widespread, and I hope it continues to grow for you.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like when I was in high school, I would have loved something like this because the first time I learned how to do proper public speaking or like working with people was in the military, and that is a rough way to learn.
Yeah. Well, I think there's also the aspect too of like Model UN has like I think it has a stigma of like having to wear a suit and being a certain kind of person. And, I do think in this day and age, hopefully we can start breaking some of those borders down. But I do think that stigma is still there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and it's hard to break because I mean, for the most part, that is what it is. But I think that it should come down to the person and not what they look like, not what they're wearing. It should come down to their effective way to learn and communicate. So.
I do want to add to that because we see a lot of people come from debate into Model UN, but like at least the way we organize our events and the way we want discussion to go, like debate is not the way we want to brand ourselves. It's not the experience we want to have. A lot of these students who go into debate, it's very similar to the studies on SATs. The higher the score is, the more likely they are to have factual inaccuracies. Just because it's so much easier to talk good and convincingly when you're wrong. When you're not paying attention.
We've learned that one. We all learned that one.
So like there's definitely that stigma exactly as you're saying. So we're actively trying to like brand ourselves as something different. Just because like with private school, like they have an idea of what it is. It's very like, I will threaten to nuke you if you say something stupid. It gets kind of ridiculous and crazy. It's very like debate, like I'm right, you're wrong, I'm gonna shut you down. That's not what we want. We want them to be like, this is what our country thinks for these reasons. And then someone else will say something similar, and then they break it down and try to find some sort of consensus, or they decide, hey, I'm with like certain European countries. This is our stance. If you are in a different stance, then we are enemies. Like, but you have to really have a discussion to even get to that point.
Yeah, it's less about crossing the swords, more just putting up your face, I guess you should say. I like that.
Yeah.
And as youth become adults and adults become older adults, they start to kind of like climb their corporate ladder, right? Like those sort of negotiation skills that come with the UN. You can't just say as a security person, well, financing is a security problem, let's get rid of financing, right? Well, you can't do that, right? But you can, but eventually you learn to make it. It's almost like a skill. It's like, okay, I know you need to work at the speed of business, but me as a security professional, let's meet in the middle. If you guys do this, it'll work out. That way you're still secure, but you can continue to work. And I imagine a lot of those, those soft skills come from stuff like Model UN, and that a lot of youth don't get that opportunity to grow those skills.
Diplomacy is probably the last skill that I acquired and still working on, but probably the most valuable that I've found at, we're trying to run a company and grow the organization.
I mean, I tell people, or go ahead, man.
Oh, I was gonna like take the conversation a slightly different direction, so like, please.
I was just gonna say, like, I tell people that are trying to get into information security all the time, because like when I got out of the military, I was like, I need to prove that I'm technical. I need to prove without a shadow of a doubt that I am the technical mastermind of all things. And I found that your soft skills are so much more important. And I mean, I think I'm gonna butcher your name. I'm sorry, but Mashi says that she's incorporating that into public speaking into their STEM courses, and I think that's killer, because I can't tell you how many times I've seen people need to say, hey, we can't implement this policy or this procedure because of X, Y, and Z, and if they can't communicate that to like senior leadership, I mean, it doesn't matter how technically gifted you are if you can't communicate.
100%.
Yeah, my business partner in university took acting class, and that's where we met way back in university. And why are you taking an acting class? But then, as we were, talking to VCs and doing the pitch over and over again, like you could definitely see that that's probably one of the most valuable skills in trying to get that funding.
Yep. All right, where are we going now, Alexander?
Yeah,
Where's the conversation going?
Oh shit. There were three things. One of them was related to how I try to enforce a pretty flat organization for the students, and even with myself, just because I do think that is pretty key to like the soft skills. But the direction I wanted to take things is actually that we're trying to experiment with two like changes to like the very generic Model UN structure, and one of them has to do with the progression of time. Like, what are the consequences of your decisions? So if each hour represents a year, and let's say you decide haphazardly, I'm going to put 3% of our GDP into fixing like one really specific issue that the topic is about. Well, 3% of your GDP is a shit ton of money.
Yeah,
it's probably like more than most countries' military. So like, what are the ramifications of that? So like, one of the things someone else I've been working with has been like trying to model is like, can we create like a somewhat exaggerated model of like how I guess this is similar to like gamification, because he's putting a lot of inspiration from games, but can we model somehow how these decisions will impact things over time, so that these kids actually have to face the consequences of their decisions? And then the other thing that we recently experimented with in November was pulling people in as partners, where one person is the head of government and one is the foreign minister, because they operate differently and they do have to coordinate with each other, because one person kind of calls the shots, but they operate in a very rigid, moderated debate, and the other has a lot more freedom in how they operate, but they need to like work within the confines of their head of state. So those are two different variations that we were experimenting with that like hopefully brings more soft skills into play.
Yeah. So I'm just curious. I really like the nuts and bolts of things. So when you're trying to decide like consequences for their actions, is there like a dungeon master's guide for like a UN stuff, or how does that work?
That's a good question. Yeah, how do you know what the actual the fallout could be? Yeah,
we're making it up. And I do think it's going to require like a generic template. Like I think right now the guy I'm working with has a like some sort of rough GDP model, but there's an issue with it where if you screw up your GDP in some way, your economy will go to trash and it'll stay that way. So I'm trying to convince him that maybe this is a feature. Maybe we need them to be able to pull a Sri Lanka. If you screw up big enough, one country will screw up their economy, and then everyone else has to pay attention and see what happened. But I do think a big part of it has to do with the kind of student staff. We sometimes pull from university students to be our staff because they know a little bit more. They tend to actually be studying this material. Other times it's just other high school students. So I think the personal aspect and how the staff watch other kids and notice like, oh, this guy has good ideas, but they're not speaking up enough. Let me like try and give them more opportunities. So I think the personal element is probably the best way to handle that.
Well, I mean, that's a good sign. Or go ahead.
Go ahead, Ian. Go ahead.
I was going to say that's a good sign of a good teacher too. You know, if you notice the kid in the background, in the back, who's never raising his hand but has good ideas, you might want to like try to like prop him or her up, so that way he or she is more likely to like engage with the group, engage in sharing ideas.
Yeah.
So
Does
a
it
roundabout way.
Yeah. I was curious because I mean this is my ignorance of the Model UN, but like, does it scale down? So it's like instead of being nation to nation, is it mayor to governor, and is it like more bringing it down to where people might know? That way, it encourages them to actually get involved with their local politics, which a lot more I think young people need to do. Does the process of what you're doing, can it be scaled down to that? Do you do that?
We're trying to.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I think it might have been Jason who was talking about it. It requires effort to maintain something like this. It took a lot of time for me to really figure out like what a reproducible process for this is.
Yeah.
And I think now we have it down a little bit better. Now we have an idea of what kind of student culture we need to anchor in on. And there are like other organizations have definitely tried to scale it down, but to scale it down, we have to change the process. So when we were experimenting with like, hey, can we set them up in pairs or teams and have them collaborate in a specific way? Can we mimic the flow of time and consequence? The way the city level would work, we would really need to find like meaningful topics that isn't just like an analysis. Like if it's something one person can do to reach a good conclusion, that's going to be more of a case competition. And we have thought about merging the debate or the discussion and discourse part with the case competition part. But we haven't we only have plans for that. And we need to create the event itself. Yep. But it's hard to scale it down just because a lot of city level planning is about like just a lot of people's opinions without taking a look at like the bigger data. So we would also have to mock the data. But then if you look at the data, it becomes a shorter conversation, I think. And especially with these kids, they don't have actual stakes in it. We have to simulate it. So it's something we're trying, but it's a little difficult.
Yeah, I bet. I mean, even local politics have a problem figuring it out. So I can imagine kids are doing it.
What I find fascinating with local politics too is that it probably impacts your life more than any other level of government. Yet it's got the worst, voter awareness and turnout. 100%. So that would be something to like, how do we change that?
It's the same thing where, again, you can come out of high school knowing, the Pythagorean theorem, but for some reason you don't know when, your primaries are, you don't know. Yeah. You learned government, but you didn't learn about how it works in your own government, how to do taxes. It's a very strange process of what we educate people for. And then later on in life, we like beg them to go back and be like, you should have known how to vote. It's like, how did you not know how to vote?
Yeah. And then you complain your property taxes have gone up or whatever. Yeah. And yeah.
What's an APR? You don't know, but hey, tell me how to find the square root of that thing. I bet you might remember.
You don't know how to calculate total loan payment, but here's a $250,000 loan to go to college.
Yeah, 100%. That's a whole other thing.
But here's a $250,000.
Yeah. So, that's interesting. It's an interesting concept. I didn't think it would be that hard to scale down, but hearing all the factors you said, that does make a lot of sense. Again, the opinion thing has got to be just the hardest part to ever like simulate, because you never, especially with like with the ability with money to influence local government, all that. It's like hard to, how do you simulate that? How would you know if a company decided to set up somewhere and influence a local person that changes? It's hard. I don't know how you can even figure that out. So.
Yeah, and with the kids too, I guess, like you're talking about influence and money, like how do you make the one kid in the class have 10 times the influence as the other kids? Because in the real world, that money buys that, right?
Or even having at that young age, when you have people who have our different economic backgrounds, how do you tell the kid who's been affluent to really be understanding of what someone who isn't, what they would be experience? You really can't, but you could be like, well, here's a nation, has a lot of money. So you figure they're going to be that way. I feel that maybe is an easier way to explain it. Yeah. So,
and sort of like the life lesson too of who is necessarily the loudest isn't the most impacted too. It's like if you get 10 phone calls on something, but those are the only 10 people affected versus the other one's good for 90 people, but none of those call in. Like, how do you weigh that, measure that? That's a huge local politics issue too.
For sure.
Well, you think if you come from a disadvantaged background, like I know my parents, they're really scared of like the system. You know what I mean? Like just the way that they grew up and the way that their lives have gone, they don't feel that confidence in walking into City Hall and demanding something, where I think somebody who has an affluent background is just more used to having that kind of ability to interact with the organizations that are there.
So, Alexander, what are, I guess, it sounds like this is pretty narrow, but like, is there any in the last, however many time that you've been building this thing, has there any been new tools or things that have been out there that have helped you kind of figure this out? Like, what are the things that you're kind of using now that maybe you weren't using then to be useful? Do you have anything like that?
Tools like,
Again, it could be Excel. Is there anything that like in the beginning you were like,
I really wish,
I think about like the AI thing we were talking about before. Is like, is there anything that you could be like, man, this is actually making this really helpful for me now?
There was some kid back in the day, I think maybe like 8 years ago or 5. I don't know. I think 8 might be the right amount. 8 years ago or so, he was from Vancouver, because Vancouver's Model UN scene is kind of crazy, I think, for just a single city. He built a software called Chairman, where that helps you chair debates. And I believe it's used pretty much like all across the US now to just help monitor, or like they have one screen that you show that shows all the time and the people speaking and all that. But beyond that, we haven't really done anything in terms of new tools. I think if anything, actually, I guess I could say Notion. Like, we use Notion board a lot now, enough where we pay for it. And it really helps the kids stay organized. I've tried asking them to use Asana, because Asana, I do believe, has it's so convenient the way you can switch views, but even that's a little too complex for them. So I am thinking about, maybe in order to teach them effective project management and how these different perspectives of like board or list and like critical path diagram is like the ultimate gold. It's a thing I imagine at the end of the rainbow, that if they understand how critical path diagram is set up and how to use it, that's the core thing I need them to understand from a project management perspective. So maybe I just have to build something myself where it can take them easily from like, hey, just list all your ideas and then add these other little variables, and then it will like in a much more UI controlled way take you to where you need to go to understand visually how all of these tasks relate and connect to each other. So yeah, hopefully that answers that question.
Yeah, no, sure. I'm always like there's always things that people end up using in ways that you never expect, or there's been just developments in technology that you're like, I had no idea. Like I'm just, because we were talking about the AI thing, like how it's made people be able to excel faster and share more because something that should be one thing has been used for something else. I always like stories like that.
So I guess to pivot off of what Jaycon just said, do you have any like cool stories about like a student having a really crazy like solution to the problem that actually worked or it didn't work? Do you have any like cool stories from that?
Unfortunately, I don't usually listen in on their conversations as much. I deal with much more of the logistical side.
Yeah.
Let me try to remember some things. I don't know if there's anything super crazy. They sometimes they backtrack on their decisions because they're like, actually, guys, this was a dumb idea. Let's not do it.
I mean, that's an important skill too.
Yeah, that never happens in the real world.
Doubling down never works.
Inaccurate Model UN.
Yeah,
I know.
If you talk the social network,
I know. So the colleague I was talking about, he usually does a lot of the ideation for the things we could do, and he's done like an alien invasion kind of thing where
cool.
Like there's an unknown, like every country has an unknown set of health points, and like you start with like one student being the alien. As they take over countries, you basically give them a deal like your country's dead, you have to join us and help us and be our inside guy. And then they start going through different things. So I think the way this relates to the question is that as they analyze the problem, and again, there's the aspect of time where if they get it wrong, they can really see how they got it wrong. They start to come up with all sorts of different ideas on how to play it, what's going on. They analyze it, they talk about it, and then they can kind of get a sense eventually, like, holy shit, there's a spy amongst us. It becomes a game of Among Us at that point. So, I think if we give them like a wacky setting, they give us like pretty wacky responses.
That's
but
cool.
I don't remember anything else beyond that.
Well, I bet you there's a ton of C levels that would probably benefit from like a Model UN when they're doing like tabletop exercises.
It's crazy how much, again, these kind of things that you could learn as a kid come back up at a higher level, but you don't think you think of them as a child's thing, but it's like, no, this is a simple solution to your big problem. So
I think it's done a lot of harm that we've told these kids that, like, hey, these adults are way above you. You couldn't even imagine how they think and process things. It's like, no, there's a process to things, and they have a little more experience and a little more knowledge to draw from. But fundamentally, how to think, how to make decisions, how to analyze things is something that you can start at a very early age.
Yeah. Don't rest on your soft skills. They're probably the most important skills you'll ever develop.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially the adults that are like all kids these days are so dumb. It's like, yeah, you know what? They're 15. You're 40. Of course you're smarter than them. Like you're supposed to be. We should be looking to help and improve and continue youth to get better and better and better. So
well,
mentorship is such a great thing that people can do to help strengthen their communities and make a difference right next to them.
Yeah. I love it. I love anything like that. Yeah. Now I'm just thinking of like because the alien situation. Now I'm just like scenario brain. I was like, what would I do in that situation?
Can we send you scenarios and you tell us how it pans out?
I am trying to open things up to the community more because I realize there are lots of adults that are like see value in this, and we could definitely use help. I just have to figure out how to use the help.
I was just gonna say, like, I think that there's like all sorts of cool, like cyber-related, cyber-specific, global, like Eternal Blue leaks again, and all these different kids have to decide, like, okay, how are we gonna fix all these issues? How are we gonna protect our power grid? So I don't know. Like Jaycon said, my head's like just buzzing with ideas.
Like a full-on supply chain attack with all the people along the way. That's actually a very interesting. Like, what do you do now?
If you guys want to sponsor one of our events, you guys can give us the idea.
Hey,
100%.
Let's do it. Let's go.
Alexander, go to jump in our Discord, redsiege.com Discord, or email me, either one. I'm Jaycon at Red Siege. Just shoot me a message. We'll figure this out. I love this. This is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, you could do something like all the tractors got hacked and they all got bricked, and so that's going to affect the food, and so now we can't get the food because the tractors got hacked. How do you handle that? Like,
there's plenty of stuff here.
I like this.
We wouldn't have to make it up. Like, we can use like, oh, hey,
use real examples.
Power. If someone hacked your oil pipeline, like here.
And think about how I know Black Hills has the card game.
Backyards and Breaches.
Like how do we make this in a compact form that can be distributed and doesn't necessarily need to have the central hub, right?
For sure. Yep. Yeah, I mean, Jason would probably be on board to help build that too. So he's from Backyards Breaches, or Black Hills. But yeah, no, I'd love to, hear more about this, and whether we talk about it in Discord or private email, either one. I think it's a good start. There's something there. I like it. Ian's on board, Jason's on board, and I'm on board. So I'm sure Tim will be like, yeah, let's do it. So it's a shame Tim couldn't be here today, but he had to travel. So I was trying to get him on, but he had traveling today.
I love that anytime we have wild ideas, Tim's just like, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, that is true. We're very fortunate. But I mean, also we always excel at him, and he trusts us. But yeah, we do come to him with some stuff, and he's like, yeah, go for it.
I mean, the pen tester in me is just like, I keep on wanting to push the envelope before I can finally get a no from Tim.
Well, how do we build, we're on the defensive side. How do we build the model where we have defenders and offensive and make that a useful exercise?
Yeah, there's it's funny because I wish Gerald was here. He's working on that haiku thing now, and it's a really good example of that. That's what I like seeing is the next level of gamification of learning how to playing something the way that people are used to playing things now, but learning from it. It's that edutainment thing, if you want to call it that. And I still think there's a lot of room for games to be the way that people learn. And, Black Hills and Blanchard, they found that out quickly. Like, you give people a simple game, they can learn from it, it'll blow up. And I feel like there's more room for that for a lot of different things.
Totally.
Absolutely.
Yep. Well, look at that. Making connections. Cybersecurity cares. Lima Charlie. Great work.
I'm so excited I'm already thinking about next year.
Yeah.
And we did just cross the halfway point. So thanks for everybody that's been joining us on the stream. And thank you so much for you guys. This was like the dead part of the day for me. I was really worried about what I was going to do. I had a bunch of videos and stuff I was going to play if it got really quiet. But this has been great conversation.
You can always expect Red Sea to show up and be entertaining. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, I'm gonna put your Wednesday offensive on my calendar now too.
Yeah, please.
So
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's real simple. Again, we don't record it, and a lot of really good information's been shared there. Things that when we left, we were like, wow, that was intense. And sometimes just conversations that people love to hear from other cybersecurity festivals that they have the same thoughts. There's just a lot of stuff that gets talked about in there. It's 30 minutes. We are as punctual. We don't mess around. We're like, you started 1:20ish. We let people roll in. 1:30 we go live. 2:00 we end, so that people can get on Eastern. So that way people can get to what they got to get to. And it's every week. We're going to do one more next week. Then we're done for the year. Sean Goodwin's going to be on, and then we start right back up beginning of the year.
They're fun.
And if you're on our Twitter, if you're on the Red Siege Twitter, we post about it every week too. You always know who the guests are. It's always on the website, and it's always in the Discord. So, whether you're find us on Twitter, redsiege.com/Discord, or on the website, redsiege.com, you'll always find information on it.
Very cool.
Well, I think you have somebody new coming in soon.
Yeah, he's coming up in 7 minutes. If you guys want to bow out, now's a good time.
We'll wait a little bit. Yeah, we got 7 minutes. I don't want to be in the way once he gets here.
It's nice talking to people.
Yeah, Ian's gonna try to stay on as long as he can because I just finished PRing one of his reports. He's
Right.
He's trying to stay as long as he can.
My email box, I kept on saying a comment from Jason, a comment from Jason. I'm like, oh no.
See Jason looking up to the side.
Yeah.
Jason killed my Christmas spirit.
Yeah.
Right. Gets brutal sometimes. It's brutal.
So do you guys do physical pen testing too, or is it all digital?
Yeah, Jason just recently had a really successful one.
Yeah.
We got on our YouTube, our Red Siege YouTube. Jason's got a couple different breakdowns of some physical stuff that he's done in the past. Yeah, we do it all. Anything offensive, we're definitely in that game.
That's very cool. So clipboards are in fact involved.
Kind of, but not in the way you'd expect. Yeah.
But yeah, so for the last one, the way that I got in was I pretended to be like a pest inspector, and so I went to Lids in the mall. We talk about malls exist. You can get hats done there. It said A+ Consulting on it. I wore my hat. I bought like a blue clipboard. I got a purple UV light, and I was like pretending to be this pest inspector, and they let me go everywhere.
Designed his own logo too. He doesn't say that. He designed his own company logo. That when he sent it to me, I was like, "That's not bad. That'll work."
You guys should sell the kits in your swag store.
That's hey,
pen tester uniform 1, 2, and 3.
The Downey disguise. I'm on it. There you go, Chris. All the proceeds are going to Cybersecurity Care. So that's what we'll do it.
Yeah.
So I like it.
I'll have to send Jake. I did take a selfie in the mirror in the hotel room of like all the different things that I wore that week. So it's like me in a full suit. It's me in like the contractor outfit. It's me just like in a t-shirt. Like,
that's so good.
Yeah.
So I noticed you have tattoos on your hands. How does that work when you're wearing the suits?
So in the suit thing, I typically just try I'm showing up for a job interview, right? And so like at that point, like really like I'm just trying to get in the building. And
you're already in the door.
Yeah. I always tell people when they're doing social engineering stuff, like to play into your strengths, like the pregnant woman thing for, tailgating through doors is like always a great idea. Obviously I can't pull it off, right? but with like a good fitted hat on and hand tattoos, like I kind of look like I would be showing up to look for bugs, right? Like
totally.
That works for me. So you play to your strengths. Like I got hand tattoos, I got to live with them, so let's make it work.
Yeah, I mean, like if push came to shove, you could probably use concealer or something to cover them up too.
Wear
just
gloves,
make sure you don't rub your hands against anybody.
Yeah.
And it's more widespread now. I have a bunch of tattoos, but I've always made sure to keep them where if I put on a long sleeve shirt, I can hide them if I need to.
Mm-hmm.
So
and to be honest, like I didn't get my hands tattooed for a bunch of years because I always wanted to be a pen tester and I always wanted to do on-site stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm like, if I get hand tattoos, that becomes a problem. And then after so long, I was like, well, let's just do it. And it still works. Yeah.
Well, there's
especially
also
with the bug inspector thing, it probably even plays to that role more. If you didn't have them, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Well, there's obviously the idea too of charisma. Like Jason presents himself in a very like a way that you want to have conversations with that guy, whereas somebody who's like a little more with his hand tattoos might be, like the thing that I think you don't even notice, Jason, if he was in a suit, I don't think you even notice his hand tattoos if you're just talking to him.
Right.
Yeah,
Maybe the gauges, but I don't know.
Yeah. Well, like, I mean, I did the one where I pretended like I had a job interview, and like I showed up and I was like, I'm here for my job interview, and have a good pretext, right? And at the end of it, the HR lady was like, I'm so sorry we couldn't find your appointment. I'm so sorry that this fell through the cracks.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh man, I lied about all this, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, you
I mean, and realistically, if they're going to challenge you for like for being in an area that you're not supposed to, I would like to think that they would challenge you for like not having a badge, or you're in a restricted area that only IT should be in, not that you had like hand tattoos.
Listen here, Knuckle Tats, you
Yeah.
shouldn't be back here in the server room.
We have a policy in place.
I'm always amazed too. Like I'm in a pretty secure office. There's a lot of like counselors here, so they have a couple locked gates to get through and stuff. And I locked my keys in the facility once when I was first in here, so I didn't know anybody here yet. And I climbed up a gate and over through a gap like this big, and had to like use a strap to put my foot. Like, it was so obviously wrong, and in the middle of the day, and not one person challenged me.
Yeah.
Like,
But I mean,
that whole thing.
that's
like,
kind of
nobody was like, oh, maybe that's a baddie.
I mean, you
The
really need a
audacity
corporate
of
culture
sells
there.
it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the whole thing too. Is like, I think even with most crimes, most thievery, anything, it's just having the ability to be like, I'm going to do this, like without the guilt, without the whatever. It's like I think more people get caught because they're nervous. You know what I mean?
Right.
When it's just like, just go for it.
And you could read that. Like, that was my whole thinking. Like, if somebody challenged, like, eventually I can prove that I'm supposed to be here. Like, even if the cops end up coming, I can prove that that's my office. So I had that confidence. Whereas if I didn't, it probably would have come through in my actions. Right?
Yeah. And it's funny because it goes both ways. Because I mean, we have another guy, Corey Overstreet, who's also excellent in physical tests, and he's funny as hell, but he's probably a little quieter than Jason is, but he's just as good at it. So
yeah, like it would make sense for someone like Corey to be like, oh, I'm a city inspector, or oh, I'm here for like this whatever meeting with whoever C-level person. I probably couldn't pull it off. Corey plays his strengths. Yeah, so the same. Yep. Good pretext is everything.
Yeah. Don't let Jason call your company. You will go down. That's our ace in the hole.
It's bad. It's bad.
Yeah.
Not for me. It's great for me.
Yeah,
it's
great for you.
It's bad for everybody else.
It's great for me. Well, here we are. The last minute where we're like, we're gonna be gone soon. Just waiting for this other person.
I next year we'll have a better scheduling system. Again, it's just like 12 hours is a long time.
It is. I mean, I applaud you. It's a telethon is a hard thing to pull off, especially live stream like this now when everybody's in their own homes, and it's
we'll get there.
Yeah, we'll definitely look us up next year. We can give you a hour a piece or whatever, and help with some of that time for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And I think next year we'll start a lot earlier, and people will see that we did something the year before. It's really the first year about kind of making the line in the sand kind of thing.
Yeah,
so.
for sure. No, this is awesome.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is like phenomenal for like a first time, like first year. Like, this is like, it's crazy how I've said this before, but it's crazy how much money that you've raised already.
Yeah, lots of really great community members, and I think at this point in history, there's a lot of money in cybersecurity, so it's nice to see some of that flowing back into things like this. So. And I credit our really good financial controls for we got to make a $5,000 donation.
Cool.
Which, for a company our size is pretty substantial, and thank you, Amric. He takes very good control of our finances.
Well, I think it's good for us. Then we can probably jump off now since it's 3:30.
Yeah.
Or 3:30 my time. I think it's 12:30 your time.
12:30. We're halfway here.
Yeah. So I would say again, thanks for having us. We're definitely here to support. Reach out if you need anything. Alexander, again, hope I hear from you, email wise or Discord wise, and we'll be seeing you again every week. You can see us on the Wednesday Offensive. Find us on Twitter.
For
find us on LinkedIn, anywhere you need us. And
thank you so much, you guys. It was really
Appreciate
awesome. Red Siege is plus in my books.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Take care.
I'm gonna stand here while you kick us out. I'm just gonna awkwardly stare.
I'll kick you out.
Kick us out one by one.
One by one.
All right, we've had enough of you guys. Get out of here. Thanks, Jason.
Me too.
Hi, Alex.
Oh, hello. This is a nice fireplace you got going.
Yeah, that's actually, I think, in one of our demo organizations. So that's one of the ones that spews alerts sometimes because I have it completely unprotected and open to the internet. So
I thought you were making a joke that one of our demo organizations is a hot fire.
Yeah. Hello, sir.
Howdy.
How you doing?
Oh, good. Glad to be on
We've got the whole band here.
Yeah, that's right. All right.
Or a large part of it.
Very cool. It's funny. I thought JP was. I like closed my other thing. I think JP just left. Is that right?
I know there was a bunch of folks here from Red Siege.
Oh, okay. Very cool.
Yeah, and it was really awesome too because in the middle of the day I had this big blank spot in the schedule, and I was so terrified about it just being me doing the one-man band. But it was probably the busiest time of the whole day so far. So really, really cool.
Very cool. So where are we at?
We're 6.5 hours in, $17,000, 205 raised. Why don't you introduce yourself and tell us what you do?
Sure. I think you can get a good guess of where I work. So I'm Max, or Maxime Lemaitre-Brassard from my full name, and co-founder at Lima Charlie. So I work with Chris and Alex and many other very great folks. I'm a cybersecurity, I guess, professional since the beginning. Security is the only thing pretty much I've done.
Yeah. You've had a super awesome career. Do you want to sort of talk about how you started into cybersecurity? I think.
Sure. I started. So I'm Canadian. I'm from Quebec originally. So if
we're all actually Canadians on the call right now.
Actually, that's true. I started. I studied at UVic, which is University of Victoria, and I did a Bachelor of Computer Science and Business with business option, I think they called it. So like comp sci with like some accounting and all that fun stuff. And it was a co-op program, so you got to do like internships, and you kind of have to find your own internships, like where you want to go. And I applied for a thing called CSE in Canada, which is it's our NSA. So I applied to do a first internship there, got in, like super fun experience. Got to do the polygraph and all that fun stuff. Really brutal process. And then I got to work there, and everybody knows you go into work, at the equivalent of the NSA to build parking management web apps in Java, obviously, right? And so that was my first term there. I was like into corporate services. It's necessary work and all that. It's just, when you go and work at NSA, you hope to do something a little different. I think I did like 1 or 2 semesters there, and then I heard about this group doing security, security stuff. CSE has both mandates, right? Defensive and offensive. So I started. It was about the offensive side of the house, and they were doing some really, really cool stuff. I didn't really know anything about security at all. And I reached out to the guy managing the internships there, and I kind of like told him like, hey, I really want to do an internship with you guys. I like, you tell me what I have to read, like, whatever I can do to ramp up, like whatever you need me to like prep in order to be able to make it. And it took a couple tries, and then eventually I got that internship, and it was like just mind blowing, right? Coming out of university, it was a really cool setup, because the way that the internship in that group was set up, they were essentially telling you coming in. First of all, the thing they told me to read was, hey, read Windows internals, which is for anyone, I don't have it. It's been a while, but it's like
you put your monitor on it, kind of thing, right?
Oh yeah, and like, you know, being a student university, I was like, all right, hold my beer. And so I read the whole thing. Some bits are fascinating, some bits are super boring, but you know, got to learn a ton about like how Windows works and the operating system and all that. And the way that group set up their internships is like the first day you'd come in, they would tell you, hey, we're going to give you a project for the semester. You know, and we'll get to that, but like, we're telling you, like, from the get-go, whatever you end up developing, we're not going to use. Like, it's not for us to use. Don't think about this going to prod. This is purely for us to see what you can do and how you can learn and the type of things that you know that you can do. So it was like this really weird, like, removal of pressure, but also it adds pressure in a totally different way. And so they're like, all right, your project is going to be this piece of software. And like, I remember kind of being slightly confused because it's like, what do you mean, like, this piece of software? Like, that's not a project, that's a thing. And they're like, just figure out whatever you can. Like, we don't know about this piece of software. It's fairly new. So figure out how it works. Like, can you do stuff to it? You know, anything at all. So that's why it was like this amazing greenfield thing where it was coupled with, that was in Ottawa in the middle of winter, where if you've ever been to Ottawa in the middle of winter, you know, that's like, you know, I don't know, sun's up at
what
like,
everybody thinks of Canada.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly
Canada
right.
is not like that, but when you think of what you think Canada is, that's what it is. Yeah.
Minus the log cabins, maybe. You know, it is modern infrastructure. Like, you know, sun comes up at like 9 a.m. and it goes down at like 3:30. So cool. Yeah, and it's freezing and yeah, all that good stuff. So I just essentially spent like that whole winter. It was like, what else? I wasn't living originally in Ottawa, so I was like, what else am I going to do than just go completely all into that? And so I learned so much that semester. I learned a bunch about networking, about reverse engineering, assembler, patching stuff at runtime, like how you compile binaries, how the compiler works, like how PEs get mapped into memory, like just a ton of really, really cool stuff. And that was sort of like, that's when it really started. And I was like, okay, obviously this is what I'm going to do for the rest of my, you know, of my career.
Me and Max met in a 4th year compiler construction course too. So he's probably the reason I made it through with such a good grade. We partnered on a project together.
Yeah, good times is many moons ago. Eh?
Oh man.
So yeah.
So they gave you a piece of software to kind of analyze and see what you could do with it that maybe it wasn't designed for.
Yeah, essentially. It was like, I mean, I'm gonna try to go all the way to the edge there, right? But like, it was you know, to set the time, right, which is pretty important. That was like 2006, I think. So, you know, you're not talking about really advanced stuff compared to nowadays. So it was like, you know, like early not telco, but like early communication software, right? Like, if for people that remember, like, you know, kind of, you know, it's been an evolution from Telnet to ICQ to like, you know, whatever. So it was sort of in that spectrum that was new around the time. And there's a lot of like claims around like, oh yeah, this thing is like end-to-end encrypted and like how it works and it's very cool from like this weird company. And so yeah, I just got to start looking at it and, you know, figure out, like, I got lucky because that piece of software was doing a ton of stuff. It was doing a ton of anti-reverse engineering, which is, in hindsight, was kind of brutal to learn to reverse engineer against the thing that is like actively trying to prevent you to do that. So like, if you looked at the assembler, it was really fascinating because like it was doing a ton of runtime CRCs, so cyclic redundancy checks. So essentially, like inlined in all of the assembler, it would do stuff, right? The software has to do stuff, and then it would reach a point where inline in the function in assembler, it would start to read its code from like a totally different place in the app. And it would read it and would compute a CRC, which is essentially saying, I'm going to take every byte.
Like a checksum.
And then, yeah, it's a checksum, right? So accumulate data in a buffer and like compare a value at the end that I think it should be. And so it was a custom checksum. So it would read like, I don't know, a kilobyte of codes from somewhere and then do a custom checksum against a known value. And then it would use that value to jump inline to the next part of the app that keeps the business logic going. So it's not even like, oh, I reach a point, this is bad. Like if it's not 0, then like stop working. It's just in order to work, in order for me to keep the business logic going, it's gotta compute the checksum the right way that will make me jump to a place in the code. So if you were off by 1 on that checksum, you would end up jumping in the middle of like garbage instructions and it just crash. Sorry, it's pretty deep into it.
Yeah, no, super cool. And I'm sure for some of the people listening, they find that fascinating. Yeah. Maybe not everybody, but
yeah, maybe not everybody.
And so after Google or after the government, you went to a couple cool places. What happened next?
What happened? So I was in government. So I was on the dark side of the house for a while, and then I flipped to the light side of the house, doing
Red
defensive stuff.
For anybody wondering,
what did you say?
You said red and blue for anybody else.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we'll go with that. That's good. So on the blue side of the house, and did some more around like agent development, like what nowadays is called EDR. Back then, I mean, I think at that time it was starting to like EDR was starting to like appear, and then I decided to leave. I kind of like I say that all the time, but like I've always been like N+1 kind of person. So I was like, all right, what else can I do? And then I kind of hit the hard ceiling of intelligence agencies at the time, which was you can't do anything publicly. And so I was like, I wanted to do like a course on reverse engineering and like all of it like from Google stuff, right? So nothing classified, but it was like at the time the intelligence agencies were like super, super paranoid about like this internet thing. So I left and I went to work for CrowdStrike, or super early CrowdStrike. And that was like, I think I was like employee 100-ish there. So that was really interesting, like startup, from like a real hardcore startup, which was exact opposite of the government. Did some pretty interesting stuff there, like kind of architecting some of their early SOC systems to detect bad guys. So that was pretty cool. And then from there, I worked briefly for like an MSSP type thing, MDR type thing. And that's where I really got my appreciation for like people running MSSPs and doing MDR and IR. Like this brutal stuff, and then after that, I ended up going to Google internal security. That was fascinating in like a weird way. It was sort of like almost going back to government in a sense, like so big. And I did a bunch of Windows stuff initially there around like internal detection. And then I heard about this cool new thing getting started. I was looking for the N+1, and there's Google X, which was this whole like moonshot moonshot factory thing, which is a little bit like I don't know, not cliche, but like, yeah, it's kind of funny. Anyway, they were starting to do a moonshot in cybersecurity. That was like 3 guys at the time. So I reached out and I was like, yeah, I mean, the premise is, hey, you're going to be part of Google, but you're going to be a startup. You're going to have like, ownership. We want you to do like a moonshot, like something with huge impact, really, really big. And we're going to make sure that there's the backing to be able to do that as a startup. So like, yes. And that eventually became Chronicle. So I was there like super early on doing a lot of like ideating and stuff like that. So.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Ken Weston from Panther just joined the stream, so
awesome.
I might pull him into the conversation too. Yeah, and after Chronicle, Lima Charlie, and here we are.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, let's see what Ken's got for us. Ken Weston.
Hey there.
Hey.
You guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, I'm just testing out the streaming. I got the OB Studio thing set up, so I was experimenting.
I'm guessing this is not live, what we're seeing now then.
Yeah, this is a video I recorded a while back. Hold on, let me turn that off.
Yeah, I think Ken's going to be joining us at the end of the day too to watch the final numbers come in, which is pretty cool.
Cool.
And here, Ken, I'm not sure if you can see, but if I pull out my holiday Yule fire here, there's a sticker on the side of my printer there. You might recognize. I think I might have to get some more light on it.
Oh, I can't see it. What does it say?
Oh, is that enough for you? It says, it's not Shadow IT. This is my stunt laptop. So Ken actually sent me that sticker.
Limited edition.
Yeah. I have a good appreciation for a marketing shtick, and that's totally hit all the right notes with me. So.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Is my video and audio coming through okay?
Yeah, you look and sound great.
Okay, great. This will work good. Yeah, it's interesting because like trying to set it up for like doing backing tracks and then playing live guitar with it, I had to kind of get creative with all the kind of the plumbing. So I think it's going to work out great.
Cool. Do you want to briefly introduce yourself?
Sure. Yeah, my name is Ken Weston. Currently, I'm at Panther. I'm a security strategist or evangelist, I guess you could say. Been with Panther for just like 3 weeks now, so I'm still fairly new. Been having a lot of fun with it though. Prior to that, I was at Cybereason, and then before that, I was at Elastic and Splunk. So I really enjoy security analytics and SIM, and particularly threat hunting and doing investigations and things like that. Before I did all that, I was actually had a startup where I was tracking criminals. I actually ended up unveiling organized crime rings and things like that. So.
Oh, very cool.
Hopefully you didn't get on too.
Oh, sorry, Matt.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, hopefully you didn't get on too many lists while doing that.
Well, it was interesting. There was some of them were actually Russian organized crime groups. There was one that was like a sort of a criminal syndicate. They're operating in the U.S. They weren't colluding with anyone in Russia, but and so they were stealing a lot of property, and then they would fence it in different places. So they'd steal it, fill up a big white van full of stolen property, and then they'd ship it off to Missouri. And then Missouri, they would do the same thing, because the first place you're going to look when you have a stolen device is on Craigslist locally, right? So we ended up tracking them all the way through, and I had a whole DEF CON talk around it. It was DEF CON 23. It was Confessions of a Professional Cyber Stalker.
Oh, wow, that's super fun. I think we have a similar thing in British Columbia and Canada here, where the massive bike theft rings. And I think they operate on the same thing, where all the bikes that get stolen in Vancouver end up on a moving truck and go to like Edmonton or Winnipeg or somewhere else in Canada. And then they go on Craigslist there, where people won't be looking for them locally, because that's what people will usually do. So.
Yeah, there was a talk like that at B-Sides Portland. I got the keynote, and there was someone that was talking about tracking bike thieves and things like that. So I love it. I like the idea that anything that's connected to the internet can be tracked now, right? So I guess even airplanes, if you want to.
Cough.
Sorry.
You're going to get us banned from somewhere. I don't know. Somehow. Yeah.
Well, it's funny. In my podcasting, I've met a couple people who, come out of different three-letter acronyms in the government in the States. And we're talking about putting together a sort of special talk on cybercrime from China, or the cyber threat from China. And one of our employees asked me not to do it because he'd still like to travel there. So.
Oh, gosh.
Wait,
yeah, we did it.
Oh.
Yeah, a while back we did this thing. It was when I was at Tripwire. It was after my talk at DEF CON. We got contacted by this TV station to do a thing where we hack a smart home. It was this show called Crime Watch Daily. And that was one thing we found, is like everything was set to these defaults, and we even found like their security cameras were being routed through China. So it's like you're using default passwords, and all the data is being routed to these servers in China, totally unencrypted. But yeah, good times.
And now we do the same thing through TikTok, right?
I guess so. Yeah, I don't know. How's the telethon been going for you guys so far?
Sorry, what was the question?
Oh, just curious how the telethon's been going so far. You guys?
It's pretty good. I probably signed myself up for this before I thought it through all the way. 12 hours is quite a long time, but we've managed to keep things going so far. We're at $17,000, 205 for
awesome.
What we've raised. So I think we'll probably hit 20,000 today, no problem. That's I think that's within the sights. 25 would be the stretch goal at this point, but you never know what's going to happen. There's a couple of people with deep pockets coming on. So, cough, cough, Panther.
We're working on it. Yeah. It was Jack's going to be on doing the DJ stuff. I haven't heard him DJ. I showed up for the in the office. I flew down to San Francisco, and I got to see there's this huge DJ setup, and I was like, "What's that all about?" And like, "Oh, you'll see." And so it's be my first time hearing him. I'm not sure if he spins. I'm not sure if he spins records anymore, or how it has it set up. But it looks exciting to see.
That's pretty fun. Where are you located geographically?
I'm in Portland, Oregon. So.
Okay, so West Coast.
Yeah,
that's probably a virtual background then, right?
Yeah. I'm not up on the mountain. I wish this was real. This would be awesome, but
it's pretty nice.
Yeah, I live in Portland, and then also have a house out on the coast, on the Oregon coast. It's beautiful out there. So kind of a little beach shack that we've been fixing up over the last few years. We got it before the pandemic, which worked out really well. It was a place for us to kind of go, while the world ended, and kind of escape. And it's beautiful out there. I'm not sure if you've ever been to the Oregon coast.
No, the only time, sadly, I've been to California, I've been for 2-3 days for business and back on the plane kind of thing. So I would like to make the drive. So from Vancouver, Canada, all the way down, I think they call it Cascades.
Yeah.
I'd like to go down there.
Yeah, even drive 101 too. Like that's a beautiful drive from you can go out from Washington down 101 along the coast. A lot of switchbacks and things like that. That's a really nice drive.
Yeah.
At one point, I got a souped up Subaru at one point, and I ended up driving that. Luckily, I didn't get any speeding tickets, but it was a lot of fun. I drove all the way down to San Francisco. It was a blast.
Very cool.
That's cool.
Max lived in San Francisco for a little while. I couldn't believe the rent.
I mean, Mountain View. So yeah, not far away. Although I think Oregon. Sorry, my French is coming through. But Oregon's pretty. It's getting pretty expensive too, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, like downtown Portland and things. Once you get out, like a lot of places, once you get outside the city, it's not so bad. Like where we live, it's still fairly reasonable. And I've lived in the same house for like 15 years. I love it. We kind of live in a forest, so we have trees everywhere, and then a bunch of parks that are all interconnected. So yeah, I don't think I could live downtown. I kind of like having my space. So I grew up in the country, so I kind of need my room.
How do you find your way into cybersecurity?
I think it kind of found me, actually. I did a talk about that at B-Sides Portland just a few months back, where I talked about, people always tell me, ask me, how do I get into cybersecurity? Well, I'm telling them I'm trying to find my way out. It's like I was doing a lot of web development, web design. That's kind of got started. But then I had to administer my own web servers. So work for a company. I had to be sort of a one-man web army. That's where I started, doing like securing the LAMP stack. Got into Linux and things, Apache, MySQL, PHP. And maybe that tells you how old I am. Then the company I was at, they started getting involved in, blocking USB devices from networks, because at the time people were, I think it was called pod slurping, like stealing data off a network or infecting a network from within. And I'm like, when it comes to hacking, that's kind of my way to go. It's like, that seems a heck of a lot easier than trying to, use an exploit to get after a server, things like that. If I can just plug a flash drive in and compromise an entire network. So I started digging really deep into that. I even built a website called USB Hacks. I started, maybe publishing some of these different tools that actually bad people were using. Even wrote some of my own, modified them. That was the first time the FBI contacted me. Once they realized my intent, though, like what I was trying to raise awareness around these tools, like these are freely available in dark web markets, things like that. So then I ended up building this sort of tracking technology where I would take these kind of black hat tools and then use them for good, to track stolen devices and, wipe data, things like that if a device gets compromised. So more on the offensive side. And then I was working at Tripwire after my startup failed. And then, really did really well there, really loved it. Got really deep into like more of the kind of the endpoint security at that time. Point of sale malware was a big deal. Like, remember, like Home Depot and all that. So I started doing a lot of research into that, how the malware works, and then how we can mitigate that particular threat. Then I went to Splunk, and I had a lot of fun there. That was a blast. I really enjoyed that. Right when they were starting to get really heavily involved in security, got to work with some really cool people there. Built through honey workshops. Was able to help build some modules for their boss, the SOC. Really enjoyed it. Really good people over there. And then I went to Elastic, where I led competitive intelligence. It was okay at it, but it wasn't what I expected. I thought it'd be more technical, like get to do more teardowns and things like that. But it was really more about writing like white papers and comparison guides and things like that. And want to get back into security. And so that's when I ended up at Cybereason. Then now I'm here at Panther, and I love it.
Very cool.
Oh. I have to head up. So
well, thanks for popping in, Max.
Look back in later.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, come for the end of the day.
Sounds good.
Cheers. Okay. Whew. Man, it's a long one.
Did you get up at 6 this morning?
I got up at 5. And I hit stop on my alarm because I didn't want to wake my wife and son up, and just lying there for a minute going, oh my God.
What have you done?
And then realizing that if I don't get up soon, I'm going to fall back asleep and I just won't show up, and that's going to be no good either. So,
yeah. Well, I like the fireplace. That's great. You set the ambiance. I love it.
Yeah. That machine's been with me for a long time. I've, swapped out and put an SSD in, bumped up the RAM. It just collects dust now, but I'm really attached to it. So it's nice to see it get another moment in the limelight.
That's great. Well, it's great to see how you guys are been doing really well. I'm hearing a lot about Lima Charlie from a lot of people. So it's really great to see how you guys are growing.
Oh yeah, thanks. It's exciting. We bootstrapped, and so the first 2 years were really hard because there was no money, and it got pretty dark before it got light. But we've been once we got things rolling, found our fit. We started out, Max had written the original EDR, was an open source project. Mm-hmm. And then when he contacted me, we closed the source and tried to figure out what the play was, I guess you would say. And initially it was sort of API first, EDR as a service. And as we got into that, kind of realized that there was a much bigger thing happening in cybersecurity. And the thesis sort of being that if you look at, IT 15, 20 years ago, you had these specialized companies like Oracle. If you wanted a database and if you needed a virtual machine, you go to VMware, and could kind of see the same evolution happening in cybersecurity, where there's all these very specific monolithic vendors, but the people practicing it are maturing in their capabilities. and there's a lot of limitations with these tools. And so then Amazon came along and offered, database, S3, EC2, all these things like that were maybe a little more simpler than these really complex monoliths that existed in the market, but they, were on demand, pay as you go, and you had full control to do whatever you want. So we've been sort of looking at cybersecurity under the same lens, trying to build out the primitives, so EDR, log ingestion, threat intel, all that stuff, in making them available we try and model everything on like the AWS model. So on demand, API first, unlimited horizontal scaling, all that good stuff.
Oh, that's neat. That's great.
So Paul Cayazzo just joined. I'm going to pull him on. I don't know if you know Paul. Paul,
hey,
welcome back.
Yeah, hey, happy to be here.
Yeah, I hope you had a nap and are feeling recharged. And
had a busy day, but
no.
definitely going to feel a little bit more recharged soon. I did bring along an adult beverage. It's 5 o'clock.
Yeah, there you go.
So
I'm trying to hold on a little bit longer, but I guess you're 3 hours ahead of me. So
yeah, it's a little early, but hey, we're celebrating here, right? So
yeah.
I'm thinking around 5 o'clock. I think I'm going to bring out the scotch. We'll see.
There you go. Ken, nice to meet you. We actually haven't met before, but I'm a big fan of Panther. I think we embrace a similar detection as code kind of mindset. So
yeah. Actually, I watched your guys' recent webinar. It was really interesting. Cool. Especially like some of the adversary emulation and things like that. That's really cool stuff. So yeah, I kind of want to learn more about it.
Yeah, we've had some conversations with some people on your team about potentially doing an integration. I definitely think there's something there if we put some wood behind that arrow.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it'll be fun.
So how's it been going, Chris? You've been going all day. Are you running out of steam, or you just all caffeined up, or what?
Yeah, I think I'm doing okay. A bunch of guys from Red Siege, I don't know if you know who they are. They do sort of offensive security stuff. They popped in and really helped me fill out. I had like a blank spot in the middle of the day with no guests. So they came in and kind of took over, gave me a chance to take a breather.
Good stuff.
I do plan to run this whole thing again next year, but we're going to start earlier and get more people to commit to helping run the thing. So
yeah,
and we did have a technical problem with our LinkedIn stream too, which is a bit of a bummer.
I saw that, kind of odd, but I guess that's just LinkedIn doing LinkedIn things.
Yeah, I think you can only do one stream out of this product into LinkedIn at a time, and then one of the guests, when you come in, I don't know if you noticed, you can plug your own stream in. I think they plug their LinkedIn now, so it's running on their personal LinkedIn, and broke the one that we had running. So
interesting.
Yeah, lesson learned.
Well, let's I guess kick this particular segment off with a bang. We're going to do our employee match for what our employees have donated, which is around $1,000. So we're going to round up to $1,000.
That's pretty awesome.
That is going in right now. So every little bit counts.
It does, and then we're within striking distance of 20,000, which is a pretty great watermark to get to.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Would love to get there.
Yeah. Okay, Ken's going to take off and come back at 4. Thank you very much, Ken. You're bringing your guitar at 4, right? So what do we do, Paul?
I don't know. What do you want to talk about, Chris? You've asked me like a couple of times stuff that I like to do in my spare time, but I've never actually asked you that. So maybe, let's get to know each other a little bit more. What kind of stuff keeps you going? I know you've got 2 little kids that probably is much of your time, but when you're not doing that, what kind of stuff do you do?
Yeah, there's a few things. And I think like you, I have a lot of energy that needs to go places. So even though I am very busy, I do find time for stuff. So I paint. That's one of the things I spend a lot of effort doing. And painting, garden. And the thing that's kind of fallen off with the kids, but I'm hoping to get back to as we grow, and it seems like I have a little more free time, is microcontroller stuff.
Oh, cool.
So I love playing with like Raspberry Pis. I got some relay switches. And
do you use any of that in your gardening? I have some friends.
Well, that's where I think the motivation coming back. So we're actually moving on Monday, which is like a crazy thing to be doing at Christmas on top of all this other stuff. I'm going to start growing microgreens.
Okay.
I don't know if you've seen this, but yeah, it just during the pandemic and with inflation, and food security's like been a thing near and dear to my heart. And so I do gardening and stuff, but it frustrates me in the winter that I can't, I can't grow anything in my garden. And then you're looking where I'm at anyway right now. Heads of lettuce are like $7 each. And
holy cow, really?
Yeah. And so you wonder where that's going to end up. And I love the concept of being self-sufficient that way, or you're semi-self-sufficient because you have to order the seeds in still. But
yeah, I'm with you on that. I love gardening. We've talked about that previously. Most of my gardening effort goes towards like super spicy peppers. So the spicier the better. And I make hot sauce. I made a bunch of different varieties of hot sauce recently. And actually I did one that I called Spice Attack, playing on Snap Attack, of course. And we gave them out to all the employees at our recent All Hands. And I got pretty good reviews off of it. So I've been thinking about maybe I should start a side venture with just
that's fun.
Nice hot sauces. Yeah. But like you, I always dread the end of season because it's so much fun to get your hands dirty. So this year, for the first time, I'm going to try to do indoor growing in like a grow tent with a light. And we'll see how well that goes. I don't know. But figure start small, maybe 1 or 2 pepper plants, and we'll go from there. So.
We should collaborate. Actually, I've a woman named Kimber Dowsett that you may or may not know, Miss Bat on Twitter. She introduced me to a guy named RP, and we haven't finished the conversation, but we started it. And he'd done a bunch of work developing sensor boards.
Okay.
That work with like the Raspberry Pi and stuff. And so my goal with the microgreen stuff is to try and automate it as much as I can. So using moisture and light sensors and stuff like that.
Yeah, I was going to probably press the easy button and just buy something rather than build it myself. It's been a while since I've really gotten my hands dirty soldering on circuit boards and things along those lines. I've definitely have done it. I think I mentioned to you once before, I built one of the ECUs, the control unit for one of the cars that I built. Down from the circuit board up to operating system and software. That was a fun project, but it took a tremendous amount of effort. There's a cool company you might want to take a look at least just to get some inspiration from, called UbiBot. That is like Wi-Fi enabled OT for gardening purposes.
Oh, cool!
All the sensors that you might need, the switches to turn on pumps, things like that. So
no, I love the promise of it because a well-tended and well-watered garden produces a lot more than a garden that gets watered once a day. You know what I mean? So if you can just keep that soil moisture correct.
It's got to be the right level of moisture, right? Too much is not good. Too little is also not good. With pepper plants, actually, oddly enough, there's at least sort of old wives' tale, and I think it might be true in that if you actually kind of abuse the pepper plant, don't water it so much, subject it to some harsher conditions, the peppers actually come out spicier. I don't really know whether or not it's true, but a lot of people definitely think that. So
I'm interested in aquaculture. I've never got there yet, but I actually keep a kiddie pool full of goldfish.
Oh, really?
I'm trying to learn how to manage them. I started with an aquarium in my office here. And then went up to the goldfish. And so the dream eventually would be able to do like hydroponic greens using the water from the fish to power that. So
I've heard of some people doing that in the past as well. I don't keep fish or anything along those lines. I have a small dog, and actually what's funny, unfortunately, he's grown a little bit, but he and I have matching Christmas sweaters, and I was hoping to put that on him and show you guys, but he's put on some holiday pounds. So but oh well.
Oh, that's funny. My mother recently got a small dog, and it also has sweaters and all the accoutrements.
It's part of the fun. He does actually like his puffer jacket, which is quite stylish. But I digress.
Okay, so this wonderful donation of $1,030 just came in from Snap Attack. So thank you very much.
Yeah, happy to do it. I'm also really just want to take a quick second and thank all of our team that did contribute. We had, I think, 7 or 8 people donate $100 each. So it was great to see. Thank you guys if you happen to be watching. Really good cause. Anybody else out there? Let's get over 20 grand, guys. We're what, $1,700 away, thereabouts?
$1,300 away, about. Yeah, that's really amazing. And I think I mentioned it earlier. So I modeled this whole thing over a different similar one I ran in the tech community in Vancouver. In the first year we made $5,000, and the high water mark through the 7 years was $45,000.
Wow.
And based on where we're starting here, I think over the next couple of years we'll really be able to do something pretty amazing. So
Chris, in prior years, did you also partner with Action Against Hunger, or was it different charities?
It was the Greater Vancouver Food Bank.
Okay.
So it was local to the community here, and that it was easy to get buy-in from the companies because it was supporting our community. But I'm very excited about this effort because it is international, and the companies involved have much more revenue compared to like a lot of the startups in Vancouver. So
yeah, it's
it's
really
amazing
cool
what
to
you
see
can
how
do
many
with a
people.
bunch of.
Yeah, how many different people and companies have contributed? It's really cool to see. Love, the community aspect of this. You and I have talked, and also Maxime, about sort of why community is important in cybersecurity, and I think this is just a clear example of how community can work together to solve hard problems. So exciting.
Oh, that's funny. I think somebody might have taken my website offline.
What, Cybersecurity Cares?
Yeah.
Well, I'm on the Action Against Hunger website. Did you get DDoSed?
Yeah, I don't know. It wouldn't be too surprising given some of the people here, which is kind of sad.
Either it's cached or it's working for me.
Okay, yeah, it's down for me for some reason. Jason Bunsen. I hope not, Jason. I thought we were friends.
What were you doing, Jason? Firing up the low orbit ion cannon at a very good cause. It's unkind.
Yeah, and I mean, I just set it up with like Squarespace. It's got nothing special. I didn't expect anything like this, but
it's working for me.
Okay, well, that's good. Hopefully it's working for most people.
Yeah.
Refresh.
Have you tried turning it off and turning it on again, Chris?
Oh, there we go. We're back. We're back. Yeah. Oh, and we had another Daniel Velasquez, my man from Ground Truth Connections. I interviewed him on my podcast. Really interesting fellow. He was a targeter for the CIA. Was on the ground in Afghanistan. He was like a small drone pilot. Super interesting dude. So thanks very much, Daniel. I got to change the total again. So it's a good problem.
And Jason, yeah, if you posting that to your network caused the old Reddit hug of death, I think that's probably a good thing at the end of the day. Let's see if the donations roll in, right?
Yeah, that would be amazing. And that's what's so exciting about this stuff too, because like there is like this wild card momentum aspect of it, like yeah, that's why I was bummed about the LinkedIn feed, because I thought we would have got a lot of good traction there. But once it's running, next year too, I realize I'm going to have somebody else running the control center for me, because talking to people and trying to debug things at the same time is
hard to do for sure. Now, Christy, are we going to do some trivia, or I heard there was a musical act at some point? Have I missed that already, or is that coming up still?
No. So I've got a half-hour set on the piano that my friend Christy Lewis did that I could play. It's a little bit dark. She's kind of having a hard time this year, so I think that's reflected in the music. And then I have a couple of ukulele pieces from my friend Trish. So
cool.
Yeah, and later in the day, the CEO of Panther is going to DJ for us, and then Ken Weston. I can't remember what his exact title was, but he works in the sort of marketing side of house, I think, and he's going to play guitar for us near the end of the day.
Cool. So. Well, I am a far less entertaining guest, so apologies for that. I do have both a piano and a guitar downstairs, but I'm definitely not going to play the piano for the audience. I could maybe be persuaded to play the guitar, but
I think we're doing fine. I think we're doing fine. Yeah, watching the numbers go up is great. So we got that. Jason promised he was going to join eventually too. I think Jason runs the IT for the city of Toronto, which is the third largest city in North America, up here in Canada, believe it or not.
Cool.
Yeah.
Great. You know any good cybersecurity jokes?
No, but I could ask ChatGPT.
I'm literally doing that right now.
That's where I got all my trivia questions from. So,
okay, it's still typing. Why was the computer cold?
I don't know.
Because it left the windows open.
Okay, here comes Jason Bunston. We're gonna bring him on stage here with us.
Okay, cool.
Hello, Jason.
Hey, Jason.
Oh, I think your audio's.
That's that.
It's a little spotty. I don't know if you have a
FaceTime definition. Let's do audio.
Oh, there you go.
How about now?
Yeah, you sound good now.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
I'm using the headset we've been speeding up, so a moment now, but it sounds better.
Yeah, I think it clips a little bit, but we're good. So are you on Gabriella Island right now?
Yes. Yeah, we just got 18 days, so I got back a bit of a project getting things reconnected. So it's a Christmas miracle.
So Jason is part-time on a little island that's next to the big island I live on up here in Canada. I think the year-round population is something around 4,000. So they just lost. Yeah, they just had the cable, main communication cable to the island cut by an anchor or something like that from a ship. So they've been cut off from the world for a little while.
It was
no bueno.
It was and then it was wind, and then it was a tree. So our hydro pole was taken down. So this is that I've been sending back to office. So it's been a part of our little journey, I think, the day. So kudos to TELUS. I know it's been a bit of a saw, and CanCon rocks. Kudos to BC High. Every time something blows down, those suckers are the place to get things patched up, fixed up. And if there's one little plug, I'll get in there. I'm looking forward to Wendell Towers. But
yeah, your mic's really tough right now, Jason. It's like you come through and then it gets clipped. Do you have any more jokes?
Do I? I have a couple here.
And I forgot.
How about this one? That work better?
Okay.
I love it.
Is that more audible?
Yeah, much better.
There we go. I think I'll skip this one.
Yeah,
so yeah, so it's been a bit back and forth. Yeah, I was just giving the shout out to all those teams because being in an industry where you've got to keep services up and running, it's those back office technical teams that kind of make all the magic happen. So I know those guys tend to get yelled at when things aren't working well, but they're also the people we don't talk about when they are working well. So
yeah, absolutely. They're invisible when everything's working well. The same goes for your other security analyst, right? If there are no like major alerts, then people start questioning, is the SOC doing anything? But in reality, they're still triaging a ton of data to
and that's a little bit. I think I can give an update on what I do. I don't run IT yet at the City of Toronto. We've got a CTO who handles that, but I get to handle our technical compliance and a bunch of other special projects attached to our internal operations. So it's a bit more niche, but I get to bounce around on a lot of fun stuff. I will say one of the areas that I had the privilege of, but also I guess kind of the joy of departing from before COVID hit fully was our infrastructure we built over many years to get the city ready for telework. This was something one of those holy grail items. So Chris, I can totally get like all the travails of running a virtual event, because this is basically what we were priming some of the teams for before COVID hit. And then of course, once COVID hit, everybody just had to lift and shift. And it was a tall order for a lot of people figuring out just how to do virtual events, especially when stuff doesn't work. And it's kind of like, you have to plan for things not working. Yeah. So getting people in that mind space where it's like, you're going to expect these little things to come up, it's tricky. And I don't know if, did anybody here attend the Technicity West event they had just recently?
No.
So it's some of these production studios have kind of moved to doing kind of semi-live events. So what they'll do is you can actually see it, because here you see a bit of video artifacts. We're kind of real time. If the mic's not perfect, something's just off there, and so there's the discontinuity there. But this one, it was really well produced. But it was one of those live events where you can hear they recorded the recording, but the video was a mounted cam. So they probably had a GoPro or something like that staring at the face so they could frame the individual, and then they spliced it in later and they rebroadcast that video. So live chat, but it was on-prem video that they brought in so that they had guaranteed video quality for the final session. Hadn't seen a lot of that, but I thought it was interesting because almost like production studio live event type of thing.
I've seen stuff like that at like major conferences, like maybe DEF CON, in large halls, they'll rebroadcast it afterwards with video of the speaker. I think that's great because it gives the opportunity for people that aren't able to be in the room, still the opportunity to benefit from whatever is discussed. So cool.
Yeah, no, it's crazy times, but I know I'm liking your. I couldn't tell if that was a background, Chris, or if that was a little slice in the background of the CRT stack. I just assumed.
Oh yeah, this is another AI product. So I have a green screen in here, and that image itself is done by what is it called again? DALL-E, DALL-E. So another ChatGPT like AI where you tell it what you want it to make a picture of, and it makes them. So I did a whole session last night. Even got my daughter was cats with sausages and Christmas trees. And like it makes images according to what you tell it. It's pretty amazing.
It's kind of interesting. I was actually just talking with a company that does AI data processing on log analysis. So this is for kind of threat analysis, incident management stuff. It's really interesting times for that space right now because there's just a lot of newness out there right now, particularly as they're kind of taking new technology and just digesting those into products and just watching what comes out at the various iterations. But the DALL-E is kind of fun because we threw, I think it was, if you tell it to recreate logos, it does some really interesting things with logo types if you give it some samples.
Yeah.
And I think people are starting to use it as some of the conceptual foundation for stuff that they're kind of generating, because I've been seeing some of the concepts show up in, the design space afterwards. Obviously, we're seeing that with art, but it's hilarious what it can generate because it's based on what it's trained on. So what it thinks it knows, you get some really interesting things out the other side.
Yeah, and I think like in cybersecurity, you're seeing some of this stuff like log analysis and whatever, and it's not quite there yet. But if you look at the breakthrough they've just made, or at least made public with ChatGPT and stuff like that, you can see where it's going. And I think the future looks a lot like a William Gibson novel where you just have different AIs battling each other and learning off of each other.
Well, it's scary. You ever see the Slavoj Žižek and I'm just having a brain fart on the director. I'll remember him in a second. But there's a chat AI out there. I'll post in the link if I can here. It's just two philosophers talking nonsense to each other. It's an AI generated conversation, but it sounds plausible. It's almost like existential philosophy ASMR. It just keeps going and going and going and going, but it goes to strange places. It's a fake conversation, but it sounds plausible.
Yeah.
Super interesting. ChatGPT just blows me away. I was just playing around with it earlier, like everybody is, I think. And I asked it if it could give me a recipe and cooking instructions for a nice venison dinner. And it listed the whole thing. And I don't know, it blows. I think we're at like an inflection point with stuff like this, where now it's actually impacting the public in a way that, is so interactive and engaging, and kind of whatever they're interested in, they're going to have, I think a pretty unique experience and a pretty positive experience with that platform. So, AI is, I think, now become kind of mainstream, or it's about to be. So, where is it going to go? I can definitely envision a dystopian future where you do have AIs battling it out. Right? That seems very plausible to me. Yeah, scary.
And even with with the detection logic we're using for writing our rules and stuff, some of the rules are pretty complicated and it's hard to read, but you can cut and paste that and drop it into ChatGPT and ask it to explain what it does. And it's not perfect, but to jump ahead of, trying to analyze the code, it will give you the head start. It's amazing.
We tried the inverse of that. We asked it if it could detect, or if it could write a detection rule that would operate, I think it was in Splunk, looking for the privilege escalation exploit called FOD helper. And it got a couple of things right. It was syntactically correct, but it had some logical flaws. But I have to think that's improvable over time. We're working on nowhere near as advanced as what ChatGPT can currently do, but machine learning internally, we're working on basically a recommendation engine that hopefully over time we will be able to build out like automatically detection strategies based on attack techniques that we capture in our adversary simulation lab. So, that's, I think, where the future is going for us. Sooner we can get there, the better.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm taking you both played with it a fair bit. So obviously you put some data. Because I find
it's a very hot topic in the InfoSec community. Andrew Cook from Recon InfoSec, he was demoing some really amazing stuff where it's helping them write rules and just showing like the power of it and its ability to write code and stuff.
I think that's Paul, you kind of hit the nail on the head there, that it's the interpretation of technical data. This is where we're kind of knee deep into designing process, because we've got one of the things that many of the teams get behind on are process and procedural documentation. In a large organization, you're always behind on that. Yeah. So, but there are never any shortcuts, because when you miss steps or that it's syntactically or logically incorrect, compliance issues, right? But oftentimes I just want to take something that's existing and I want to digest it and provide a framework that we can tighten up and go from there. Doing that legwork is complicated and time. And the GPT is working because it's taking some of that, and I'm kind of shocked at what it's producing now, just playing around with it. It's enough. Like, I don't need I just need it to get me 99% of the way there, and we can tidy up and go from there. And I'm wondering how quickly is this going to find its way into some of the commercial tools we're looking at, because now they're looking less plausible as an option when I've got something that carries me most of the way there, and I need a tool that helps me build that framework. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, I've been playing around with it quite a bit, but it certainly can recommend very good, policy recommendations on control mitigations for specific threats. Like, if we asked it, could you describe APT-29, which is a Russian adversary, for those that aren't sure or aren't familiar, and then what strategies you would use to prevent the techniques that they typically use. And we got actually a pretty good answer. Yes, it required a little bit of tweaking here and there, and maybe a little bit of subject matter expertise applied to what it told us, but it was pretty close. And so, the power of that, I think, is incredible. I got to figure out, how best to leverage it for, I guess, for good. But bad guys, you got to think, are doing similar things, right?
Well, it's a cat and mouse. It's like, you've got the power. We're kind of watching the dismantling of that with, the bird site recently. I find it's fascinating to watch the pattern of that evolve, more so than just what's happening, but just looking at how that network is reforming itself or deconstructing itself. That's kind of where I find most of the interesting intelligence is. But it's that whole dynamic between the establishment of social media and those tools, getting a lot of people on it, getting comfortable with it, and then you've got the what is it? Get the terminology there, but with the various firms that kind of built intelligence services on top of the social media sites. We've got our nameless English company that I'll kind of throw out there, that was doing the intelligence research targeting for individuals and political campaigns, for instance, or seeing influence campaigns form in various places, or firms who are essentially creating commercial dissent in various places by setting up, counter revolutionary or protest type groups and whatnot, where you've got an A versus B type thing, but nobody can remember who organized it, and it turned out to be a central party that was setting those up.
You have to even think like a phishing email. Like, there's always a kind of a smell to the language. Like, that doesn't sound quite right. Like, that's going to get a lot better too, because it's going to be written by.
Like with all the like the deep fakes that came out. I don't know if you guys did ever see the initial Adobe audio presentation. This is a few years back. Again, another brain fart. I'm just remembering the I think it was Vocode or Voca, the Adobe product where it would take a snippet of audio, create a speech to text mapping, and then they could retype the sentence and then have it re-encode the audio seamlessly from the original sample. I don't know if this, because they actually had what was it? I've got so many other things going through my head that I'm misremembering the details of who was sitting there, but I'll pull the link up. But what was interesting about the product was that this was something Adobe was putting out to commercial markets, but they were going after essentially voice re-encoding. So situations where production studios might need to take a little bit of like actor audio and rather than paying them another giant sum to come in for the 15 seconds of re-recorded audio, the idea was maybe you could license out that scenario and then just kind of retype out the sentence you meant them to say. And then Adobe product goes in and recrafts the audio and makes them say those new words. In this case, they demoed this live on stage, but then the product went dark. Basically, it never came to market after that, because obviously its misuse is a bigger issue than its potential market use.
Sure.
But it's there. And now you've got all this stuff floating around. So it's that whole, one step forward and then maybe one step backwards, or maybe two steps backwards. But those deep fakes become an issue. Now we've got this with language.
Yeah.
Now they've got I don't know what it's going to look like in terms of, again, the phishing campaigns. That's the one thing we get with so many people right now who, if we're looking at people who were attacked recently, and I won't name clients, actors are going after certain we'll say clients that we've seen before. Don't try to attack from inside. They'll get access to an account, but then they'll try to attack from outside, masquerading as clients coming in and talking about payment transfers, for instance. But the language is what is necessary to make sure that they proceed to transfer money to the wrong location, for instance. So that's usually a low bar for some clients, but it's a higher bar for external people. So you have to make sure it's coming into the company, et cetera. But a natural language processor that cleans that up, learns from the language patterns, and makes sure that the tone is spot on, things you might not get unless you're really familiar with their transactions, or let's say just the basic terminology you might not notice. The GPT gets this. Just for
Yeah, I don't want to cut you off, but I want to welcome Brandon Poole to the call. Thank you for joining us, Brandon.
Glad to be here.
Oh, okay, awesome. Do you want to do the quick introduction and let everybody know what you do?
Yeah, so my name is Brandon Poole. I founded and run a company called Panopticize Security. Primarily what I do, risk assessments. I come in and I help optimize SOCs, so SOC assessments. Do a lot of threat intelligence work, and that makes up probably a bulk of our business.
Cool. We probably have something to talk about. Most of my background's been in sort of the blue team security operations side of the house. I founded a couple of MSSPs, and what my current company does is all about optimizing security outcomes in the security operations workflow. So it might be worth us having a chat sometime.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I've done. I don't know, for like the past 6-7 years, I feel like. It's just coming in and trying to help clean up, folks' security operations centers.
Yeah, so there's so many that need help in a wide variety of ways. You've got people that need help developing content. You got people that need help skilling up analysts so that they can actually triage the alerts well. You got people that need help just writing better detection content, and all of those things can be real challenges to overcome for most organizations. So, I feel your pain.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head with those three.
Yeah, I find often it's a skills gap, right? And I think the reasons for that are, some of why we built Snap Attack, but I don't want to spend too much time talking about that. But really, the blue team has basically never done the offensive research. They're not pen testers. They're never going to be pen testers. So they're at a disadvantage because we're asking them to defend us against something they don't really truly understand. And then the red team side of the house, if the organization even has one, which most don't, has a harder time translating their work into something the blue team can actually use. And so there's this big, canyon between these two bodies of knowledge that needs to come together in some way. So I could talk for hours about SOC optimizations.
Oh, I could do it as well. Yeah, I was employee number 59 at Red Canary. And the whole concept of detection engineering to a lot of SOCs is a foreign concept. It's pretty much our vendors provide the detections, and they really just don't understand. A lot of times your vendors, if you were to really push them on that, a lot of times they have an alert to have alert coverage, but it's also designed in such a way that during the proof of concept, they need something to happen to show that the product actually works. So they play this game of kind of balancing, saying, yeah, we checked that box, but we also want it to, naturally kind of give you some false positives. And then, like you said, going in and trying to optimize for certain use cases that, the business or the SOC might have, and create custom detections off that. That's just a skill set that doesn't exist. They don't understand, as you said, the offensive side. A lot of times, they get very overwhelmed with a lot of that, because like I find it more and more that, you know, it's a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. You have a lot of people now coming into cybersecurity without any of that IT experience. So, you know, they also don't understand what's normal and what's not normal, and kind of like, you know,
right.
For perfect examples, like VMware with your gold image, like it is like a standard practice to wipe all the Windows logs whenever you update your gold security image. So like, yeah, you get like an alert in the EDR saying that, you know, Windows event logs wiped, but you know, you wouldn't want a bunch of VDI images generated from a gold image with old logs of a completely different system in the Windows event log, it getting picked up and forwarded to your SIM. So I don't know. It's a tough place. It's a tough place to be in security operations.
Yeah, and it never stops, right? It's 24/7. That's, you know, one of the things I always liked about it, but also it's a big drawback. So like when I first started my first company, which was an MSSP, by the way, you know, basically, obviously, the buck stopped with me, and it was a 24/7 job. Like if there was an escalation in the middle of the night, I got phone calls from the SOC asking, what should we do? Does this look real? Do we need to escalate this to incident response? And I was also sort of the incident response lead as the CEO. But I missed that. I miss getting my hands dirty and helping people just, you know, find evil in their environment. I think it's a lot of fun. I think one of the other issues in security operations, and this is very, very common in most organizations, is just the visibility and coverage conversation, and making sure that the right data gets to the right detection platforms. And people just, I'm amazed that most organizations I talk to really couldn't tell you exactly what's on their network, like exactly what devices are on their network. And I don't know. I think if you can't solve that problem, then you're kind of already just out to sea. So I don't know. Do you see a similar thing with the companies you help?
Yeah, I see it a lot. I will say Defender for Endpoint surprisingly is helping a lot of folks, because, you know, it gets bundled in to everyone going to Office 365. They say we're going to, you know, use it. Defender for Endpoint does this interesting thing where it's like actually looking at the ARP tables and what's talking on the network, and will actually use the endpoint agent to actually say, there's these other things on your network that we don't know what they are, and they actually don't have an endpoint agent installed on it. Because that's like one of the biggest things. Well, I used to do more incident response and digital forensics stuff, like, you know, kind of the gold standard for like the last few years has been, you know, pretty much deploy EDR, get that kind of security blanket, get that visibility out there. But a lot of times, like, you would, of course, run into those things where it's like, well, you know, this device isn't managed because we didn't know anything about it. And so it's not in SCCM or our management tool. And yeah, I mean, you've got some places like universities are probably like the worst, where, you know, you have like some centralized IT department, but then some other department somewhere else is like, well, you know, we don't want them like messing with our network or running vulnerability scans that might take things down. So we just put a firewall rule in place, and it just drops all the packets. So it looks like there's nothing there. And it's like, all right. So no, I run into that a lot. Like, folks don't understand kind of what they have on their network. A lot of times with even like simple vulnerability management, like kind of engagements, or, you know, a big vulnerability comes out and someone calls you up and asks for advice, you know, they can't even tell you what all software they've got installed and where, or how to even approach trying to figure that out. So
so we have Dr. Joseph Burt Miller Jr., who's going to join the call now too. He was with the Department of Homeland Security, just got hired by the NSA. So hello, Dr. Joseph. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, good afternoon. Good morning. I'm not sure everyone's chiming in from, so I'm just trying to cover all bases.
Everywhere.
How are you doing?
Good afternoon. Nice to meet you.
What's going on? Yes. Yeah, it's good to be here. I think this is great. I see the numbers really risen up too. That's really good. That's what's up.
Yeah, we're doing pretty good. Brandon was they were talking detection engineering. I'm not sure if that overlaps with the work that you're doing, but you just got hired at the NSA. That's very exciting. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. I can't share too much specifically yet, but But no, I guess I can go over the process. So honestly, NSA was not even on my list, or even on my mind at all at first. I even made a post about that with a conversation I had with a fellow doctor, Dr. Jeffrey Weaver, who gave me some great advice. But yeah, leading up to that, I was really gung ho trying to join CISA. But the past year, I mean, so the year before, yeah, I was applying, doing interviews, or or sometimes don't even get called back. So I get interviews and then say, oh, we select someone else, and this and that. So I'm like, oh man. So yeah, I was feeling kind of down and everything. And yeah, so I had a session with Dr. We spoke for like, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes or so. And he just gave me some advice and to say, maybe, kind of take a step back and kind of look at other different avenues, and maybe as a different way to get to CISA through maybe another agency. And in my mind, I'm like, I kind of took that as me failing, because if I stop pursuing, I was like, oh man, I feel like I'm giving up. But I took it. I took the advice, because he mentioned like, Cybercom, or, either one of the intelligence agencies or some other agency as well. So I was like, all right. So, so I never had. So of course, if you're familiar, particularly NSA or any of the intelligence agencies, they're not found. Their listings are not found on USA Jobs like rest of the government positions. You have to. They have their own separate site or job portal. So with that said, I had to create my account on the NSA's website or the NSA's job portal site, and just going through, browse, and I saw a couple positions I felt best aligned with my skill set. Put in for it, and see what happens. And I don't know, probably like 2 weeks or so, I received an email requesting for an interview. So now, okay, so do the interview, and so we're kind of going over everything, and it wasn't I guess it wasn't an interview that I was typically used to, at least at that point when I was really going hard as far as like filling interviews and everything like that. So it wasn't with like the hiring manager per se. It was like I guess more like a recruiter almost. So what she did, she took my information and then sent it on, I guess, for them to make a decision. So after we had the call, in my mind, like, man, they ain't picking me, So I'm already I'm looking elsewhere, applying, trying to move forward in my mind. And I don't know, probably 2-3 weeks later, I see the email saying, congratulations, you've been you received a conditional job offer, CJO. And I'm looking at it because I thought this was fake. I thought this was like some spam email, because there has been some spam job postings too. So I was kind of on edge about, like, I don't know about this. So I even scrolled down to the bottom of the email and called the number for the point of contact and the email just to verify it was real. And yeah, it was NSA. So I'm like, okay, this is legit. So fill out my security forms. I even know it's like even the security forms were legit, from what I've been accustomed to. So okay, these are standard forms, and fill it out. Did my equip, do the background and everything like that. And yeah, just like it was really like a whole year long process going through the polygraph, and everything like that. And finally everything, just recently, went through, and I'm good to go to set. So I'll be starting up next month actually. Yes, December.
Very cool.
Yeah, but yeah, next month.
Are you going to be at the fort?
Sorry, Paul.
I'm just wondering, are you going to be at the fort itself, or you're working remotely, or?
Yeah, at Fort Meade.
Cool.
Yeah. So.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, congrats.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it. And it was always something in my mind, because I've with DHS we had the stance of working from home since the pandemic started, and but I always told myself I will accept a position if I had to go in the office, if it was the right one. So, and this is definitely the right one. So I have no issues going in.
Awesome. Are you based in Maryland then?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm out in Upper Marlboro.
Okay, I'm Northern Virginia, so not too far from you.
Okay, I used to live in Virginia, so, in Fredericksburg. I'm not sure if you're familiar, like about 30 minutes up from Richmond.
Yeah.
Used to stay out there.
I live near Tyson's Corner, so closer to DC than Fredericksburg, but that's cool. A lot of our team is based in Columbia, Maryland, with backgrounds, in national security. So, it's a small world, man. It's cool, and from what I gather, is a pretty great organization to work with. So,
Richmond VA on the line.
RVA in the house.
There you go. Has anybody else worked for any 3-letter agencies? Paul, you must have had some brushes with them.
I've done contract work in the Department of Defense for pretty much, much of my career. On the military side a lot. So I worked for the U.S. Navy and the Marine Corps in the early 2000s doing network security and things along those lines. I was actually at Walter Reed on 9/11, oddly enough.
Oh, wow.
It was a crazy day. And continued to work for DoD missions for quite some time. Did some foreign military sales and things like that. We've supported intelligence community organizations. We currently do, in fact. Can't really talk too much about the stuff that we do there, but it's always exciting because that to me, mission matters the most in terms of what we all do, and there's not many organizations more mission oriented than either NSA or the agency here in Virginia or other DoD agencies. So it's cool to see.
Very cool. What about you, Brandon? It's all been private sector for you so far?
Private sector and then like state, local government early on.
Yeah, actually, David Burkett told me that's the best way for somebody to get in who maybe didn't go the education route. He started in like local government and got trained up. And
yeah, David and I met actually after he left local government. We both worked for a large MSSP, and David was working on one project and I was working on another. And unfortunately, I had like a lot of IBM QRadar experience, so he quite often would bother me with QRadar questions and how to detect things and optimize queries.
Yeah, David and Brandon wrote a paper, I think, back in 2000 maybe, detectors as code. Like it was very early on when that was forming as an idea. Maybe it was earlier than that, 2019.
I was about to say, I think it was 2019.
2019, yeah. Which very cool, sort of really early practitioners of this whole, DevOps approach to detection logic and getting that built into like a sustainable operation kind of flow.
I think that's when Lima Charlie was like a 2 or 3 man operation.
Yeah,
we used to have calls. Yeah, we used to have calls with you guys all the time. Be like, hey, we got this crazy idea for a feature request.
Yeah. The company that Brandon was with back then, Soteria Security Solutions, shout out. We love those guys, folks. They were like our first real paying customer. We had some paying customers ahead of that, but they were like the first people that came in with a like substantial number of endpoints and really gave us faith in what we were doing. So very cool.
Super cool.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
I know when we were at Soteria, we were glad we went with you guys because the other alternative was trying to piecemeal together a bunch of open source technology and maintain it yourself in-house, various customer environments.
Yeah, and I remember too, in those early days, we had a pretty substantial acquisition offer, and really kind of had to spend some time thinking about whether we were going to do that or not, or try and go all the way. And I know a big factor in our decision-making process was that it would have screwed over Soteria if we took the offer because they just wanted to chop us up for parts. So, I'm glad we made the decision that we did because I like adventure. But so, yeah, thanks for that early faith.
So it's great to get this
an awesome platform.
Sorry,
yeah, and just being good to work with.
Oh, totally.
I I remember, early when I started my company, getting that first real significant customer was like a huge relief on one hand, but then I was like, oh shit, we actually have to deliver now. It means something, which is, fun, but again, a little bit scary at the same time. So, yeah.
That's usually how it is. I mean, doing something for the first time is going to be scary, but I think the best thing is to not let that, I guess, that fear dominate. You gotta have to push through it, and definitely, as you look back now, I'm sure you're glad you did. Don't to not let that fear defeat you, and let it strengthen you. And you're better for it. So
yeah.
Totally.
Sure.
There's a French quote. I wish I could remember the French, but translates to "jump and the net will appear," which I don't know is always the best advice, but I like the romantic aspect of it.
I was just about to ask that, because this was a bit like, I'm listening to the stories, because I come from a government side as well, and so one of the things I find that comes up a lot is risk aversion when you're looking at big projects or big initiatives, big ideas. So how do you find the learning process or the solution development process when you kind of dive into something that is essentially, let's say, not so much a no-win scenario, but a very challenging one? Do you find the challenging scenario gets you the best result out of you, or is this something where it's a wash over time?
Well, I can speak for me. Definitely, the bigger the challenge, I think I find them more intellectually stimulating, and it's fun to really dive into solving a hard problem. I think that comes down to really understanding whatever that organization's true struggles are, and then being able to do the research to put together a solution to them. I find that very rewarding. I think I found a similar sort of intellectual engagement from incident response, especially in major incidents. It's extremely stressful, but you're there for that victim of a crime on probably their worst day in their professional career. And even though it's extremely hard to get them through a serious incident, it's very, very rewarding. And that's carried throughout my career. The harder the problem, the bigger the payoff, just from a personal reward standpoint. So.
And I know from coming in as a small startup, the way we started as bootstrapping, the agility, I think, is a huge advantage to tackling that unknown problem set, because you can adapt and change very quickly and try and sort of hone in on what the right solution is, which I think the aversion in bigger organizations is that they don't have that agility. So it's much more of a costly bet, where very early on we were able to test things and talk to customers and kind of adapt to what they were saying. And then, as we grew, kind of really hone in onto where the market fit was. And now that we're sort of starting to ramp up and be running at full speed, it's we've done all that work already. So it's kind of the risk to reward kind of meet, hopefully, in a maximum kind of problem.
Yeah, I think that's all about listening to your customers, right? Or listening to partners that are helping you design features that solve problems for them. And I find that to be super rewarding too. Because ultimately, we've got ideas on, how our platforms should be used, but I think our customers probably have better ideas on it, because they're the ones actually trying to solve a real world problem. So.
And again, it's like once somebody pays for it, even if it's not a big customer, just having somebody put their money in is such a big vote of confidence. And it's, if they're not putting their money in, it's just advice, so you take it for what it's worth. But once their money's involved, it's much more serious, and the information quality is better, I think.
Yeah, we found the same. Our platform had been built, over the course of several years within Booz Allen. I think I've talked to you about that before, Chris, but that was serving specific national security interests. And then Booz spun it out as its own company. And a lot of the feedback that we were getting at first, have you guys heard of the mom test? Basically, the feedback that you get, like the feedback that a mother gives their kid on something, is probably not the harshest, most brutally honest feedback that they're going to get. So we were getting a lot of a mom test kind of feedback of like, yeah, that's the coolest thing ever. But once we actually got real customers in the platform, the feedback that we got was just so much more valuable, because it's like, definitely it'd be cool if the thing did this. That's always helpful feedback. But the better feedback is, this just simply does not work for what we needed to do. And, you got to do X, Y, or Z. So you have to listen. I think that's just the end lesson to take there. So I guess why we have 2 ears and one mouth. And it's been super helpful.
I would say it also comes down to asking like the right questions a lot of times. Like the customer or whatever, even if it's not like a customer with a problem, even if it's you with a problem, a lot of times like a complex problem really isn't all that complex per se. It's really just like a bunch of interconnected simple problems. So being able to ask the right questions to determine what that relationship is between those simple problems, I mean that's huge in and of itself. I'd almost go back to kind of like the Steve Jobs, Steve Jobs and like the first iPhone without like a keyboard, and everyone's like, oh my gosh, like you can do a lot of research, and a lot of folks like initially hated the idea of not having like a keyboard. Everyone was used to like the BlackBerry, but really like a lot of that approach was like asking the right questions and discovering like there were other problems or other needs or features or desires that people had they didn't even realize that they had. It was just being able to ask the right questions and kind of tease that out.
I love the BlackBerry, by the way.
I missed the tactile keyboard. I totally missed that. You can be able to send text messages without even looking at the phone. Definitely can't do that anymore.
But we have one of the originals.
Canadian tragedy. I'm not sure if you're aware, but that was probably one of the biggest tech companies to ever spin out of Canada, and had all this potential. Could have been it, and then just kind of. Yeah,
you know what?
One of those institutionalization things, I think, where they just stopped innovating and.
There's a lot of layers to that for sure. I think I was gonna say I love the Apple example because they're kind of more for a long form discussion, service innovation. Apple has some really interesting stories behind the scenes that we tried to coax them out to tell at a service management conference, just on the way they did service desk stuff. And the way they approached it, again, I'll kind of write it up because this was like a closed door session with them. We kind of signed NDAs at the time, but I think it's long enough that some of this is in press. But it was shockingly cool how they approached service desk innovation and how they came about consolidating internal business applications to middleware, the stuff they custom built, which actually informed how they were going to do later Mac OS and then iOS development. There's a long tail to their asking those right questions, as Brandon put it. But it's you got to ask the damn questions. You got to focus on the areas. They will generate innovation every time. But yeah, BlackBerry. I remember the original little sucker.
Yeah.
Anybody remember that tiny little
pearl? It had the little mouse in the middle.
The little thing. I love those things. It was so cool.
That little trackball in the middle.
Yeah. Well, they had these little pager style devices in the beginning, and I got rid of those suckers. I had a couple of these from. I was on the Olympic bid team when Toronto was bidding for the 2008 games, so we had a lot of technology providers at the time. BlackBerry was one of them, and they were kind of right at the beginning of their peak for a little while. And so we were getting a lot of this stuff that was just getting activated on the networks, and it was such a revelation having that, because now you could get alerts on the fly, sitting at the club somewhere. Suddenly it's like, oh, we got a problem with the data center.
I remember my Palm Pilot was, I would meet somebody and it'd be like, let me get your contact information. And it would take 10 minutes and then delete the thing before I got it in. But I was dedicated to using that thing.
That was 100% where I was getting ready to go, Chris. Like, do you guys remember like the little PDA Palm Pilots that predated like the Blackberries?
Sure. Yeah,
I think I still have. I think I still have one.
Oh, yeah. I'm certain I still have one of those too. The one I have is actually pretty advanced. It was a Microsoft mobile device, but it had a very large screen on it that you could actually write on.
Yeah,
it was a full featured phone and everything. If they had followed that path, they probably would have owned the market. But I guess it never caught on at that time. It had to be 2005, something like that. So quite a long time before that really became commonplace with the iPhone. So
the parting, and I know, Paul, you were going to head off a little bit. So maybe this needs to be like a topic for another session, is do like MCU multiverse conversation, but instead we're going to have alternate timelines depending on who won the mobile PDA war.
Like a Tech Geeks version of For All Mankind, right?
How different would the world look if the iPhone didn't exist? If
it's like it's all BlackBerry or all Palm Clie or Pilot, right? Or if Newton took over, right?
I
Then we could talk about HD DVD versus Blu-ray. You know, I mean, we could just go.
Laser disc.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm gonna bounce, Chris. This has been fantastic. Thank you so much for organizing all of this. It's a great cause. There's still some time, still a little bit of money to go. So hopefully people out there can chip something in. But like I said earlier, we were just super happy to be able to participate in it. So really, thank you for making this happen.
Thanks so much, Paul. It's been great working with you guys. It's great to know you. I look forward to all that's coming in 2023.
Same, and happy holidays to everyone here and also anybody watching. So cheers, guys.
Cool.
All right.
Okay, and I'm going to bring Zach Wasserman on now. Hello, Zach.
Hey, y'all.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Pretty exciting to be here, and thanks, Christopher, for organizing this. Love the campfire, and it's so cool that you're raising money for a good cause.
Yeah, and I haven't mentioned that for a little while, so I'll quickly run that we are raising money for an organization called Action Against Hunger, which works in underdeveloped parts of the world to help build sustainable food systems for people that are experiencing food insecurity. They're a very highly rated charity by third-party Charity Watch. They have the highest rating they have available, and 93 cents out of every dollar goes directly to the programs putting foods in mouths on the ground. So it's a very good charity. And we're very glad to have you, Zach. Do you want to quickly introduce yourself to everybody here? You've got quite an interesting CV.
Sure, yeah. I'm Zach Wasserman. I'm one of the co-creators of OS Query along with Mike Arpaia. And I'm currently the CTO of Fleet, which is a company that does device management, both sort of telemetry and security telemetry and the more IT side with OS Query.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And where are you geographically, just to help us hone that in?
Sure, I'm in Vancouver, Canada, and the company is kind of all over the world, but we're based in the US.
Okay, right on. And your hat?
Yeah, this is a hat that I made, and I've got a little Christmas theme running on it. So.
Right on. Does it have any kind of
Arduino? But that's been a fun hobby for me for some years now.
Right on.
I want to know if he's got an OS Query agent running on that Arduino.
Yeah, you gotta upgrade to at least a Raspberry Pi for an OS Query agent.
Okay.
Do you guys run on the Pi? You have a ARM7L build?
If you have an ARM64 Pi, I think some of the newer models, then yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I've been bugging Max for a build. Our EDR will run on it, but there's a couple features don't come through. We need to go compile some libraries. So.
Yeah, and I know it's always been a challenge for OS Query with like trying to make a fully static build with a bunch of dependencies. Like some of those dependencies just don't want to build on a 32-bit system.
Mm-hmm. Cool. I've been at this for 8 hours now, so I'll try and keep it going. Do you have any holiday traditions that you engage in, Zach? And then maybe we'll pass it around. My family, we make salt dough ornaments for the tree every year. I find that really nice thing to do.
You make what kind of ornaments, Chris?
Salt dough. So you basically take flour, salt, and water and mix it up until it's like a dough like you'd make for bread. And then you can make your ornament for the tree, shove a paper clip in there and put it in the oven, and it hardens up, and then you can paint it. And so we do that with our kids every year. And so the next year you can pull up the ones from last year and you kind of get the memory swell and stuff like that. So
that's cool. Yeah. So I grew up Jewish. So my holiday tradition was there would be no security guard at the art museum where we'd like to skateboard on Christmas Day. And so that was the 1 year a day that we could go there without getting kicked out.
All right. And that's a Vancouver art gallery you're talking about?
No, that's actually, I grew up in California. So that was the Berkeley Art Museum, I think.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
And what year are we talking here? Like Rob Roskop, Christian Hosoi, or later?
Like a little bit later than that. But I started skateboarding when I was like 6 or so. So I skated in the 90s. I know those names.
Okay, yeah, right on. I also grew up. I think the last time I skated a park, I was 35. And I was still coming to work on my skateboard, but I fell a year and a half ago and jammed my wrist up pretty bad. And I just sort of the ROI on skateboarding has diminished quite a bit as I age.
Oh no. Yeah. How about other folks? What are your traditions?
Not killing my other family members. That's my tradition.
To leave alive.
Yeah, I mean, as far as like traditions, I mean, like ever since my wife and I had our kids, like we typically go to like the Hallmark store and it's like pick out one ornament for the tree every year. So we have like a collection of a bunch of random ornaments, which wasn't something I grew up with. Like my mom growing up was very much kind of like, we're going to decorate the tree and make it beautiful and it's going to be uniform and you got to have all the same ornaments and stuff like that. So that was a little something different. That's really, I guess, kind of like the only tradition we have per se.
Yeah, I would. Oh, Jason, you want to go?
No, you go first.
Okay. Yeah, I guess kind of picking up where Brandon left off was growing up in New York, Mount Vernon, New York. We had, as far as celebrating Christmas, we kind of same deal, like setting up the tree, putting dressing it up, putting ornaments on, and all little trinkets and whatever, and then especially when I was younger, when presents started piling up under the tree, and between me and my brother trying not to, sometimes you try to peek open a little present, try to see what it is before game day, I always call it. But as getting older, we kind of stopped doing that as far as like going through the process of like setting up the tree. And so like probably we would still do the present exchange, but just not having the tree around. And then as far as with my own family now, I say past 2 years now, we started celebrating the 7 principles of Kwanzaa. So, and that's been new for me because, like I said, I didn't grow up celebrating that or honoring that. That's something that I kind of came into my own. I say really the credit to my wife. She really, I guess, helped me come around to that. And so going over that, and just it was something new. I was learning it, and yeah, we've been doing it past about 2 years now. So it's been pretty cool. So yeah, so I guess going from one tradition and I guess creating our own, creating another one. So that's kind of where we were at.
Right. So I'll drop in ours. So I remember growing up, we always had like sparse Christmases. It was typical, like a semi-poor kid growing up. We had some stuff, but not a lot of stuff. But one of the things we used to do to economize at Christmas was we'd go around and get the Christmas trees like literally Christmas Eve. when I actually grew up in Nanaimo, so they always have trees left over, but they'd usually leave the trees because be like, oh, nobody's going to buy a Christmas tree on Christmas Eve. So we go down and there'd usually be a few extras they're just trying to get rid of because they're closing the lockdown. And that's when we get our tree. So we always get this little Charlie Brown tree that we just kind of, dress up and stuff. That kind of eventually grew into this little thing where, to make up for that, my mom would wrap every tiny little thing. So if I got like a little kit of something, usually models, scale models and stuff like that, if there was like a little pack of blades, she'd wrap the damn blades individually. And so after a while, it was just like it was like a scavenger hunt, just kind of looking for the next thing to unwrap. So it was like the best way to get like a lot of fun out of something really simple and cheap. But later on, it kind of grew into something where you do the whole like weird, elaborate gift wrap thing. So I remember one year we'd just started living with my girlfriend, then eventual wife. And we had this thing, and I was dead set on getting a TV because we didn't have a TV in the house. But it was like the old CRT ones that had a little VCR in it. So the sucker was huge. The box was like, this tall. So I had to like dress it up in the corner and hide it like furniture for like 2 weeks before Christmas. It's like sitting in the room with you, and it's just like, oh, it's just some junk Jason has in there. Jason's always got, computer gear. So I was able to get away with that. And then on Christmas morning, it was like, or like Christmas night, just kind of sneak it out, but not make a lot of noise. But that peaked, I think, about 6-7 years ago when, we had our 2 young kids. and it was time to get like a proper little like entertainment shelf or stuff like that for the TV. So got a replacement TV because we were running this one ragged. But it's like I got to put it on something, so I had to get one of those IKEA like entertainment centers. And you've seen those, like it fits like a 40-inch or 45-inch screen. They're not tiny, so I kind of like got this thing home. I was like, okay, this is gonna be a bit of work. So what am I doing with this? So I was like, okay, I'll do it Christmas Eve. So I had to put everyone to bed, make sure the kids stayed asleep and stuff like that. And I put this stupid thing together at night, overnight, without waking anybody up. I don't even know how I did it, but managed to get this dumb thing together and kind of balance the TV in there and stuff like that. And it was like, okay. And I think it just peaked at that point. It was just like a dumb little thing. It was like, I'm going to go back to doing like a tiny little gift after this. But it was always like getting something really interesting and really simple ready for Christmas Eve. After that, it was like, yeah. So we kind of did a bit of everything, not Christian per se. We kind of mixed a number of different traditions together. But it always just culminated on that Christmas vacation. So always decorating a tree, always putting some lights up, putting something weird in there or dressing it up really wildly. But I always loved that original idea of just getting like the simple things that you really wanted for the year and just, wrapping every tiny little piece up, even if it was just down to the single blade.
Yeah, that's fun. My mom one year gave me and my brother each $100, and it was just after in Canada they'd introduced the loonie, which is a coin for the dollar, and wrapped every individual dollar. So it's a way to stretch it out, right? Like after you open the first one, you kind of know what the sequence is going to be. But
and then pretty soon you're just spending them with the wrapper on, right?
Yeah, that's right. For the security folks, I'm curious. I haven't asked this yet today. Is the holiday season a time when threat actors ramp up their game? Is that true? They wait till everybody's busy with the family. Is that something that happens, or is that just sort of folklore at this point?
I would think that's the most opportune time. I think a lot of folks, especially if some teams are, rotating leave or, folks are traveling, I wouldn't say you're completely forgetting everything, but, I'd say defense is maybe a little down, but I think if anything, that'll probably be the best time to strike, during holiday time where most people will be out or lesser staff, I should say.
From my experience, that was
Log4j. I was in an incident at my holiday party last year.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Jen. But thank you. Jen actually just donated to the cause, and we're now at $18,437.17. So I have a pretty high confidence we're going to hit 20K before the end of the day.
So cool.
It's pretty fun.
Yeah, I was going to comment and say that was much truer like 5 years ago. Here anymore, like everything is ransomware and they're just opportunistic. Like anytime they see an opening, they're just going to hit it and push it. They more or less rely on like folks just not caring or knowing what's going on. Like, yeah, you do see them tend to attack more towards the weekends or late at night, but I mean, they really just don't care because it's all a numbers game to them. Just whenever they can get in and push it. So that's been my experience, at least like the last 5 years doing incident response.
I thought you were going to say that labor reform had gotten popular among cybercrime gangs recently.
I've heard that there's stand-ups with a lot of the cyber gangs. They run the operations like a business, so I wouldn't be too surprised.
Yeah. I think it'll it's a real deal when you start seeing IPOs.
Well, I think I was reading in Somalia, the pirating that happens out of there, it is very much run like a startup. So there'll be people financing these small group of individuals, and they will take shares in the take and stuff like that. So
I remember seeing a closed door session a couple of years ago through the Rogers Cybersecurity Care Telethon. They had some presentations in Toronto on that. and there was some material presented on worldwide market investment. So these were cash inflows or outflows into the dark web, cybercrime space, and they had quantities there. It was coming from various sources, but these were firms like some of the troll farms, some of the, let's say, the grayer, darker actors involved with, say, Cambridge Analytica, maybe nation state actors who are investing national state funds in these activities. Just amongst the group here, do you see any of that increasing, decreasing, or concentrating in certain areas? Or is that something that more or less maintains kind of a stable pace year to year? So in other words, if we're solving problems, are we seeing some areas being starved of opportunity? Or is it just still a free-for-all and just looking for the lowest hanging fruit?
I guess that's directed at me.
Oh, it could be anybody. It could be anybody. Because this is a multifaceted question, because some of it's social angle, some of it's the technology cybersecurity angle. But I know it's got.
At least from what I've seen, the rate of which it has increased is heavily correlated with the increase in folks getting cybersecurity insurance. This is one of those interesting things where, at least in my opinion, cybersecurity insurance overall is like a good thing. But insurance companies kind of viewed it as a cash cow, because you think like early 2000s, like people would get breached, they'd get hacked, it would be in the news, it was huge headlines.
Right.
But it was very rare. Like a lot of times if something did happen, your website got defaced by a bunch of teenagers, and like the cleanup was easy. So really and truly, like, insurance companies had no actuary tables on this, they had no statistics. It was just an easy way to make funds. And if you remember, like, ransomware, like back in the early days, it actually kind of evolved from like the whole like FBI, like fake antivirus, kind of like the whole fearware thing, where it's like you got, child pornography on your computer, but pay $300 fine and we'll just forget about it. This is the FBI. Like, it kind of originated.
Buy your way out of that one, right?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of originated from there, and then like the next step actually was like early versions of ransomware actually was not really focused on corporations per se. It was actually individuals. Like, they just ransom like your whole My Documents, and that was the whole thing. Like, you'd have all your pictures on your computer, and the ransomware, folks would just be like, pay us $200 or you're going to lose all your pictures. They're encrypted. They'll be there.
I find it funny that's still an attack vector, because I remember, like, in the early days, the Kazaa, for instance, used to map to My Documents automatically, and we'd run into like a few clients, older clients, who would install this stuff on, let's say, the secretary's computer, where they keep all the documents. Right.
Yeah, I mean, early on in my career, like, a lot of times we would run into it because like you would map like the user's documents to some shared drive, and they're just like, yeah, everything in my shared drive is encrypted. And really and truly, it wasn't kind of like targeted at corporations, but at some point in time along the way, cyber insurance, like, they wised up and they started targeting corporations. Like, they started checking things like, is this PC connected to the domain, and things like that. And they kind of just kept like the number the same, because like they were hitting a lot of small businesses. They didn't have a lot of money. It was easy, instead of $150 for pictures, like, you would just try to encrypt everything on the network and you would up it to like $500. But like, when people started going to like their cyber insurance providers to be like, hey, like, I was, breached and all my data is like encrypted. Cyber insurance providers are like, yeah, the easy button is just to like pay the ransom. Like, you paid us like $2,000 in premiums. Hell yeah, we'll pay like $500 to unencrypt your data. Like, that's still a net positive for us. And so like the actors just over time started increasing the rates, and it became more and more profitable. And as it became more and more profitable, you had more people that started getting into the game. And really, that's when you started seeing like the whole industry, revolutionize, where it's like, hey, like, we say things like, the R evil group or this group or that group. They're not really groups. Like, a lot of these things are ransomware as a service. and that there's a service provider who creates the ransomware, who updates, patch the ransomware, try to make it, as undetectable as possible. But ultimately, like, all they do is they provide the ransomware to you, and in a lot of cases, they provide to you like a manual, and it's like, this is how to find victims. This is our recommendation to do that. And there's a lot of people that follow that, but it kind of cracks me up when people say, like, this ransomware provider always comes in through RDP. Well, that might be what that, ransomware as a service group writes up in their SOP that they provide their customers, but that's not a guarantee. If someone's more advanced and they're big game hunting, they can still use that same provider.
Brandon, how'd you do that? We just got a $2,000 donation in and crossed the $20,000 mark.
Wow.
From Brandon at Panoptic Security. So thank you very much, sir. That is phenomenal.
No problem.
Didn't mean to cut you off, but I almost fell out of my chair there. So thank you very much, sir. That's like
woot woot.
Yeah,
I love
I
that
feel bad for my
announcement right
neighbors.
as he says big game hunting. It's like, wow, someone caught a trophy there.
Yeah, that's
perfect
phenomenal.
timing. Yeah, but I mean, like, really and truly, like, that's the bigger correlation that I've seen is just like I think cyber insurance is still trying to kind of deal with this problem that they've ultimately created. But that seems to be like the bigger correlation. Now, certain groups do target certain industries, and there's certain industries that are more seasonal. So you might see, like, schools typically get hit like during, like, the typical US school break, because that's when they're kind of got students there and it's most impactful. During the summer months, like, you see a lot of like those ransomware gangs, like, if you go to like the dump sites where they're dumping it, they're exfilling the stuff, you see all that stuff kind of like dry up. So there's some seasonality to certain groups that target certain industries, but really and truly, there's a stronger correlation with cyber insurance and the payouts there.
Do you see any of those firms like flipping over to like a white hat stance on where they kind of decide to go straight and then offer expert consulting services to counter what they know best?
I've not seen or heard of that. I guess, I mean, it's an interesting thought, but I feel like it's a crowded marketplace for them, because you've got so many actual legit vendors that's trying to do that, and to some degree they're kind of doing a bad job. But they almost, you're about to get me on a soapbox talking about a bunch of other things with the problems that I see currently in the cybersecurity space and the vendor space and whatnot. But I mean, I haven't seen or heard of that, but I mean, doesn't mean it's not possible.
Interesting. Thank you for the insight.
I'd be really curious to know from folks. It sounds like some of y'all may have been around the industry longer than I've been, which is only about 10 years. But have patterns of the kind of attacks that folks are seeing changed a lot with these economic incentives changing so much? Like, as I think Brandon mentioned, like 15 years ago, it was like you could deface a website, but there's really not a great means to make the dollars there. And so I'd love to hear from your perspectives kind of how that's changed.
I can give a couple samples just from secondary, like, non-government work. I know genericizing the tale enough. Some clients have seen in early days, didn't see the value. Law offices were kind of one. It's expensive work, especially when you kind of like you're relying on expertise, or also, especially if you're looking at some of the cybersecurity COTS or off the shelf stuff, Tenable and Expose. I was a big fan in Expose with Metasploit tooling. Early days, just to look at like standard toolkits, because often when you're going for certifications for a company, they want to see like off the shelf hard, materials and stuff. But it was still a bit of a battle to say, you need this because you've got future threats. And quantifying future threats is always just it may not happen. That's what people focus on. And things would come true and things were getting hacked. And distancing yourself from the prediction was often a little tricky, because it was kind of like, well, you said this was going to happen, and it did happen. As opposed to just like, if you don't have a guardrail on the stair, somebody's going to fall off. And obviously you weren't there to push them. But this is kind of where people's minds are with a lot of technology. It's, I think Brandy might have mentioned it earlier that, you know, like it's like when people are there for really when things break, more so when they work. So, you know, they're looking for correlation or causation when things don't work. So I'm finding that because there is that lag between the desire to be proactive, a lot of stuff is filling into that gap. So it's the clickable stuff. It's getting people to leverage their bad habits, right? So you're going to go after certain people, and that's going to focus, I see, practically speaking, that's not attention on clients of a business. It's attention on the business. The business tends to be busy. And so you want to take advantage of their attention gaps. And that's where we see a lot of stuff flipping in. But if you go for the clients, they notice those little details right away because they're paying for service. It's like you check your receipt all the time. That's the mental dynamic at play. But if you're the business just trying to get invoices out, and it's just like they send money everywhere without thinking about it. And that's where stuff is happening. So there's a lot of ransomware that's taking advantage of busy businesses, but the clients are seeing through it. So they're catching it. And so it's kind of gone from being everybody's a victim to let's go for the weak link. In cases where people are not paying attention, inventory, you know, like small clients have dealt with, even, you know, in the bigger environment they deal with at the city, inventory is a challenge, especially when you work from home now. So everybody takes everything out of the office, and if it's not in the office, you don't see it. Do you have inventory anymore? I don't know, because if it doesn't call home, you don't know what you have, and that's another weak link. So there's all those little things that kind of creep in. I think what I find is pressure tends to be applied at the weak link, but these days, and I don't know, Brandon, if you see this, or Joseph, if you see this, they're being much more strategic about it because they've got 10 to 15 to 20 years of knowledge on this. So they're seeing ahead of things. That's why I'm kind of wondering about the AI tools, where it's like, if you see a trend that hasn't been created yet, what are those futures like? And where would you want to put focus on if you're looking for future weak links? And that's where, again, I know our cybersecurity teams are focusing their time and effort, but the catch up is still the old school stuff, which is quantify what you have, get your processes documented. You know, that's why I love OS Query, because it was like part of this idea of insight to your entire fleet. What kind of tools can you put into place so you can know everything at once if you need to ask the question, right? Is a process running on these 25,000 boxes? And that's not a question you can answer for quite easily. So, well, who does find that? It's the people looking for weak links. But I mean, like, where it's focusing just seems to shift more frequently now. You just have to be that much faster is what I see. So, but that's my perspective. So.
Very cool. I missed some of that because I was trying to update all the things with this amazing total that we're at now.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go move the goalpost. We're going to see if we can get to 25K. But what you were saying about organizations where stuff's moving around, it just reminded me of some of the deepfake stuff I've seen over the last couple of years, where they've actually like spoofed the voice of the CEO on a phone call and getting wire transfers done like that. I don't know how this pans out in the future, but it's just getting more and more like a science fiction novel all the time.
I'm gonna pull up that product that I mentioned earlier. This was and Zach, you weren't in for this one, but I know that there was Adobe had this product a few years back that they launched. It was a big deal. They had Jordan Peele from Key and Peele like on stage presenting this tool, and this was a Photoshop for voice. And so you could take a voice snippet, and it would take a sample of voice and then take the voice you just spoke, convert it to text. You could edit the text, and then it would recode the voice to make it sound like you said those words. And it was copy and paste. It was amazing. I'll get the link and put it in there. But obviously it was one of those, like, if you have an actor and they do a voiceover or they do some stuff like that, you can just change the words. They mispronounced a word, like Benedict Cumberbatch. If you ever saw the bit of him pronouncing penguin, it's cute and awesome and hilarious. But you have to see it. So So let's say you want to go back in and rephrase it and say, well, let's re-enunciate it. I need to use his voice. I don't want to, dub it in. This tool lets you do that. And so it was one of those like aborted attempts from the stage where you could see this product is not coming to market, and it did not. But I think it's come to market in some permutation since, because the problem was you're going to have deep fakes everywhere, because anybody who buys this tool is going to be able to fake anybody saying any word. And of course they were. But then Jordan Peele came out with that Barack Obama bit where they do the deep fake voiceover. That was in response to this product launch. And it was a warning to the world. So, but then Adobe chose to kind of keep it behind the scenes. So they've embedded it, I think, in other tools. But they really restrict its use because it's like, we can't release this to the world. It'll be utter chaos. Right.
Next thing we know, it's like we're gonna have to ask the CEO to touch her YubiKey when she joins the Zoom call, so we know that it's really her.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fascinating. Yeah, I almost think there will be something like that.
Well, there was like some YouTube pranksters that at one point in time they were creating like real life like deep fakes through like their webcam where they were joining Zoom calls as Elon Musk.
Oh yeah,
you go find it on like YouTube, but they were just like dropping into like people's unsecure Zoom calls as like Elon Musk and just watching people go crazy. But they had it like where they were talking, the face was talking and mimicking it. It sounded just like Elon Musk. I mean.
Yeah, I saw one of Morgan Freeman the other day. It blew my mind, like how close that was, and it's such a distinct voice. You wouldn't be able to fake that without the technology, right? So I'm going to bring Grace Chi on here, and we got a bunch of people in the queue: Corey White and Jen Quas. This is a warning for everybody. If you stick around at this point, we're going to be playing a game of Pictionary. Corey, I'm sorry you didn't get the heads up that you landed at this time.
Hey, let's do it.
Hey, thanks everyone. I've got to jump, and welcome to all the folks who just joined.
Yeah, thanks so much, Zach. I really appreciate it. Love your hat, and we should go skateboarding sometime when I come to Vancouver.
Absolutely. Well, let's do that. I got a board downstairs still.
Okay, there's a really good pump track in Nanaimo too. That's a good old guy skateboarding option.
Awesome. Christopher, I'm going to hit you up when I come to Nanaimo someday.
Yeah, please do. Okay. See you, Zach. All right. Hi, Grace.
Hey, how are you doing? How are you holding off? It's already been, what, like 12 hours?
Oh, 8.5 hours. And in fact, it looks very full. So, once we get this rolling, I might bounce out for a second just so I can do a little bit of self-care. I'm feeling my knees and this seat quite a bit.
Oh, yeah, man. You got to don't drop out.
Brandon, thank you again so much, man. That's such a generous donation coming from you. Really appreciate it, man. I don't know if anybody caught that, but we just crossed the $20,000 mark. Thanks to a very generous donation from Brandon Poole at Panop. Can you say that name for me, sir? I'm not getting it right, I don't think.
No one does. I purposely tried to come up with like the most difficult name. It's Panopsize Security.
Okay, yeah. So thank you. They donated $2,000, which brought us over. So I've moved as this thing works. Every time we cross a goal, we set another goal. So we're now shooting for 25,000. If we get there today, you'll see me cry. And with that, Grace, do you think you have the controls here?
Yes, just enough to be dangerous. So I will do a quick intro to the people who are still on the stream, who are ready to play with us. What we're going to do is a game of Pictionary. I'm inviting a couple friends, so Jen, Jacob, and we're waiting for Scott Small to join in from Title Security. I know that there were other Title folks on the stream. If the folks on the stream, so I see Joseph, Jason, Brandon, Corey, if you do want to draw, we'll chat offline to get you added to the Figma link, which is kind of our hacky way of getting a shared screen. So before you run off and take your much needed break, I'm going to make sure I got all the technical stuff working.
Okay, sure. I'll bring that screen on for you. And maybe while I'm doing that, Corey, you're sort of the guy outside of the group here. So why don't you introduce yourself? Because I love what you're doing at Cyvatar, and I've really enjoyed meeting you. So.
Yes, thank you, Christopher. You hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great.
Okay, awesome. I'm honored to be on this. This is such a great cause that you've done. When you reached out, I was like, yeah, hell yeah, of course. let's do it. So, and thank you for having me be a part of this. So, name's Corey White. I've been in cybersecurity for the last 27 years. Started in the mid 90s once I got out of college, and I jokingly like to say that's when Web 1 started. Because literally my first gig was working for Microsoft, and I was supporting Windows 95 in 1995 on August 24th of 1995, the day Windows 95 came out. So literally, Internet Explorer 1.0, Exchange 1.0, the whole thing, right? But I learned a lot about it. I get bored easily. Support positions are not for me because I was falling asleep. The answer was either reboot or reinstall back in those days. So I got into security consulting, which was brand new at the time. My first gigs were like, oh, Corey, put in the first firewall, connect this company to the internet. I actually, fun fact, I helped to build the Intuit TurboTax network in 1997 in San Diego, so that people could do tax returns for the first time online. That was kind of cool to build that. And then I joined the team at Foundstone in 2004. They're the guys who wrote the Hacking Exposed books, George Kurtz, Stuart McClure, all those folks. And then worked there for about 8.5 years, got acquired by McAfee, got acquired by Intel Corporation, and then spun out and joined the team at Silence, one of the founding executives. And once I joined there, I built the services, built managed services, brought artificial intelligence to cybersecurity. Then we got acquired by BlackBerry 2019, then spun out and started Cybertar, which is we are cyber avatars to help support small to medium-sized companies that are just being creamed out there right now. So outsource cybersecurity. We don't sell products or services, only solutions. So full threat and vulnerability management programs, full endpoint protection and blocking, multi-factor authentication, IT asset management, all the solutions that you need to actually secure a small to medium-sized business without them having to go and hire a whole team, without them having to go and figure out what products of the 6,000 cybersecurity products are the best. We bring best of breed, best of class, small to medium-sized, implement them in blocking. Okay, we don't do detect and respond. To me, that makes no sense. I'm sorry if I offend anybody on here, but that makes no sense. It's like when I leave my house, I don't leave the door and window open and get an alert from my Ring camera that somebody walked to my house. So I don't do detect and respond. We get it into blocking across endpoints. We fix critical and high risk vulnerabilities. We make sure multi-factor is implemented on everything. So that's what we do. We got about 100 customers. So far, it's still growing, huge market. I'm having a blast doing it, even in a crazy macro economy. But all good. That's me.
Very cool. Very cool. Okay, so I'm going to bring your desktop onto the stage here, Grace. We'll see how that works. Okay, it's I'll remove my fireplace here. It's taking up some space. This might be a better layout.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Okay.
Is that everybody?
All right. I've got to drop, but I'm glad to have joined, and thank you for putting together an amazing event here, Chris.
Yeah, thanks again, Brandon. What a nice surprise. And we're going to do it bigger and better next year and get everybody involved earlier. So I won't be doing the whole 12-hour stint.
Sounds good. Well, you guys have a happy holiday.
Okay, thanks, Brandon.
Sweet. And Chris, seriously, superhuman efforts. Thank you so much for not only hitting your goals and then some, like 5 times in a row. So, you know, everything has gone so smoothly and looks so good, and you've had so many people join. I'm so proud and honored to be able to bring some friends on and have a little bit of fun in the middle of the stream.
Awesome. Okay, I'm gonna bow out. I won't be gone that long, so if something goes wrong, I'll be back in like 10 minutes. I just got to go stretch my legs. So we'll see you guys in half an hour or so.
For sure, and you can feel free to join in with the guessing at any time.
Okay, thanks.
So real quick, as a little bit of an introduction as well, my name is Grace Chi. I'm a co-founder and the COO of PulseDive. It's a threat intelligence provider of sorts. So we have various free tooling for absolutely anyone. Part of what we did just yesterday was actually drop free screenshots, the latest screenshot for anyone and everyone, any visitor, any free account, a paid customer. Everyone can now get the latest screenshot. But we also have APIs, feeds, and of course an enterprise tip. When I saw this fundraising effort, I got so excited. I was like, this is amazing. I'm going to reach out to a bunch of just really cool people that I want to hang out with and do something a little bit interesting and hopefully get some chatting and some viewers engaged as well. And so what we're coming up with today is Pictionary. If you're on the screen and you want to be a potential drawer in the next 30 minutes, let me know and I'll invite you to the space. Otherwise, I will let Jen, Jacob, and Scott introduce themselves and then maybe get into drawing right after that. All right, Jen.
Sweet, thank you. Yeah, I too am very excited, and I was stoked when you reached out to me, Grace. But I'm Jen. I do threat intelligence for Zendesk. We are a ticketing platform, if you've never heard of us. And we are also a Pulse Dive customer, and we love it. So we are a pretty medium to large size company, and doing threat intelligence with Zendesk is super interesting because we have all types of customers using our ticketing system. So it's never boring. And I super identified with Corey when he said, back in my IT days, I was like, cool, did you reinstall? Cool, did you turn it off, turn it on again? And so that really drove me into the security space. So thank you again for the invite, Grace, and I will turn it over to Jacob.
Hey everyone. First, thanks to Grace for inviting me on. Super excited to be here. I am currently a senior security developer over at Arctic Wolf. We do like SOC as a service type stuff. It's pretty fun. I author a lot of detections and do some reverse engineering and stuff like that. Super excited to be here. But yeah, that's about it for me. Scott?
Cool. Yeah, hey everyone. Sorry I was a little late. I was literally grabbing my hat off my tree and it was fighting back a little bit. So glad I'm here. No serious scratches. But yeah, thanks everyone for having me here. It really is an honor to be joining this. I had a couple of my colleagues on around the 12:30 hour and they gave a better overview of our company than I could. But I'm Scott Small. I'm representing Title Cyber. I'm director of cyber threat intelligence there. Basically, our organization is designed to help other organizations make threat-informed defense actually achievable. So it's a nice fancy buzzword, but we have some solutions that are designed to help make that possible. And basically, my job is designed to keep track of what's going on in the world in the cyber threat space. And it's really great. I get to share a lot of that back with the community very openly and publicly. So it's kind of a dream job in that sense. And yeah, very natural fit to be here supporting this effort. Super impressed with everything that's going on. And yeah, excited to contribute to the stream here.
And anyone who doesn't follow Scott on LinkedIn or, Twitter or wherever, you just dropped some really interesting research that you said kind of is a prelude to early 2023 MITRE attack framework type stuff, TTPs, right?
Yeah, just pass some stuff off my plate so I can hopefully actually enjoy the holidays, shot it out into social media, and we'll be catching up on it later. But yeah, basically a preview to everything that we'll be jumping into. We're a pretty new company, so super excited to hit the ground running in 2023. And yeah, feel free to check that stuff out. And I love to engage with anyone who wants to have a conversation around threat-informed defense.
Now, I do also want anyone who is viewing in chat comfortable making comments to draw with us. And one thing that I'm going to try to track as I moderate this is to see if the viewers are able to guess before the people on the actual stream. And if you do, and the number of viewers win or you guess first, I am free and willing to give out some glow-in-the-dark stickers and holographic stickers. I know a lot of people on the stream have gotten them themselves. So feel free to, reach out to me separately on Twitter or LinkedIn as well. So to get started, Scott, Jacob, Jen, I know you're already in the space. Do any of you want to kick it off?
Ooh, are you asking everybody? Or?
I'm not confident in guessing.
All right, you want to guess? Okay. I will.
No, I don't want to guess. I'll draw.
You don't want to guess. Okay. I will start with a security-related term. Okay, and I'm gonna try to put the timer on. But if it's like loud or kind of gets in the way, just like let me know, and then I will pause it. Hey, Scott. Perfect. Yes, testing. Okay. So I am no master at using a mouse to draw, and this is going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a little scuffed, but that's what we're here for. All right. We'll see how far I can get in a minute. Okay.
DDoS. No, I'm just kidding. SOC 2?
Yes,
Sock
sock,
puppet. Is that a sock?
sock puppet. Keep going. Sock puppet.
Sock puppet social media account.
Yeah, sock account.
Yes, close enough. Sock puppet account. I'm surprised you could tell that with just a few lines. That's impressive. Who gets
You're
that?
setting the bar really high. You had shading in the example that you shared out before this, so
That was because I had like
I'm-
a minute and a half.
I'm picturing like a hand inside the sock. So like that's the first thing that came to my mind. So I was like, okay, it's a sock.
It was like the okay, all right. So I'm gonna type in who got that one.
I think was it Jen? So somebody said it first.
Who said
Someone
sock?
said sock puppet.
That was it.
Oh, sorry.
Who was it?
I'll take it because I think it's gonna be my only one. So
All right, I'll give you a mark. Okay. All right, now Scott, you said you don't want to guess, so do you have a prompt or do you want me to message you one on the side?
I do not have a prompt unprepared.
Oh, that means I get to pick a really hard one for you.
That's what I get. Sounds
All
good.
right. Oh, that might be a little bit too hard. Here, I'll give you a nice one. I'll be nice to you. Do you still have our messages open?
Oh, yep. Yeah. Oh, love it. All right.
I have faith in you.
Oh, am I supposed to start? Sorry.
Oh yeah, hold on. I was the one who didn't have the timer. All right,
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Go.
Oh man. All right.
Here we go.
Beautiful.
Firewall.
Oh, fire. Yeah.
Yeah, firewall. Yeah.
That was immediate. Jen, was that you?
Oh, good.
That was Jen.
Oh my God. Scott, do you want a harder one? I can give you a more difficult one.
Scott, that was really
Sure.
good.
Sure. I'll take it while I have the mouse fired up because I'm nervous about losing.
Okay. All right. I'm giving another one. Obviously, I'm not going to guess because I'm giving these prompts out. This is also security related. But when I looked at this one for myself earlier, I was like, I kind of want to try it, but I'm too scared. So.
I'm terrified, but we'll try.
Do you see it?
Yeah. Give me just 5 seconds to think this through. Okay. All right.
All right. I'll put the number of words at the top while you start drawing. Okay. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Oh boy. 3 words.
No idea what that is.
Is that a lock?
Like multi-factor authentication.
This is so good.
Plug?
God,
Outlet?
this is amazing. Somebody's
Okay,
guessing
what-
2FA in the chat. TLS log4j. Hey Dan. Dan from Pulse is also here. He's the founder.
Like a wall outlet.
Oh, cheese. Nice job with the colors. Is it cheese? Nope. Is it
Scott,
cheese?
you're
Nope.
underselling yourself. This is great. This is a difficult this is a security phrase
Okay.
that you see
Is it
when
layer?
you're doing enrichment of like IOCs.
Yes. Can I say that? Yes.
Layer.
Multi-layer.
Something.
Oh,
Plug
nice try.
layer.
Keep going.
Sorry.
Keep going.
Oh yeah. All right.
Yeah, why not?
Well, yeah. Layer is correct. I'll give you that.
This is layer.
Let me.
Oh my gosh, Dan in the chat got it.
Layer.
There we go.
That's such a good one. Oh my.
All right, now I have to add a thing for chat. Hold on.
Thanks, Dan. Saved me. It was supposed to be like a padlock, but I don't have that dexterity with my mouse.
That was so good. Wow, I'm impressed. All right, sorry, all your hard work. I'm gonna delete it. All right, who's up next? I will either you can come up with your own phrase, or I will send you one that may be equal or harder than Secure Sockets Layer.
Oh boy.
I can try drawing. I can
All
do
right.
it. No promises that it'll be legible, but
It's even funnier that way. Okay, tell me when you're ready to start the timer.
Oh, Grace, I'll need a prompt. No way.
You'll need a prompt.
Enough.
Okay, let me
sorry.
get ready to prompt you. All
Sorry
right.
about
So I also have. Do you want security or non-security term?
Security. I'll start out with security.
Security. Okay.
Yeah.
How hard? Let's go with the
middle.
All right.
Middle of the road.
Let's get him a softball.
All right. You have your chat open?
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think I can do that. Yep.
Okay. All right. Hey, Chris.
Hi.
Okay.
I just came in. I didn't know I put myself back on stage.
Even better. Okay. We're doing, we got a couple good guesses. We got somebody in the audience who guessed our last one. And now Jacob is ready to go on his first guess, or his first one. Ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, man.
That sounds like an iPad.
Yeah, I'm drawing on an Apple Pencil.
Because he's going way too quick. Wait, what is this?
Oh, these are the words. The 2 lines at the top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remote.
I'll edit this to show the length of the word.
I'm so nervous.
This is so good. I think you guys, once you see it, you'll be like, oh,
Yeah, packets.
What can I do to improve?
It's not file transfer.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
I have an idea as well if I add to it. Let me do something that's not part of his drawing, but I don't know if this will help you figure it out.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's a good addition.
Anyone?
Sim swapping.
Yeah, who gets that?
That was awesome. Get used to the green jewel over top.
Oh, that's such a good hint. I didn't even put that together until you said that.
You're getting purely technical. You're like, what is sim swapping? All right, who got that guess? Who guessed sim swapping?
I think it was Scott, right?
Yeah,
Scott.
I think that was me.
Scott, you're leading the pack here. All right.
We got a donation from Zach Wasserman after he left us too, so our total's now at $20,570.83. So we keep on marching.
That's amazing. All right. Now, any of the Corey or Jason or Joseph, if you're in the space, do you want to try out a drawing?
Yeah, I'll try drawing.
Okay.
I don't have an iPad though, so it's gonna be it's not gonna be as great as that one.
All of you drawers are so wonderful. I've been messaging Grace all week, like, I don't know about this.
How's it going? Just in a conference session. Are you guys walking for a while?
Wait, was that Jason?
I think it's a hot mic.
Jason wandered off. All right. Now, I can't send this to you without, I don't think we're connected anywhere, Joe. Is that right? You're going to have to come up with your own prompts. It could be anything you want.
Oh man. Okay. Let me think. All right. Do you mind circling back while I think of one then?
Yeah, absolutely. All right. I'm going to try one. This will not be security. Okay. All right. I'm a little nervous. Everyone's been so good at their drawings. Okay. Are you ready?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's get some other colors in here. Let's see how this works.
It's not another cake layer.
If only.
Is this security related or no?
This is not security related.
Okay.
House.
What did you say, Jen?
It's a house with Christmas lights? something house? Gingerbread
Gingerbread house?
Yes.
Oh,
Who
yeah.
gets gingerbread house?
House?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Who gets gingerbread house?
Me.
Was it Joseph?
Yes.
Nice.
I think the green did it for me.
I was going for the gumdrop. I would, in the last 5 minutes, I would have drawn the actual gingerbread man shape, but we were good. We got there before then.
That was
All
great,
right.
Grace.
Thank you. Was that enough time, Joseph, or do you need another round?
I'll go. Yeah, it's gonna be non-security, but
That's
all right,
fine.
let's do it.
Okay. All right. Are you ready? I'll start the timer in 3, 2, 1.
Okay. This is gonna be really bad.
It's for sure Christmas tree.
Christmas tree, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, Jen got that one.
That was a layup.
That's the fastest one. Jen, did you get that one first?
No, that wasn't me. Who was that?
Okay, that was me
No,
then. I heard
oh,
you
I
say
thought
it.
Grace, it was you. My bad.
No worries. All right. Now, I think we need a really hard one. We've been guessing too quickly, right? I'm going to give this one to Jen. Jen, do you have your own
Oh,
prompt,
boy.
or do you want me to give you one?
Nope. I was struggling with how would I draw threat intelligence? Hopefully that wasn't your prompt for me.
Part of the difficulty with security is all the stuff that would look very visceral. They're all vendors, and all the stuff that's security terms. They're either extremely abstract or you've seen it so much in really tired kind of tropes or
Yes.
matrixy marketing design. And I was like, we're not doing any of that today. We're only doing all right. I will give you. All right. I'm gonna send. Are you in our Slack right now? You still have that open?
Yep. Wait.
All right. You got this one.
Yep. Okay.
Do you see it?
Slack. Ooh. Yep.
I think you got this one. Okay. All right. I'll put in the line for you. Ready?
Wait. How did I pick? Now I am.
Okay. Ready, everybody?
Nope. All
One
right.
word. APT 28.
One word.
Wow.
APT 29.
There we go. Oops, my bad. Pretend that's all that color.
Oh, I see where you're going with this.
And then I'd do one of these and one of these.
So this is a security word, but it's also not a security word, if that helps.
Okay.
Is this
I
honeypot?
thought this was.
Who guessed that?
There you go.
Nice. As soon as he said it, I saw it.
Yeah.
Was that Jacob?
That was, yeah.
Nice.
Oh, this is
I'm
a
like,
pretty tight
will
game.
Pooh help?
That was pretty
Yeah,
good.
the Winnie the Pooh got it for me.
Amazing.
Oh yeah, the red in his shirt. Oh my gosh.
I
All
could have
right.
done one of those little combs too.
Oh yeah.
Who wants? All right. Anybody want to bring in their own drawing, or am I assigning homework for somebody?
I mean, I can go. I can figure out how to go. If you give me access to Figma, I can go if we could do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, did you send your email in the private chat?
Oh, I did not. But it's Corey@Savatar.ai.
Oh, sure. Hold on. Let me get you this right now.
Okay.
Try not to dox anyone. I'm opening up a separate window to share. You don't need to see everybody's personal emails on here. You said Corey.white@Savatar.com?
No. Just Corey, COREY.
Uh-huh.
At Savatar, CYV as in Victor, ATAR. .ai.
.ai. All right. I'm sending you a Can Edit invite right now.
Okay. Awesome.
Cool. All right. In the meantime, while you're getting set up, I'm going to send something to Scott because it's been a while.
Awesome.
All right. Let me know when you see it.
Nice. Can I unsee it?
Yeah. But then I'll just give you a harder one.
True. All right. I got this.
3, 2, 1. impressive.
Okay, music.
Sorry, I didn't catch it. Was it security related? Or no?
It is not security related at all.
All right.
In no way.
All right, good deal.
It may or may not be holiday related though.
Stuff, music notes, something music.
Mistletoe.
Good guess. Good guess.
Yeah.
It's not holly.
Oh, I'm doing this all wrong.
Jingle bells.
Yeah.
Yes.
I got way too complicated with it.
Oh, those are
Now who guessed Jingle Bells?
those are great though.
That was me.
Thank you.
Hold on, I heard that was
I
me.
have a sound for that.
Is that Joseph?
That was Corey.
No,
Corey.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not even on the list. Oh no, here.
Yeah, I'm there. Oh, yeah.
Where are the bells coming from?
That I have a soundboard.
Oh my god. All right, Corey, are you in?
I believe so. Yeah,
All right. Do you have a word?
I do.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna participate in guessing this one. All right, ready? Go.
I'm ready. Okay. And okay. All right. Give me a second. I just gotta learn how to use.
Oh, here at the bottom, you'll see on the screen. There's like a little marker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there you go. And you can pick the color and you can make it bigger too.
Okay. Wait, where is the marker?
At the bottom of your screen, you should be able to see like a marker that you can pick, and then you can select colors.
I don't see it yet. Hold on. Maybe my screen is too.
I'm seeing your mouse scrolling right here. Let me pause for now. Technical difficulties.
Yeah, I know.
So, yeah, along the bottom, do you see a? Or if you hit M on your keyboard, it should be the hotkey.
I'm on the Mac. Every time I draw it, it just creates a box.
Yeah, interesting. Was anyone else having this issue before? Interesting.
Probably just move it.
I guess make sure it's on the arrow.
Yeah, if you hit the select tool arrow and then you hit the marker, it should be. I'm seeing somebody drawing.
Yeah, I was just testing it out, but
Yeah.
just make sure it's on the. You hit the.
Yeah, so
select tool.
not. Yeah, let me delete this to avoid any confusion. I like how there's like 14 of us on this drawing.
No, like
Maybe
Teamwork,
the toolbar is-
collaborative effort.
All right. So I guess Corey, we'll let you mess around a little bit and see if you can figure that out. But in the meantime, who wants an assignment? Who wants a prompt?
I can draw again if nobody wants to.
Yeah.
Oh no, Jason raised his hand, I think.
Oh, Jason. Okay, cool. Jason, you're in.
Let me go on audio. All right. So.
Three. Wait, are you ready to go?
I could. Where will I see my prompt?
Oh, I don't have your contact, so you're gonna have to make one up yourself. Sorry. Okay. Let me know when you're ready.
Ooh, it's kind of obscure, but.
Yeah, test us.
Let me,
I like a
let me just think. Let me think about one that's going to be a little bit easier to draw. Did we keep track of the ones where we're done? I can pick something that's going to be like obviously not done, but.
Try something difficult. I think we're ready.
Oh yeah,
we've been doing so well.
I get obscure. Why don't we do this?
Oh, I know what I want to do next.
Okay, can we do hominem? Can we do hominem? Let's see. Let's do. La 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 la. So let's do. Wow, I'm gonna think of this rather than spelling it out.
Yeah, no numbers, no letters.
No letters. No, I've got to go with. Okay, so let's do
Okay. Windows 11.
Let's do so.
Oh, is this security related or non-security related?
It's going to be product related, but
There we go.
Okay. All right. Good deal.
And okay, so the problem is working with acronyms. So
That's the hard part with security stuff.
Yeah, yep, it's all contractions.
Yeah.
I hate it. Okay, so I'm going to go with this. So let's do. I know exactly what to do. Okay, where's
Ooh, that's like Java, marshmallow, on fire, s'more. Arrow,
Is this
Plant.
empty, download, Microsoft, malicious, file attachment.
Are those containers? What are those?
Ooh, containers.
Buckets. Buckets?
Microsoft.
S3 buckets.
is that an arrow? Is that an arrow on the right? What is
so?
4. Okay.
Upload, download.
First
upload
letter.
speed.
First letter. Or first 2 letters.
What, DO? Download?
Up.
No.
Windows.
Windows.
Definitely Windows.
Windows number, Windows coffee, Windows.
Java. Fire.
Rhymes with.
Up. Windows.
Upload, download.
Car. Okay. Concept.
Transfer speed.
Lift.
Nope. Let's go.
Not
is a good
container.
one.
Okay. Bucket. Not bucket.
Container. Inside.
Hail.
Encapsulated. Package.
What incarnation?
Encapsulation.
Chat, what incarnation is this? So as a clue, you're saying this is a 4-letter acronym? That's like a full term, or?
So the 4-letter acronym, we're going to go with the first 2. Okay.
Okay.
The concept you've got correct with here.
Windows.
But this is a comparison.
Okay. Empty.
What's different between the first and the second?
Phil.
Windows and Linux, Windows and Mac. Yeah.
Operating systems. OS.
This one is
full.
This one is
empty. I like how we're failing the assignment here.
Windows.
Wiper. Erase.
Windows 98.
Vista.
Yeah, I was gonna go with Vista.
Windows. Oh my God, this one's tough. I like this.
Okay.
Wow, this
Me
is
too.
something.
Coal. Bucket of coal.
Windows recycling bin.
Oof. Yeah. Deleted all the important files.
Trash bin. Yeah.
System 32.
Oh, I think the chat.
This cleanup.
What was?
The chat get it?
You guys got a first one. This one was?
Empty. Full.
This
Rhymes
cleanup.
with?
Yeah, I think the chat's got it. Is it Windows NT?
Got it. Okay.
Okay, chat wins another
chat.
one.
First
Amazing.
2 letters. First 2 letters. Okay. Next.
That was a good one.
That was a good
And-
one.
Wow.
Oh my God.
And
That was a real stumper.
No, it was Windows NT certified back in the day. It's crazy.
Oh, I
we
moved
were
everything.
only halfway through, but
I keep deleting everything. Oh my.
Oh, NT.
All right.
Oh,
I
wow.
have
There we
Jacob,
go.
I have one for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like half easy. It's security related. Well, it's somewhat security related.
Oh, sorry. Did you say?
Who guessed the NTLM?
That was me.
Cat.
Yay! There we go.
There we go. That's my Windows
no.
4.0 certification, MCSE in 1997. Yeah, NTLM.
Yep. Some people are still using it.
No,
Yeah.
no.
If anyone out there watching is using NTLM, stop it.
Yes, call us. We can help.
Get some help. Okay, I saw the prompt, Grace.
You
and
saw the
I'm-
prompt.
yeah,
It's somewhat related to your role if anyone was paying attention earlier.
Oh boy.
I'm slightly terrified.
Well, half of it's easy. I think people will be able to figure it out. All right. I think I'll leave the timer off. I think whenever we guess it, we'll guess it. All right. Go ahead.
All right.
Guys, can I get my credit for NTLM, by the way?
Yeah.
Thank you.
The points do matter, unlike whose line is it anyway? That's so cute.
I hope someone
Sigma roll.
That's just snake.
Snake.
On a plane.
I'm just gonna keep adding lines because I don't know where to go from here.
This is a I'll give a clue. This is a skill you might find on a resume.
Document.
Oh yes. And it is security related. Like
Is it a macro script?
Ooh, that
Reports.
second part was kind of close.
Oh, Python scripting.
No.
Wow, ding, ding, ding. Amazing.
I got one.
Python, that's good. Yeah.
That was so good.
How cute is the snake? I need like a tattoo of this.
It's that snake's got a detachable tail.
Amazing. Okay. All right. Who hasn't gone in a while? Who wants to go?
Just one question. Mine says view only at the top. Should it say that?
Yours, I shared with you. You might have to accept the invite in your email because let me hold on. Let me.
I did that, but I mean, it's not a big deal. But I just.
It did that for me too. It prompted me to log in before I could edit.
Okay.
We'll do the classic old like try to log out and log back in and see if that helps. I'll go and change your permissions again as well. But it does say you can edit.
Okay, I can. I can now. I did it again. It worked.
Perfect. Beautiful. All right, Corey,
You
are
tried
you ready?
turning it off and on again.
Yes.
Yeah, I just went back to my support days in '95. Right now.
Close your
Yeah.
other 75 tabs.
It's really fun with my daughter now because she's wants to use the switch and stuff like that, and I'm always pulling cables out because I need this or that, and so things won't work sometimes. And she wants me to come fix it, but I make her start with, "Is it plugged in? What do we do first?" And we go through the steps together.
Yeah. Troubleshooting. That's good.
Started me
Okay,
on.
I think I have one. I know what I'm gonna do, and I think I can draw. So I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Start anytime.
Okay, and do Avatar colors purple. Oh, I gotta make that smaller. Okay. My drawing is really bad, and I'm on the trackpad, so forgive me.
Yeah.
This is a cybersecurity term.
Okay. That's a person.
Hmm.
For sure, a person.
Zero trust.
Man in the middle.
Bad actor.
Ooh, man in the middle would have been good. Sword fighting.
Fishing.
Ooh.
Fishing. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good job. That was a great drawing.
Scott,
If you
is that
put it
you?
lower, you could have called it trolling.
Spear fishing.
Yep.
Oh, that's a match.
a good one.
Layer fishing.
So for fishing, would you just draw like a phone on the end?
That'd be
Is that how that
funny.
works?
Definitely. Was it smishing? I think I heard that term for the first time today.
Oh yeah, I don't like that one either. It's all fishing.
It's all fishing.
That and malvertising.
Oh yeah.
No. Yeah. Oh. Favorite.
Jen, I'm gonna give you one.
Bring it on.
Are you ready?
I'm gonna try. Lovely. Yep.
Okay. I keep moving the background to here, so I'll just delete the. Can I delete this thing? Nope. That was the wrong one. That was absolutely the wrong move.
I think you can lock it somehow.
Yeah, I had it locked before, and then it kept moving. When I was testing, it was good. That's okay.
Does that work? Here, I just locked it. Can you still draw?
Cool. Perfect.
I can still draw. Nice.
All right. I'm
ready?
Excited. Yeah.
This one's pushing my boundaries.
I think they'll get it. I have faith.
Oh, is this security related or non-security related?
It could be. It is and it isn't.
Uh-oh. Okay.
It's Schrodinger's Pictionary term.
Oh, Trojan horse.
Trojan horse. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Was that Joseph?
Yeah, Joseph.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my God! Look at how competitive this is.
I almost wanted to finish the drawing because I did want to see how it would look. But...
That's the best I got.
Where's the door?
I know I need to put a little like.
Yeah, we didn't even get to the people inside. It was too good.
Waiting for the full detail.
Now I somehow locked it. Now I can't even edit our scores. Let me unlock this. Here you go. Here you go. I think that was. Was that Joseph?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
I've got one.
Go ahead.
All right.
How can
do. Okay. And
this is really detailed. I'm very impressed. It looks like a pat of butter.
Yeah, no, I see. Yeah.
And we're gonna go. I think a little thicker. Where's my line width? Where's my line width? Come on.
To make it a little thicker, if you click on the marker, there is an option.
Ooh, but I don't get red. Come on, you. Sound like that.
If you want to get fancy, you can pick any.
No,
Dan gets
did
spam
Dan just get it?
I want to say spam. Dan from the chat.
I'm gonna try to fill it in.
Cherry?
Ooh, oh, there's my line. There's my line. There we go.
And this is security? Oh no.
Yeah, we'll just say general concept related. Somebody made a reference earlier. I figured you might get this.
Oh.
It's a light.
Red light emergency.
Alerting.
Siren.
Alert would have been good.
Yeah. I don't know. Detect and respond. Alert fatigue.
Incident response.
It's gonna be. This will be a cultural reference.
A cultural reference
to a technology.
Wow.
God, we need like the helpline, like phone a friend.
Yeah.
Cultural reference.
Yeah, we need a little more.
It's not red alert.
Give us some additional context.
Gotta hit the big red
bars.
button.
Library?
Is this in a server room?
Ruby? Ruby on Rails?
No.
Oh, that's a person. Or Lego.
It's like a really big Family Feud table.
Okay. Oh, like what's the panic button? The like presidential nuclear codes.
Oh yeah.
That's a great phone. Almost like the button in the server room to shut it down. Like if this is a server room.
That's the old Batman phone with the.
I'd say the object is fictional. The concept is real.
The big red button.
Object is fictional.
It's not the easy button from Staples.
Yeah, is it like a panic button?
Rudolph's red nose.
Not a red alert.
This is like a bat signal without the bat.
How many words
Yeah,
is it?
like Adam West.
2 words.
2 words.
2 words.
Oh, one short, one long. Wow.
I gotta zoom out. There's a lot of drawing going on here. Hold on.
Someone in chat said malware detonation.
Malware detonation.
Oh, Sandbox.
Really good guess.
It doesn't look like a
They
sandbox.
like no.
We're going into overtime on this one.
Like, is this like a server room? I'm looking back over here where there's like.
Is this a
Right.
container?
I need a pencil to get more detail on the characters. I'm using my fingertip for this, but
There's an entire scene going. So there's a person here. Incident commander.
Yeah.
Oh, war room.
War room?
Ah, dang it. Yeah.
I thought that would have been it.
I thought that was it too.
AWS, the cloud.
Nope. Fictional concept, a fictional object, real concept.
1 word, 2 words, 3 words?
2 words.
2 words.
Oh boy.
Red
This is
alert.
hard. Somebody guessed SOC team. There's only one guy in here though.
Nobody watches their British sitcoms.
Okay, it's British. No, but I'm not going to be able to help out here. British sitcom. I'm thinking The Office.
Someone made a IT crowd reference earlier. So is that
This guy does look like the guy from IT.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Dan. There we go.
The internet?
There we go. Jen, it's the internet.
We would have been.
If you haven't seen the scene, it's a typical like IT to corporate thing where they trick corporate into a concept. There we go. Dan's got it. Raise your hand if you've seen the scene.
No.
Oh, you're in front of the wrong crowd right now.
Now I'm curious. Now I gotta add it to my list.
Okay, so yeah, I'm so sad. I'm so sad, but it's a if there's a show that kind of gets some of the kind of the corporate IT play, there's a lot of junk in the show, but this one they nail because it was one of those little scenes where it's like, we're going to give you something to present, and they tricked Jen, the relationship manager in IT, to present this box as the internet, and of course, and it calls it into question a couple of times. There's a lot of stuff they get right in that show. It's kind of shocking the amount of stuff that is almost on par, but I guess it's if you've got kind of more of an old school corporate IT environment. Anyways, watch the scene. It's pretty funny, especially if you get to the part of the episode where they present it. It's worth it.
It does look like old school IT. Like I definitely see that in the vibe of this scene.
Yeah.
It was a good job, good drawing. And
Yeah.
the hair on point.
They're basically running a joke on there. It's like, of course, it's not the internet. You're like, duh, it's wireless.
All right. So I'm gonna, for the next one, Scott, I'm gonna give you one that I could be really hard, or I don't know. This team is good. I'm giving you a tough one.
Yeah, we got some talented guessers here, so feel confident.
All right.
I feel bad I didn't bring my pen now. I lost.
I feel really bad deleting this. Does someone have a screenshot?
Yeah, can we save this?
We have the
Oh,
string,
yeah.
so we'll have it all, right?
Should be like wall of shame.
That's true.
Yeah, I upped
Sorry,
the
I
tier
made
for our
that a
streaming
little much work to erase.
I upped the tier on our streaming platform, so all 12 hours will exist in some form for future analysis if anybody wants to watch it.
Every one of our beautiful masterpieces is on the internet for eternity.
All right, I'm hopping back to my chat. Okay.
Well, if Graham Linehan ends up seeing this, then thank you.
You have to
give
get a
me
screenshot and tag him.
7 seconds to think through this.
Are you processing what I just sent you, Scott?
Yeah, I just saw it. No, this is achievable. Okay, we got this. Ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Harry Potter.
Yeah, that's what it was. Harry Potter. Is the lightning bolt incoming? Emoji.
Yeah,
This
nerd
is a
emoji.
security term, by the way,
It is a security term?
or like a tech term. It's not necessarily security only.
Okay.
Tech bro.
Are they nearsighted or farsighted?
It's let's say myopia.
All right, tell me if this is illegal, but I'm not like writing out the thing. I promise.
Is that by now?
I should know what the actual.
Are you rating at 100 zeros?
Yes. What is that?
A Google?
That's the first
Look
one.
at my mouse. Look at my mouse.
Dork.
Yes.
Oh, that's such a good
Good
one.
job.
Google
What?
Dorky.
It was what?
Google Dorky.
Dork.
Google
Google
Dork.
Oh, that's such a good one.
Good job.
Scott, that was difficult
Virtual
to draw.
high five.
That was
Thank
awesome.
you.
Yep.
I felt so stupid. I
really
couldn't remember if
dorky.
it was 100 or 1,000 zeros. So I mean, it wouldn't have made much of a difference
You would have just kept writing zeros until somebody guessed Google, right?
until someone got annoyed. And yeah,
I thought you were writing out a bite. And...
I'm not that talented.
Okay.
Good job, team.
Beautiful
Jen
artwork.
takes the lead, right? Or tied with chat.
Yeah, Jen and Chad are tied
Wow.
for the lead right now.
Jockeying for position.
Okay. I'm gonna try one. Are you ready? This is not a security term. Okay.
Music.
Okay.
Santa.
Musical elf.
Santa.
Santa baby.
Yes, I didn't even finish the diaper. Was it again? Amazing.
What was it?
Wow.
Santa baby.
Oh.
Okay.
The
That's
diaper.
the most minimalist drawing I've ever made.
So was the Santa really small or the baby really big?
The baby was really big.
Ah, okay, gotcha.
I was going to say elf on the shelf at that scale.
Yeah, it was elf.
Or
You
was
mind-
it supposed to
you mind
call
if I
it,
go?
what is it, Police Navidad?
So Corey, was that Corey who said they wanted to go?
Me, Joseph.
Oh, Joseph, go ahead.
All right. I'll go with this. All right, so this is non-security related. And it's a three-parter, so three-part.
Okay.
So
This looks like a cactus.
That's
what
yeah,
I
I was
was
gonna say
thinking.
cactus too.
Coral?
Three words.
It looks like ginger too.
That does look like
it does look
ginger.
like ginger. Yeah. Butter.
Gingerbread. Yeah.
More butter, more of the internet.
Gingerbread house.
Gingerbread house.
yeah. Yep.
Oh, that bread is like the Wonder Bread that has the slices cut in it.
Right.
Who gets that one?
I
That was
did.
me.
I thought it was going to be like the token bread you get with Swiss chalet. No one else.
Would have been the approach I took. So, but it made sense to me.
Okay. I guess, Christopher, we only have like another minute or so before we need to wrap up, right?
Yeah, we can do one more, and I we'll see if he shows up. But I have Greg Douglas, who's one of the senior folks at the Greater Vancouver Food Bank, where I am. He's going to talk about food security and all the problems people are going through this year. So when he comes on, I'll see him on the stage, and we can wrap it up there. But let's keep going.
Okay, perfect. Let me give somebody the final boss. Got to make sure it's a good one though, huh? Jen, I'm gonna send you. Are you ready?
Oh no. Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
It's got to be worth 2 points, or else no one can even catch her. Besides chat, of course.
This one is worth 2 points.
Wow.
If
Here we
chat
go.
wins,
The
I
stakes
will.
are high.
Yeah, I will. If chat wins, I will donate $50 on the spot.
Nice.
Oh, chat, you better be ready.
I'm
Okay.
There
entering
we go.
chat. Let's go.
Here we go. I'm in the Fig Jam.
It's on you guys.
So, you want to put how many words it is, Grace?
Yeah, I will.
Dan was born ready. Through that chat.
Dan, you should email me your T-shirt size and shipping address to chris@limacharlie.io. I'm gonna send you some swag.
You have to do that just for the internet reference.
Charlton's also trying to win some swag. I'll send some Pulse Drive swag to you if you guess it.
This is not going well.
It is going well. It looks really good. They'll know. They'll know.
Okay.
So
I
3
had to make
words.
it a good one.
Remote control.
First
TV,
one.
remote TV, remote desktop protocol.
Protocol.
Oh my goodness.
Remote access tool. RAT.
That was amazing. Remote desktop protocol.
I think Joseph got that.
This is like a rainbow tables
Wow, that's
group. Start
That's a
iterating.
2-pointer.
That was a 2-pointer.
Oh, now we got a tie, right?
Good.
Yeah, we got sudden death now.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah, and I got no guess yet. If you guys are good to keep going, we can keep rolling. So
Yeah, no, absolutely. I have enough. I have a lot of hard prompts, but I'm gonna. Who wants to go? Does anyone have their own prompt or? All right, Jacob, I'm tapping you in.
All right.
Okay. I don't know. Okay.
Oh no, my buttons.
All right. Let me know if you see that.
Oh, hold on. I heard it come in. Oh no. Okay. All right. It is security related. Oh man, I don't even know where to begin with this. Okay. All right.
Words.
It's 2 words. Yep. This one's also for 2 points.
Wow. Okay.
Tree.
Trunking.
Root access. Root
Yeah.
user.
Oh, nice.
Ah.
What?
Oh, but
Is
I
it?
don't think I got the
Just
second.
Root privilege.
rootkit.
Oh.
Oh.
Ah.
All right. So who is our winner?
Wait, who gets the last one?
Well, I said rootkit. So if that's the last
Yeah.
one. then-
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Yep.
Rootkit's correct.
All
Yes.
right. So you joined the thing with 2 points. All right. So still a tie between Jen and Joseph. I see Charlton also got it, but I don't know if there was a delay for chat. So I will still send you some swag your way. We'll chat after this. I believe your next guest is back here, Chris.
Yeah, he's in the waiting room. So anybody's welcome to hang out for the conversation. We're going to be talking about food security and all this good stuff.
I think Charlton LLC also got that as well.
Got it. All right. I'll find you. I've seen you around. I know how to find you. Okay. So I will hide this. Thank you, everybody, for joining. I'll stay on for a few minutes, but I'll let you introduce everybody.
Okay, sure. Yeah, maybe I'll bring Greg on and then maybe we can do a quick round of intros or something. Greg Douglas, thank you for joining us.
Hello. How are you doing?
So Greg is, I don't know what your role is there anymore. I'm sure you've been promoted since I was working with you guys.
Honestly, I don't know either. A director of development is what I do here.
Okay, so yeah, Greg works for the Greater Vancouver Food Bank, which is a very large food bank here in Vancouver, British Columbia. They help, I mean, the last I knew it was the 27,000 people a week, but I've heard that number's grown recently.
That's actually probably on the high side. So last month, our numbers show us that in direct support, it was north of 14,000 individuals.
And how long has the food bank been in operation?
I believe next year we're hitting our 40th year of being a temporary solution to food security.
And what are the problems that you see people are facing when it comes to food?
Well, honestly, it's just the economy now that is forcing more and more people to make hard decisions. And some of those decisions involve not buying what they used to buy, buying food of inferior quality, or just cutting out the stuff that is the healthy food that they need for themselves and their families. And I think Greater Vancouver Food Bank operates somewhat differently than a lot of food banks. I honestly, I think most food banks, and I can say this with some confidence because I've been sitting on some regional calls conducted by Food Banks BC as kind of the overall member organization of food banks, not a parent, but kind of a member organization, sitting on regional calls with probably over 100 different food banks in total, just talking about their needs and their situation and helping them upgrade their fundraising capacity a little bit. So I guess I see my role as not only making sure that we have the wherewithal and we meet our budget and we are raising funds to help meet the growing needs, but kind of as an offshoot of that and having been in development for many years, trying to help build capacity to organizations that are struggling with that don't have the wherewithal, don't have the knowledge, don't have the staff, don't have the experience, all those things. And it's actually been fairly successful in that the folks from what's called the Central Okanagan Food Bank in Kelowna in the fall came down to spend some time with us, understand what it takes to actually do fundraising, understand the different programs, understand some of the methodology and the strategy. And for the first time, they rolled out with a holiday campaign and a couple of direct mail pieces and some email support. And they can't believe how much support is coming in because they've never done anything like that at the end of the year, which is surprising for someone who has been doing development for a long time to not get in front of the public and not get in front of a donor base at the time when those people are making decisions about giving and supporting organizations in need during this time. So it's worked out well.
And this is something I brought up with some of the other guests through the day is, nonprofit organizations that do this really important work are often understaffed and don't have the technical capacity as the private sector. So, if you're watching and you have those technical skills and you want to make a difference in your local community, a great place to start is just going in and talking to the nonprofits that are serving your area and offering up your technical capacity and helping them understand that they can do live streams and collect donations online and sort of use social media and all these things because they generally don't have the budgets to hire the people with those skill sets because those people are all in the private sector trying to meet their own needs. So
that's a super point, and I brought that up almost verbatim during those calls to say, look, if you need help on the online fundraising front, talk to some of your volunteers because some of them, one of them at least, has a skill set that could be employed much better, and they probably get a lot more out of it using their special skills that other people may not have to help you move forward. I was talking about a new fundraising platform that we've adopted. So Chris, you'll be familiar with this, others maybe not. We're wholly invested in Blackbaud, right? Which is kind of a 900-pound gorilla of nonprofit technology, but over the years they've continued to provide diminishing levels of support and development, and their approach to the space is just to buy up competition rather than to develop their platform. So I just had enough of that, and we went with a new online platform that's called Fundraise Up, and it's delivering incredible conversion rates, which is, of course, one of the most important metrics you can want to understand on a donation form. The industry average is, said to be about 17% conversion on a donation form. I just checked earlier today, and we are, I think I still got it open on analytics. Just in December alone, it's 42%.
And so that's an improvement. I thought you just said 70-something%. So is it
17.
Oh, 117, and you're up to 45. Wow, that is a massive shift. That's great.
Yeah, so money follows the conversion, right? So in theory, we're doing 2 to 3 times better than what we were previously. So I just brought that up in these meetings and said, this is an excellent platform. It's the low-hanging fruit to raise more money. It's an easy install, and it's free, right? Because the platform is paid for by donors choosing to pay the platform and credit card fees, and they're doing that in pretty significant numbers.
Yeah, it's interesting because when I work for the food bank and I work with this Blackbaud platform, and it reminds me very much of, again, what we saw in IT, and I think what we're seeing in cybersecurity now, where a couple big players own the whole space, and so they kind of use contracts and business mechanisms to hang on to clients and sort of squeeze more value out of them, and so it's really ripe for disruption. So it's great to hear that there's products coming through with this more startup style approach to solving this problem.
And this is a true disruptor because I think they've got a lot of people that working for them that come out of the e-commerce space and are applying that approach to this technology. So this form actually triggers a different gift array or presents you with a different initial gift option or amount based on your geolocation. And it also apparently learns over time. So it's got a machine learning engine under it that understands what any organization's donors tend to do more or less, and adapts better to better present options to them based on that. So it's just a very, very smart approach to a solution, and because it's free, any small charity could install it, but that's where a volunteer with a special skill set can step in and just help them get that done, because once it's done, it just operates on its own. But even small charities don't even have the wherewithal to do that, honestly.
Yeah, and I find it's fascinating because I bet you there's lots to learn. One thing that I loved Greg did when I was at the food bank with him was the first sunny day in spring, I believe it was. He'd send out the email to the donors, and I could feel it because you'd have this first sunny day after the dark winter, and you'd be in a good mood, and you'd go home and you'd see the email from the food bank asking you to support them, and you were ready to go because everything was coming up sunshine. So it's very cool.
Yeah, and you're also familiar with the virtual food drive platform. So it's a peer-to-peer fundraising tool that certainly a lot more people adopted during the pandemic because they didn't have that ability to gather personally to do fundraisers or to collectively fundraise. run an event, whatever. So we overnight, we just got this massive uptake in this virtual fundraising peer-to-peer platform that still continues to drive huge participation, especially again, given the state of the economy right now. But that is one thing we're in the midst of trying to scale that to be able to be used by any food bank in BC. So maybe create a version of that. Obviously, there's only one payment gateway that can be used on it, but potentially there's a way for people to identify which food bank they want to support by way of putting up a personal page and doing some fundraising and having some entity who's managing it distribute funds accordingly. And I think that's entirely possible. And it's a great way for small food banks to raise money from organizations, businesses in their community that might not otherwise have a way to put money into the community.
One thing that I think people aren't aware of that I was actually quite shocked about when I was at the food bank, you know, traditionally people will come bring the food that's been sitting in their cupboard and their family's not eating, and they'll bring it into the food bank thinking they're doing a good thing, but there's actually problems with that, right, Greg? Do you want to maybe talk about that?
Yeah, and we've been doing our best to initially promote that in small ways until we just had to pull the Band-Aid off and saying, we're not doing this anymore, right? We still get people contacting us to do, I guess what you'd call a traditional food drive, and we just say no, and if you really want to do it, contact another organization that would be interested in receiving the food, because, you know, the intent is wonderful, but the results are poor in terms of the type of food we receive. It's food that
you actually have to pay to throw a lot of it out, right?
Yeah, it was between 30 and 50% disposed. And so you're employing volunteers to sort through food just to have it thrown away. And there's you know, we try to be responsible. So we have to depack it, compost it, get rid of the packaging. And when volunteers are engaged in that activity, it's not very motivating, right? Mm-hmm. So, and it's, I guess what another thing that's kind of novel about this food bank relative to some others is we strive to push out up to 70% fresh and perishable food, which is not the model that a lot of people understand. The food bank often is thought of as, you know, distributing dry goods, pasta, canned goods, and things like that. But honestly, especially now with the increase in the price of food that we're all aware of, that's the stuff people can still buy or are buying more frequently. They're not putting fresh produce. They're not putting the $5 head of lettuce in their shopping cart, and that's not what's appearing on their tables anymore. So we are trying to get that out to our clients and ensure that on top of everything else they do have fresh produce, they do have fresh fruit, they do have eggs, they do have dairy, they do have proteins and meat and all kinds of things. And that is not what is donated to us. We have to go out and buy that. And we need to ensure that we have enough of that available for, I guess, what we call a meal planning approach to our food distribution. So it's not a mix and mash of different things. It's actually items that can constitute a proper meal that any person would be proud to put on their family's table.
And one thing that I think people aren't aware of, when I was there, it was, I think, 22% children and around 20% seniors that you guys served. Is it still a similar distribution?
Yeah, and it's actually been shifting higher. So I think I have the numbers here somewhere. Oh, I'll find it in a minute. Yeah, but go on. I'll find that somewhere.
Yeah, so I know that when I was there, the kind of food that came through, like you said, it was like pasta, canned tomato soups, stuff that people would literally be cleaning out their cupboards and bring in. And so they'd have to throw out lots of stuff. And when I was leaving there, they were putting in refrigerators, and you, because of your relationships with these food providers, instead of me going out and spending $1 to bring food into you guys are able to buy some multiple of that dollar worth of food with your relationships, right?
Yeah, it's at least 2 to 1. And that has shifted downward because we're faced with the same pressures that any consumer is faced when they're buying goods, albeit we get it in large quantities directly from the wholesaler or the retailer. And mind you, we get a lot of donations too. We get massive amounts of food that comes to us for very surprising reasons. We got many pellets of bread because it was baked at X number of degrees above the acceptable limit. We get containers of produce that come to us because it was in a container that was, for some reason, 2 or 3 degrees below what the agreement was supposed to be. So, and that food otherwise ends up in the landfills, right? So part of the building of these relationships with wholesalers and retailers is to just help them understand that that food shouldn't be going into landfill because it's easy for you to do that, but it's more important that you get that food to us, or we allow us to pick it up so that it can put into the hands of people who don't give a damn about what the temperature was when it was received, because it's still good to eat. Here's the numbers. 26% of our clients are children and 14% are seniors.
Okay. So, wow, that's an interesting demographic shift. In lots of families, I bet a lot of people that you would expect to see at the food bank are coming through the door now.
It's a lot of families because, it's Greater Vancouver, mind you, and it's just tipping point after tipping point. It's the cost of rent. It's the cost of even owning a home, frankly. There are homeowners that can't afford to pay their own bills anymore. It's the cost of food over the past few years. It's everything. And there was a report that came out last Monday, in fact. I think it was called the Canada Food Report, that is predicting or projecting another 5 to 7% increase in the price of food over the next 6 months.
Wow, in 6 months, that's just crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been always lucky because of the kind of career I have, where I didn't pay attention to the price of groceries when I go shopping. I would just kind of get whatever I want, and it costs what it costs. But lately, I've been really shocked by what I see when I go through. And like you said, $7 head of lettuce up here in Vancouver. Campbell's soup, which I used to buy for like the pantry just to have something, used to be $1.14 for a can of soup. It's $3.50 now. And that's over the course of 2 years. It just baffles me.
Yeah. So, people are already kind of living, for lack of a better term, kind of hand to mouth or on the edge of getting by. This has just wiped them out.
Question.
So yeah, it's a lot of families, and it's a lot of immigrants too. The war in Ukraine has affected us too, because we're seeing a lot of people that are seeking refuge here. And it's a lot of international students who are studying, and they just don't have enough work hours to be able to make ends meet either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we talked to the folks from Action Against Hunger, which is the charity we're supporting this year, and they were referencing Ukraine a lot in the conversation we were having, just in the knock-on effects of trying to support the people fleeing that country and getting them the stuff they need on the ground.
Yeah, someone might have had a question. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, Eric, have you had much local support from city or regional government on food diversion policies? I know this is something that France has done for a number of years now, with diversion of food from grocery supermarket chains as a legislated requirement before the food goes bad.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be important on a local level at all. And in terms of financial funding, we get nothing. Get nothing locally, and we, except for the pandemic funding that you might have heard about, where food security all of a sudden came on the radar of the federal government. So they started pushing money out to many different types of organizations that were providing similar services. We previously and currently do not receive funding from any level of government. And that issue doesn't seem to be a topic of interest for them either. It's happening on the ground in other ways, though. So we actually work with a partner called Refeed Canada, and they operate out of a farm in Langley, and they receive a lot of the product that retailers and wholesalers would otherwise put into the dump or ship over the border, and they call that food, and they provide us with the food that is consumable by humans. And honestly, by call the food, I don't mean they're picking apples out of a bag of garbage. They're receiving pallet loads of decent food that they're redirecting to us. And anything that they can't direct to us, they're turning into animal feed. And beyond that, they're turning it into compost and feeding it to worm farms that end up producing worm castings that go back into the farms again to revitalize the soil.
Very cool. A big component of what you guys do too is education around nutrition for maybe people who weren't exposed to like the science and needs of growing children and stuff like that.
Yeah, we offer, in addition to the weekly distribution that I've already said is, up to 70% fresh and perishable, we provide for additional monthly supplement packages for children and seniors, given that we've seen increasing numbers of them, families with children and seniors, and they're curated to meet the needs of people at that age, to provide them with, for children, helping to, build their bodies and build their minds. And then for seniors, easy to prepare things like, meal replacement or protein drinks and stuff that they don't have to spend a lot of time prepping, and stuff that's easy for them to eat and digest. So it's dietitian curated and nutritional packages that supplement what we otherwise distribute.
It's very good work, yeah. And I think most people would be shocked to learn how big the need is in communities all across North America, especially right now.
Yeah, and it's the time of the year when a lot of my time is spent on the phone thanking donors. And when we do make those calls, we talk through some of these points if the donors has the time and is willing to listen a bit. Yeah. And they are shocked, right? They're surprised. They're surprised by the numbers we're helping, and they're surprised by the value add that we're providing, and to know that it's fresh, healthy food, and to know that we have these additional supplement packages, and that we're trying to add value to the food distribution network, and to prevent stuff that that is edible from going into landfills, and all these things. That they're very impressed. And quite surprisingly, every time I say thank you to a donor, inevitably they turn it around and say, no, thank you.
Very cool. Very cool to hear about the new platform you guys are using. Did you move the warehouse again? Are you out in Burnaby now?
We're in Burnaby. Yeah, so we're in Burnaby permanently for a lot of reasons. It's just too costly to be in Vancouver. We have a distribution center in Vancouver near Main and Terminal, and the lease expires in a year and a half to 2 years. So we are, one of the most critical things for us is finding a new space for a Vancouver distribution facility.
Very cool. Yeah, we're at 4 o'clock. Greg, I really appreciate your time.
Really?
This was super awesome. I know it's geographically local to where I am, and most of the people involved in this are all over North America and some in Europe even. But I think the problem's the same everywhere. So it's very cool to hear about the work you're doing, and very good to hear that the technology is finally starting to catch up, because when I was helping you guys out, I couldn't believe the fundraising platform looked like an old, Windows 98 UI, and to change anything, it was such a big, long, arduous process. It really made it hard for people to move fast and innovate. So
yeah, so Chris, you were a big part of grokking with me on that stuff when you were helping out, and it made it super pleasant to have a compadre on that front.
And that was such a great opportunity for me. I was fundraising in the tech community beforehand, and then between the last company and the one I'm in now, I had this sort of empty space where I didn't know what to do, and I was able to do some contracting with the food bank and try and help them with some of the fundraising. So it's been great, Greg, and thanks for showing up today. It's an honor to know you, man.
Cool. We'll connect again, but thanks everybody.
Okay.
Pleasure.
Take care, Greg. Okay,
Bye.
so next up, I'm going to bring on Jack. I'm not going to try and say your last name, man. You'll have to say it for me. And Jason, I'm going to say goodbye to you too, because I think Jack's going to take over the stage here for half an hour. So thanks very much.
It's been a pleasure, and good luck with the rest of the fundraising. Everyone's just been a gem. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, sir. Take care.
Okay.
Jack. How you doing, sir? Oh, you got an audio.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you great. So before we get going, I hear you're going to be providing us with a little bit of entertainment. Oh, look at that. It's exciting stuff. Do you want to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your company?
Sure. My name is Jack Naglieri. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Panther Labs. We're a cybersecurity company with the mission of making security teams smarter and faster than attackers. And we do that by providing a platform that is effectively I hate to say next-gen SIM. Let's not say that at all. Let's just say a very scalable event-based analysis platform that allows people to use detection as code, operate at a very massive scale, and really keep up with the amount of data that we all have to deal with as practitioners doing monitoring.
Very cool. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with your technology, but I love your branding. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so should I pass it over? Do you want to get started here? Or?
Yeah, so this, I'm going to have to flip my microphones, but I can hear if people say something. So if I need to speak up or have a little chat, just let me know and I'll switch the mics back. But
for sure. And I think I'm gonna take a break for half an hour while you go, just because I've been at this for a long time. So I'm gonna actually poke at the schedule here just to see who we got. Yeah, we can go all the way to 5 if that's good with you. And then I think Ken's going to join us and we can kind of have a little chat at that point. Does that work?
Yeah, that works. I had this for 30 minutes. But I could go a little bit longer. But I think One thing I do need really fast is I'm gonna start playing, and I just want you to like send me a message that like sounds good and you can hear it.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I'll do that through the chat. And okay, awesome. Thanks a lot, man.
All right, I'm gonna go now. Just let me know if you hear this.
Will do. We don't got sound yet. That's okay. I already killed the LinkedIn stream by accident, so you're in good company.
Microphone. You can hear this though?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm just gonna turn it up.
Yeah, that's fine.
And my people in my office are gonna listen to it with me.
Okay, awesome.
All right.
Thanks a lot, man.
Yeah.
out, step up to anybody. Don't talk to me like you anybody, oh no. But I must admit it's something different. Really your existence of love. And you make me wanna switch this. The way that I've been living, I don't get it. Why you love me? Yeah. Why do you love me? Is it so hard to say the same thing? Are you so weak to say the same thing? Burn a hole into your apprehensiveness and let the wildfire shine and repeat after me. Good girls go to heaven and bad girls go away with. And just like I will love you, and I will hold you so. It's not always from me, just sacrifice your perfect plans. Everything I'm on your side. Okay, trust you know tonight. If you need something, let me show. And tomorrow you you Hey, don't mess this up, nigga, how my money come too far to a life unfunny. Set me up for a life of honey. Built in, yeah, had to hit that feeling. Trust a lot, that will get us killing. All of it get rich with my shillings. Trip the guy, he is not out killing. Get to the top, put the rock on the ceiling. Oh no, don't move one time. That's the man with the gun. Don't move one time. That's the man that comes out the one. We, the bank, get that catch us, they help us away. We, the bank, get that catch us, they help us away. I need it, God, I need it, I need it, God, I need it, I need it, God, I need Let me break it down. I ain't had money, now I have money. I ain't gonna lose it, now you gotta hide it. Let me break it down. Nah, mommy, go and check it for me. When I had no money, now I got that money. Let me break it down. I gotta go, I gotta go. What's up? Let me break it down. Beat, over this, take your money, start moving. Don't move one time. That's the man with the gun. Don't move one time. That's the man that comes out the gun. Get that catch us, get that catch us, that throw us away. I need all I got to say is I wish you could the things I do to you and make it go up my name like a school it belongs to you. If I was your woman, the things I do to you, but I'm not, so I can't get my wrong. But if I was your girl.
Oh, yes. Gotta bring it back one more time. Woo! It's a song. I just love this song too much.
All that I got is pages talking a lot. Sorry, I'm faded. I forgot. gelato. What you waiting for? I'm riding around in my girl's eye. What you waiting for? I'm riding around just to get by. I'm riding around in my car's low. What you waiting for? I feel like I hit the lotto. What you waiting for? I'm riding around in my girl's eye. What you waiting for? I'm riding around just to get by. What the fuck you waiting for? I know, got reasons for that. I don't need your drama, I don't need you to survive. You don't got to say it, cause I know that you don't like me. You and your fucking open wide, go run inside me. I know I'm some shit, and I'm cool with it. You can't tell me shit, don't come and share your dialect. Ride around your city like the cops now. Cause there's no way that we're gonna stop now. I'm riding around in my car's low. I feel like I hit the lotto. I'm riding around in my girl's eye. I'm riding around just to get by. I'm riding around in my car's low. I feel like I hit the lotto. I'm riding around in my girl's eye. I want you to want me. You just wanna love me for the day, and I can't walk away. Even though I know you try to play, so I'm wasting time. Going slow, can't get to it all. You got it wasted. Just can't get over you. Just can't get over you. You know I want you better. You know I do. I'll give you my heart and the rest is up to you. You ain't no good for me. I know it's true, but you don't have to pay. 'Cause I do it for the thrill, for the rush. I do it for the pain, for your touch. When I hold it, when it's too much, it's a lie. Maybe you're the one. You're the only one I'm on by my side when I fall asleep. Tell me what I'm waiting for. Tell me what I'm waiting for. I know it's hard, but we need each other. No, it's hard, but we need each other. I'm on my way on my own, don't need nobody else. Change your mind when I change my life, and I stop believing in myself. And we all now looking for, so we never see it in ourselves. Divine in the picture, movie star. It's hard to tell when the prayer comes down. You can find me this, and make a tell. Just trying to find a way to make it hands up. All the time on the graveyard. Got a nigga feeling bad. It's the Philippines trademark. Copywritten in all my decisions. This is not supposed to be a way of living. Turn my temple down to talk. Spend so long before I get called. You're the only one I want by my side when I fall asleep. Tell me what I'm waiting for. Tell me what I'm waiting for. I know it's hard, but we need each other. I know it's hard, but we need each other. Yeah. Back on this with the braces on. You slide out the back without a nose on. Pose for the picture with the burning lights. Deadlands with me catching all my strikes. You straight drunk for some money. She gave me all I need for the night. 40 suffice. More here right, but I need some advice. And I know that I'm not being foolish. I'm just picking me up around noonish. Half a blind, yeah, we coolin'. Prisoner from our outcasts on the taxi. And yeah, we cruising. Love you right. Love you right. But I make it right, baby. I want you to know I'ma be there for you. I'ma make you see that I want you. I want you. I should run for my money. There's nobody, no one that run. So give me a run for my money. Spend money, feeling lovely. Living lovely. Just I wanna be with you. 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 Just if I didn't rap, they don't care, would you still? If I'm in my mind at work, would you still? Keep it 100, I'd rather you trust me than to. Keep it on, know that you got nothing. I got something. Hold up, we gon' function. Feeling some shit. Feeling like Tyson. Look at Tyson. Only for the night, I'm just kidding. Only for life, yeah, only for life, yeah, only for life. Let's get it. Get that shoulder lean. I know what's coming over me. Next stroke overseas. I know what you need. Already on 10, now money come in. I'm feeling go out, this feeling don't drown, this party won't end. If I didn't rap, they don't care, would you still? If I'm in my mind at work, would you still? Keep it 100, I'd rather you trust me than to. Keep it on, know that you got nothing. There's nobody, no one that run. So give me a run for my money. Spend money, feeling lovely. Living lovely. Just I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. kind of way. Papa, yo, come on away. Am I in the way? I don't want pressure you not. I want your blessing today. Oh, by the way, open the door by the way. Show you that I'm on the way. I'm on the way. I know connection is big. Pick up the phone for me, babe. Damn it, we jamming. That had a two for your man. Curving your hip for your man. Remember, Gardena, I took the studio camera. I know Top will be mad at me. I had to do it. I want your body, your music. I'm about to big one to prove it. Look what you made. Told you that I'm on the way. I'm like an exit away. Yeah. If I didn't rap, blade on her, would you still? If I'm in my mind and work, would you still? Keep it 100, I'd rather you trust me than to. Keep it on, know that you're
Some ice, but you'll be heavy in my mind. Can you get the heck out? I need rest now. Got me bummed out. You, baby, baby, baby. I've been on my empty mindset. I should've kept from losing resume. I believe that I wasted the best of me. Oh, you, baby, you don't care. So now that we been new since it's just urgent. But it makes sense of those things got me a war in my mind. Let go away, think you was holding me. Do what? Will pick up and follow me. Oh, I'll leave my armor feelings. Still wanna try, still believe it. One day, who's inside? Told me all my fears, my name, cases I disappeared. If you did, feel like Jericho, feel like Joe, we lost this shit. Gotta hold my own, my cross to get alone. I'm like, ooh, way to kill the mood. No, you like that secret, ooh, baby, heavy on my empty mindset. I gotta keep from you, just feeling faster than still worried that I wasted the best of me on your baby.
All right. Awesome work, sir. That was super awesome. We're going to definitely try and book you next year.
Sounds good. Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot, man. The support from you guys sure means a lot. Bring a lot of credibility to what we're doing, and really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. This is super fun. Next time I'll hook up my gear directly to the stream somehow. Gotta figure out.
Yeah, I was saying next year I think it'll be easier to get buy-in. We'll plan a little ahead of time, and we'll make sure we'll do a test run before we go live. I had a LinkedIn thing hooked up that I dropped today, and I couldn't get going again, so that was a bummer. But
yeah, I really appreciate it. Should we hand it to Mr. Ken? Ken, your setup looks sick. That looks awesome.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Ken's got for us.
All right. See you later.
Awesome, sir. I can't hear your voice. Do I have to beatbox now?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, it helps if you take off mute. Okay. Can you hear the guitar?
Oh, there we go.
All right, I'm gonna mute my mic, and you guys might know this song.
Awesome. I'm gonna bow off stage. I'll leave it to you. I'm looking forward to listening. Yeah, I was hearing the background music, but I don't think the guitar was coming through. Oh, there we go. Can't hear the voice now. I have an external sound card too, and I do this on every one of our business calls. Yeah. All right. That was awesome. Really love it. Panther is definitely the most musical company we've encountered so far. So great stuff. Oh, different guitar. It's getting serious. And I just want to give a shout out to some of the last couple of donations that came in. So thank you, Dr. Joseph J. Burt Miller Jr., Corey White, Grant Joy, and Grace Chi for $20,776.13. I think we can make it to 25K, but that all counts on you. You ready to go? That was awesome, man. And the donations are trickling in. I haven't updated the stream yet, but we're at $20,873.98. So I think we're within striking distance. Are we still going?
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right. Yeah. Take a little break here. Have a beverage.
Oh yeah, I finally opened up a beer. I've been sitting on it all day. So cheers to you, sir. Thanks for helping out.
Yeah, I'm having the Deschutes Jubile Ale from Portland, Oregon.
Okay, yeah, this is a Mount Benson IPA. This is a local brewery to where I'm at up here in Nanaimo, BC. So very
Like
cool.
your sipping cup.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the teacups. This one actually belonged to my wife's grandma. I'm told that I'm not allowed to break this one, but it's like from the era when teacups were a thing, so it's very fine quality.
Awesome. So you can keep going here.
Yeah, I think next year for sure we're gonna have to get some more music because this is fun.
Yeah, this is a lot of fun. It took me a while to figure out how to get it all set up and everything, but yeah, it's working out pretty good. How's it sound there?
Oh, it sounds great. Yeah, I got it probably too loud for my neighbors, but you know, tough. It's Friday. All right, I'll let you do your thing. Thank you, sir. Awesome. The guitar, I'm not really a guitar guy, but like I love the shredding. It's pretty great. Your mic's off.
Yeah, just figured I'd do a little improv.
Oh, that's great. How long have you been playing?
Since I was like 12. I
Oh,
should
wow.
be a little better than I am, but I enjoy it. It's nice to, like, when you're stressed out, just to put on a backing track or play with my band or whatever. It's a great way to let go of stress.
Yeah, I have a ukulele. I have no musical training at all, but I just love play a baritone one, so it's almost like a guitar, and 4 strings, which is easier than 6. So
That's great. Do you sing at all?
no, we're not there yet. Maybe one day, though. I'd like to think at some point there'll be less work and more time for things like that.
Well, that's it for the musical part for me. I think I don't think anyone wants more shredding.
Are you gonna ride this thing out with me?
Yeah, stick around.
Okay, awesome. I'm gonna go check the total, see if we have anything change.
Like a
I'm on my second teacup full of beer. I think I'll probably be an emotional mess soon. So stay tuned. So the guitar amps and stuff are your actual house. That's not some green screen magic. I was kind of hoping you were gonna like smash something and light it on fire, but so what do you think? We're at almost at $21,000 with
nice
51 minutes to go. I'll just have a question here to ask. Would you like to watch a friend of mine play the ukulele?
Let's do it.
Okay. I got to be honest. I've been like trying to keep the conversation going for almost 12 hours now. I'm happy to defer to this content I had teed up. So
next year you got to tag team it.
Oh yeah, and I think next year will be easier because there'll be some buy-in. This year everybody's like, "What's this guy doing?" But I think we've had a good enough result that we might get some people. So this is my friend Trish. She does some content for us. She's pretty great.
Time after time, I've done my sentence, committed no crime, and bad mistakes, I've made a few. I've had my share of sand kicked in my face, but I've come through. We are the champions, my friends.
She's
and we'll keep on fighting till the end. Bum, 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 bum. We are the champions. We are the champions. No time for losers, 'cause we are the champions of the world.
She's great. I think I got a couple more from her. Maybe I'll just like burn through those, and then we'll figure out what to do with whatever time's left.
That's great.
Do you know the Flaming Lips at all, Ken? Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So what gave you the idea to do this?
So, I mean, it goes back a few years, but yeah, I'll go all the way back since we got time to kill. I grew up in a pretty tough spot in a way, like had some good parents and stuff, but it was tough. And I didn't have ID until I was like 22. And it was around 2000, and my uncle sold a company to Cisco Systems for like $4.5 billion. So that was a crazy time. The stock crashed, and he came back down to earth. But he helped me go back to school, or gave me the opportunity to go to school, and I wanted to emulate what he was doing. So I went and did the same degree he did at the same university in computer science, with the idea of doing a startup company. And it went through that, and the first company that I was with that had some success, I just had my daughter and was taking the recycling out one night and just like feeling like lots of gratitude. And so I thought about what I could do to give something back. And we started something called Startups Care, which this is modeled directly on, and raised a bunch of food money for the food bank in Greater Vancouver. I think we did $250,000 over 7 years, and that was a super rewarding experience for me. And I think the 2 or 3 years into Lima Charlie, things were just too busy. It was just me and my two partners running the ship at the time, and I had to stop doing it. So I kind of shut it down. I put out a thank you video, and now that we're having some traction and we're 15 people now, I've got a little more room for this kind of thing. And I was looking at the community and all the conversations I've been having with people in cybersecurity, and they all care so much. They all have like good moral fiber, and I had a suspicion that this would be successful if we tried the same model here, and I think it's turning out. And so I'm really excited because the first year that we did Startups Care, we raised $5,000, and then 3 or 4 years in, we were at like $45,000. So I think the same potential's here, and the first year being $21,000 at this point, which is US. I raised my money in Canadian, so this is like almost $30,000 in Canadian. So I think the upside is probably the much higher, the possibilities. So I'm just excited to see where it can go, and really stoked that my colleagues support me in doing this kind of stuff. It's like there's a marketing aspect to it for sure. It has to have some like justification in the business, but like what a great way to spend those marketing dollars to do stuff like this, right? Like,
yeah, I think it's great. I mean, the InfoSec in general is or cybersecurity is pretty good community already, right? Bringing everyone together for a common cause. I think we can accomplish quite a bit. It's great.
Yeah, we're on the good side, right? Like, so let's take that the next step.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna play the next one from my friend Trish, and we'll see how that one lands.
I don't have plans and schemes, and I don't have hopes and dreams. I don't have anything, since I don't have you, and I don't have fond desires, and I don't have happy hours. I don't have anything, since I don't have you.
That's great. I wish I could sing. Oh, your mic's off.
Just to say, we got one more donation in from my partner and longtime friend Maxime Lamoth Broussard. So we're at $20,973.98.
Almost there, folks.
Almost there. Yeah, what a cool thing. And I'm really excited about what I think this can turn into next year, because I think just the interactions I've been having with people, we'll start earlier, we'll plan, we'll work together. The whole thing is supposed to be not about a particular company, right? This is about us doing something together as a community. And I think all the ingredients are there to do something great. And I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, let me know if I can help in any way next year too.
Oh, you're already on the mailing list, sir.
You have to do a CFT, a call for talent.
Yes. Yeah, no, the music for sure. And I'm sorry, I forget your partner's name already. Your CEO.
Jack. Yeah.
Yeah, Jack. Like, that was great stuff. It's really a shame that it didn't work in the sound card. So next year, I think we'll plan a little more, and we'll kind of intersperse the music with some fun stuff. I really like the Pictionary stuff they did today, and talking to the woman from Action Against Hunger and my friend Greg from the food bank. Like, awareness and education about the problems that are out there is really important too, because I think if you have success, especially in tech, and you live somewhere that there's lots of that abundance, you can kind of not realize how close the problems are and what kind of things people struggle with. So,
definitely.
And I've actually met a lot of people in cybersecurity who have stories similar to mine that like come from tough beginnings, and especially in America, it's like come from these horrible circumstances or tough circumstances. It's not always horrible, and then they go to the military, like the Air Force or the Navy, and then they enter cybersecurity and have all this success. So it's really cool. Okay, let's do one more.
They say I may be crazy. I only say I've had my fill. They say I'll throw it all away. I probably will. They'll only give you what you're taking. But lately I've been unfulfilled. They say I'll probably blow it off someday. I probably will. The way they talk about each other, the way they talk about themselves. Well, they can talk forever. They probably will, you know they probably will. Now I'm not really bitter, you know I'm just a little chilled. They say that things can just get better, and they probably will. And they will only make us stronger if they should try to keep us still. And we will rise and take it all someday. We probably will. The way they talk about each other, the way you talk about yourselves. Well, you can talk forever, and you probably will. You know you probably will.
She's so great. Great story about her. So like before I found my way into technology, I worked a lot of music festivals. I did like special effects lighting. We ended up calling it visuals. So when I started, it was we'd strip down these old 16mm projectors and play film loops. So it was sort of like the rave scene when we started, and I worked these big musical festivals. And Trish, I met her there. She did stuff in that circuit as well. And it was one night after I'd worked the main stage all night, and I was trying to sleep. So it's daylight. It's hard to get to sleep, and people are starting to get up, and there's lots of noise. And she started banging pots and pans, and I didn't know it was her at first, and I was trying so hard to get to sleep, and I started, shut the, 4-letter words, shut up. And I heard her giggling, and that made me madder. And so I was like yelling even more. And then somebody was like, Chris, there's a bear sniffing right at the door of your tent.
Wow.
And she was actually trying to, save me from being mauled in my tent. So I have a very special connection to her for sure.
There's some sort of lesson there, I guess.
Oh, totally. Yeah. And that's, it's, there's something there for sure. So I have one more video from a different friend. We can keep talking over it because it's kind of, it's seasonal.
Hi, everyone. Donate to Chris's cause.
So this is my friend Christy Lewis. I asked her to put something together. I've known her since high school. We used to ride the bus together. And I think it's reflected in her music. They even said that, this is sort of a dark for her. And I think that's okay and part of the season too. It's about celebrating, but there's also, remembering people in the past. Anybody's still watching, I see a few people on the board. 37 minutes to go. Your bucks, wherever you are. I actually tried to take piano lessons from her for a little bit, but I realized it's a big time commitment. You have to practice like an hour every night. What a superpower, man. I wish I could play the piano so bad. I think this might be one of my favorites. 14 minutes to go. Now's the time. And we just got a last-minute donation from Brett Hunter.ai, $4,000, brings our total to $24,973.98. Anybody wants to take the Give Me a Cross the line, it's there.
It's awesome.
Oh, dude. Oh, man. Thank you so much. James McMurray, email chris@lemacharlie.io. I'm going to send you the best swag pack I got. I love it, buddy. Thank you. $24,994.58. James McMurray, we're over. We hit the goal, man. You guys are amazing.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
How lovely was that? So we got 5 minutes, and I have one more video in my arsenal. This is our friend Kenneth Weston, who's been so great to us today with all that he's shared. So let's. That was super fun, man. Thanks so much for hanging out with me as we take this thing across the finish line. And James McMurray from threathunters.ai, you're absolutely one of my new favorite people. I don't know if we're connected yet, but we will be connected. I'm going to send you all the swag stuff I got. So
that's awesome.
Unbelievable. Yeah. $25,000, 65 and 60 cents. So we broke a bunch of goals, and the idea with this thing is we just keep moving the goalposts to see how far we can go. And it's unbelievable for first year, and just makes me really excited for what we can do next year. So thanks to you, Ken. Thanks to everybody who was involved. It's just amazing. I'm going to cry on my way home.
Great job, Chris. I mean, you did a really good job organizing this. So yeah, bigger and better next year. It's going to be great.
That's right. Great first start. Thank you, everybody. Really amazing. Hope you all have a great holidays and all that good stuff. So thanks, Ken. Bye. Oh.